them before you even know who they are? Well, if you're one of those people, I'm said Joe Biden from 1992 and 1993 specifically. Go back and look at some of the speeches he gave on the Senate floor. Folks, Joe Biden not only took up for the rebel flag, he said there were very good people in that Confederate movement. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but go back. If you want to hitch your wagon to Joe Biden in 2020, but at the same time, you're going to tell me what a racist I am and what a racist Trump is, and you want to call every white person a racist, and, unless they're liberal, Democrat, libtard, and you want to say anybody who dares have a rebel flag, or anyone who just respects history and doesn't want to forget history, so they might have a rebel flag on a little statue or something or somewhere. Before you chastise all of them and hitch your wagon to Joe Biden, go look back and see what Joe Biden said in his own words. I'm not making this up, folks. We've had a what you say is gonna be mountain can be used against them. So go back, look at 92, look at Joe Biden, look at what he said. You don't have to take it from me, especially when he said there are good people in certain things, because not all people are bad. But to the tune that he was saying things, you just need to go see what he was saying. You might be surprised. China and the Democrats are worked so well before, and you are just married to CNN course only, then your mainstream media and the Democrats, who, seeing it myself, I would say it's amazing, or surprised me, I guess, is just all the, it's quite, all the stuff you've heard before. But now we're getting closer and closer to the election. Well, now, believe me when I tell you, folks, there's real, let's just say underground polling or internal polls that are showing Trump is coming back. As the economy comes back, Trump comes back. As Trump comes back, the economy comes back. Look at today's news. Look at retail sales, folks. Over 17% increase for the month of May for retail sales. That is a record. I told you guys months ago that when we came out of this COVID lockdown mess, when we realized the mistakes we made and we start reopening, that this country was going to turn immediately into a V, or your graph was going to be a V graph. It's going to be a V shape. Because when things get open, this economy is going to go through the roof. And like I said, politicians and economists love to use graphs. Well, it's a V graph, folks, and we have evidence to prove it. Just again today, with retail sales being 17% increase for the month of May, that's a record. So I haven't checked the stock market of late, but I believe an hour or so ago it was 600 points up. So, like I said, as Trump comes back, the economy comes back. As economy comes back, Trump's coming back. And not only with that, you've got the defunding of police movement. Folks, if you don't think the Democrat Party is 100% behind the idea of defunding police, then you're kidding yourself. Because if you go back when the Black Lives Matter and the other protesters started pushing this narrative of defund police, go back and look. This was only a week or two ago. Go back and look at the initial reactions of the Democrats. They were 100% on board. But then they started seeing the American people go, whoa, 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 we don't want any part of that. So now the Democrats are trying to backtrack. So on the one hand, and again, this is how progressivism works, and Democrats and socialists, this is how they work. On the one hand, they want to placate to the protesters and to the rioters. But on the other hand, they know the American people won't stand for it. So they're going to try and backtrack that defund police message. But don't kid yourself. They're 100% for it. They love chaos, and I've told you this before. But now they're seeing these. I'm telling you, mark my words, there's internal polling, there's underground polling that's showing Trump is making a resurgence. And the American people aren't going to get behind a party, the Democrats, the Socialist Democrats, that are going to bring more lawlessness, that's going to bring more burning of cities, that's going to bring the takeover of cities. They don't want to see police precincts being shut down. They don't want to see people calling for the defunding of police. The American people do not want to pick up the phone and call 911 and get an operator on the other side that goes, well, thank you for calling 911. Since you voted to defund the police, we're going to transfer your call to the Department of Unicorns and Peace. The American people don't want it. All right. So believe me when I tell you, there is starting to be that energy. And let me tell you something. If you doubt the energy that's about to come out, watch the Trump rally that's coming up on Saturday in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Folks, as of right now, there are over 800,000 people who have signed up to get a ticket for the rally for this Saturday in Tulsa. Now, the event that they've booked in Tulsa only holds 20,000 people, maybe just a tad over 20,000. And yet, 800,000 plus people, we're probably close to 850 or 900,000 Americans have signed up for the Trump rally. Now, the event that's going to happen on Saturday is going to drive the Democrats insane, and it's going to put them into another panic. And because of that, you're going, mark my words, you're going to see the media and the Democrats start screaming that there's a second wave coming, that the second wave is hitting. They're going to point to China, and China's going to be a willing participant in this. You know, China, they had much bigger problems than they admitted anyway. You're going to see them coalesce again with China. They're going to demand that China shut things down. The Democrats here are going to demand that we go into shutdowns again. Mark my words, folks. I am telling you, I am not Nostradamus. I am just a common sense. I am Victor with On Point with Victor, who does a show based in logic and common sense. And this is what common sense is telling me that's going to happen. You just mark my words. Because the Democrats are not going to be able to sit by and watch the energy level and the excitement that is going to happen this Saturday. The American people are ready to move. They are ready to go back to work. They are ready to create wealth. They are ready to work for themselves. They are ready for freedom. They're ready for liberty, and they want it back, and they want it now. They're tired of Democrats telling them, you can't go to a Trump rally, but you can go protest and burn a building down. You can't go to work, but you can go protest and throw rocks through a glass or a business. You can't go to a park. You can't go to a church, but you can go protest and riot and shut down businesses and destroy businesses and loot. This is the problem with progressivism. On the one hand, you're supposed to be Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. Not all lives, just Black lives right now matter. And then on the other hand, in the past 2 weeks, 8 Black lives have been ended by the rioters, looters, protesters. I don't know how many black businesses have been destroyed by the rioters, looters, not to mention how many black businesses have been destroyed by the shutdowns. So where's the common sense? What is the common sense logical question? How on earth can you vote for Democrats today and think that they care about not just black people, but brown people, white people, or any people? Folks, the Democrats care about one thing, and one thing only: power. Power over you. Power over we the people. So those are just some of the things going on, folks. I mean, I tell you what, I'm not mad and I'm not angry. I'm just right. All right, we're going to take our first break. You hang tight. We will be right back. This is America's Web Radio, On Point with Victor.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
This is David Donaldson with the Atlanta Healing Center, conveniently located in Lawrenceville, Georgia. At AHC, your success is our goal. Addiction recovery is about more than just not using. It's about becoming a whole person and addressing all aspects of your physical, psychological, and social needs. Please call us at 770-696-9862, or you can reach us on the web at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Quick Stakes, that's Q-U-I-K Stakes, are not just for surveyors. They are great for family and community gardens. Go online to www.quickstake.com or contact your local land surveying supply dealer and get you a box of Quick Stakes. You'll love them every year when you plant your garden. Again, that's Quick Stakes, Q-U-I-K Stakes, the truly preferred way to stake and identify what's in your garden now.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we are back. See, folks, short breaks. As an awesome guy, the godfather of radio will say, profit breaks. So we take short ones. Okay, so let me move. I want to move on to something here. Okay, first of all, if you think back during the Obama administration, you'll remember one thing that he said that stuck out so much to me. And you can look it up. And it was when he had I think he was in Ohio, but don't quote me, I'm not sure. But he was somewhere, I believe in Ohio or somewhere in the Midwest. And a citizen had the audacity to ask Obama why he wanted to tax people into oblivion. Something, I'm paraphrasing. And Obama's response was, you didn't build that. You didn't build that. Someone else built that for you. So the reason why I bring that up is because if you were wondering what happens when you tell a bunch of myrmidons that business owners didn't build their businesses, that business owners didn't build their wealth, that business people didn't create wealth, when you go and you tell a bunch of myrmidons that these business people just didn't do that, they didn't do it, they didn't work hard, but somehow the non-working slubs built their business. So when you tell people that over the years, and you're pumping this kind of crap into the educational system that is the government schools, eventually you're going to get what is happening now with the country of Chaz. So I, here at America's Web Radio, want to welcome the nation of Chaz to the global country, or the global world of nations. So the new nation of Chaz, I want to welcome them. And wish them well. So we have just over the past week, we've gone from 195 countries in the world on this planet to 196. Now the 196th country, it's kind of small. It basically takes up 6 city blocks. And they are known as the country and nation of Chaz. Now, you may want to check with your travel agent to see when the country of Chaz will open its borders for visitors, because you might want to see what's going on there in Chaz. You know, Chaz, this is what happens, like I said, when you get a bunch of myrmidons that, let's just say, really don't have much skills. They put a wall around their nation. I thought progressives didn't believe in walls. I thought progressives didn't believe in borders. But the nation of Chaz, the first thing they did, and you can see videos of them grabbing these plastic and concrete, anything they could to create border lines. They surrounded their nation of Chaz and created a border. Now, it may not be the best, strongest border, because I doubt there are many engineers in the nation of Chaz. But a border they built nonetheless. And they put armed guards. Now, there's nothing worse than giving a weapon to a snowflake, but somehow you've got these people in the nation of Chaz who have weapons, who are standing at checkpoints around the nation of Chaz, around their border they created. They've got checkpoints, and they're checking everyone that comes in and out of Chaz. In fact, they have a sign at these border checkpoints that say, "You are now leaving the country of the United States." I am not making this up, folks. If you haven't heard this, if you're a Democrat listening to me right now and all of this sounds foreign to you, then you're obviously getting your news from CNN and CNBC, MSNBC and ABC and CBS and PBS and all the rest of them, the lamestream media, because they're telling you that there's a street festival going on, there's a poetry festival going on. They're telling you that this is some kind of commune festival going on in downtown Seattle. They're not telling you the truth, folks, and you can look it up for yourself. I mean, these whack job protesters and Black Lives Matter people and whoever the rest of these rioters are, whatever group, Antifa, whatever group they're with, they have taken over 6 city blocks of downtown Seattle. And the mayor is okay with it. The police chief, okay with it. Now, I will give the police chief a little bit more leeway, because she's probably being ordered by the mayor not to do anything. This is crazy, folks, and I cannot help but my first instinct is to sit back and let it happen. Let these idiots in this autonomous zone called Chaz, which is now a country of Chaz, my instinct is let them have it, because it won't be long, folks. They're either going to kill each other, which I'm not advocating for. But I am just telling you what's going to happen. They're not going to be able to survive. They have no means of income. They have no means of production. They have no economic system whatsoever. Again, you've got a lot of unskilled rioters that are habitating in this new country called Chaz. So my instinct is to let it go. I know a lot of you out there are saying, go in there, send the cops in, send the National Guard. The American people, the citizens that are living in those areas with their businesses are being strong-armed. They're being taken over, and we're allowing it to happen. I know, trust me, I do feel at some point we're going to have to we're going to have to go turn these little petulant children over a knee and smack them in the ASS and get them out of there. But like I said, I can't help but want to let it go for a while, because if you wanted to see what socialism would be in this country, if you want to see what a direct democracy would be in this country, then you need only look at the nation of Chaz, which, lucky for us, is in downtown Seattle. Look, I'm going to get into a little bit later in the show about democracy and why we're not a democracy. And on full-fledged for us is the nation of Chaz right now, which is proving why we were never meant to be, nor have we ever been, a democracy. And I'm going to get into that because I have a great listener in Marietta, Georgia, who sent me a question about last show when I said we weren't a democracy, because he was a little bit confused. And I understand if you're confused by that, because the right Republican establishment, the left socialist Democrats and Democrats of today and yesterday, gosh, my goodness, this has been going back for years. They have been trying to do their best to convince you that we're a democracy. Folks, we've never been a democracy. And God willing, we never will be a democracy. But what you're seeing in the nation of Chaz is a full-on direct democracy. And what happens when you have that mixed with socialism and warlords and totalitarianism? I mean, it's just horrible, folks. But this is where we are now. Now, I want to pause here for a second. I got a lot of notes that I'm going to go to, because when my brain gets going on some of this stuff and I just start thinking, I just start writing. And those of you who know me know that I used to write lots of songs for my band Pointless, which is the music that you'll hear when my show comes in and out. But anyway, if you since I mentioned the band thing, be on the lookout for a future band that I will be in coming up soon. Just a teaser, folks, just a teaser. So, all right, let me get to this real quick. I want to pause here for a second, remind you that it was a short month ago, just a short month ago, that you were being told that protesting was bad and protesters were dangerous. Now, why were you being told this a month ago? Just go with me on this road, folks. Why were you being told just a month ago that protesters were bad and protesting was horrible and dangerous? Well, let me remind you. A month ago in Michigan, we had Constitution freedom-loving Americans hit the streets with their American flags and their Don't Tread on Me flags, and they marched to the capital of Michigan. And my gosh, some of them had guns. Oh, the fear. Oh, the horror. Some of them actually not only exercised their First Amendment of free assembly and freedom to protest peacefully. Not only did they do that, they also enjoyed their Second Amendment, which in the Bill of Rights, folks, the Second Amendment gives you the right to bear arms. So they carried some weapons. And the media went ballistic. You Democrats, even my friends out there, you went ballistic. You were screaming, they've got guns on Capitol grounds. Well, folks, in Michigan, it is legal to carry weapons on Capitol grounds. Because of the Second Amendment, it's really legal anywhere in the United should be in the United States, but municipalities run by Democrats go a little crazy and tyrannical. But anyway, it is legal in Michigan to carry guns on the Capitol grounds. So there was nothing illegal done with that protest, done by constitutional-loving, freedom-loving, liberty-loving Americans. But you were told protesting was awful. It was terrible. These people were dangerous. The media did not say the protesters were marching to the Capitol. The media said the protesters stormed the Capitol, and they stormed it with guns, and it was such a dangerous situation. And the governor of Michigan came out and called all of them, labeled all of those protesters racist. Okay? And you were being told, and we were being told, that it was an awful thing that was happening, awful to protest. And we were being told that they're going to spread Wuhan COVID-19 to everyone. That was just a short month ago, folks. Just a short month ago. But now you're being told, don't look over there. These protesters that are burning buildings down, they're rioting, they're beating people, they're burning buildings down. Oh, there's nothing to see here. These are mostly peaceful. And there's no worry about COVID Wuhan-19. Somehow COVID Wuhan-19, the COVID-19, the Wuhan virus, somehow it knows not to mess with Black Lives Matters, not to mess with Antifa, not to mess with rioters and looters and burners of buildings. Somehow, we're to believe that a month ago, all the peaceful protests were bad. And today, all the riots, the looting, the burning, the marching, all of it is good. Think about that, folks. Think about that. Why on earth are you still watching CNN, or at least only watching CNN, MSNBC, and ABC, CBS, all these? Why? Why are you still listening to Democrats? Why and how on earth do you still think Democrats have your best interests at heart? There's no evidence for it, folks. And this is what I'm telling you about that's coming. The new, the revibrance, if that's a word, the building that's coming that you can feel if you just look for it, of the patriotism that's about to explode on Saturday, and the momentum that's coming because of the economy coming back. This is brewing, and I'm telling you, the Democrats, you know, I've been hoping that they would push the boundaries and push and go too far, and I to me they went too far years ago. But I think we finally reached a point where it's going to backfire on the Democrats. You know, hypocrisy just doesn't ever seem to stick with the Democrats. But I think we've reached a point where the American people are going to push back so hard on today's socialist Democrats that we are, you know, I thought we were going to have a landslide election for Trump. Now I think we're going to have an enormous landslide election for Trump in 2020 this November. Folks, what's coming is just going to be amazing, I think. All right, folks, going to another break here. You hang tight. We will be right back. This is On Point with Victor.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And welcome back, folks. Welcome back. One last thing I want to put on that last segment was, do you also remember that it was just a few short months ago that every Democrat in the House and every Democrat in the Senate and everyone on the lamestream media was screaming, no one is above the law. No one is above the law. And Romney, no one is above the law. Really now? Where are these Democrats now? Have you heard any of the Democrats or Romney denounce what's going on with the nation of Chaz? Have you heard them say anything about the lawlessness that's going on across the country right now? Have you heard them say anything about the lawlessness that's going on in Seattle? Folks, this nation of Chaz is now extorting businesses in downtown Seattle. And the last time I checked, extortion was a pretty big crime. I mean, on the level of a federal crime. So, just something else to think about, folks, especially you out there who just won't divorce the letter D. That truly amazes me. When you get so stuck to a letter that all of this common sense that's in front of you, and all the awful policy that comes out of these Democrats that hurt the very people that they claim to help, if you're one of those people who think you're being helped, oh my goodness, maybe that's part of the chip that's on your shoulder. Maybe you haven't progressed enough because, or if you feel like you haven't progressed enough in this country, or whatever level or goals you put for yourself, if you feel like you're not reaching those goals and you want to blame somebody and you're putting that chip on your shoulder, maybe that chip should include the Democrat Party that you've been voting for. You know what? Maybe it's time to walk away from the Democrats. I'm not saying to go run and jump in the Republicans' lap. God, please don't go run in Romney's lap. The people of Utah got to throw that bozo out. But you can go find a good conservative. You can go find a good libertarian. There are good people to vote for, ladies and gentlemen. You just got to go look for them. If you think there aren't good people out there that really care about this country, then you're not looking hard enough, because they're out there. Trust me, I know it's hard. And look, we got to get rid of, and I know some of you just cringe when I say it, but we've got to get rid of Graham. We've got to get rid of McConnell. We've got to get rid of just a slew of these establishment Republicans. Right along, we need to throw them out with the bathwater with the rest of the Democrats and the socialist Dems. And boy, I tell you what, I'm not even going to get on that roll because I'll get some angry emails from both sides. So, all right, let's let me get back to a little bit about this, the nation of Chaz. So, if you've been living on a rock, or if you're glued to CNN and MSNBC and PBS and NPR and all that, then you probably don't know what's going on. So you're just hearing the crazily ridiculous news cycle repeat itself if you're watching those, and even sometimes on Fox News. They'll just harp on the negative and not positive things, or they'll talk, anyway, that's a whole nother show. But anyway, if you don't know, we are welcoming the new nation of Chaz. The nation of Chaz used to be a pretty beautiful city named Seattle. I mean, Seattle's a pretty cool place. I don't recommend moving there because of the people who run it. And now it's not just lib crazy socialist Democrats that are running part of Seattle. Now you have the nation of Chaz. So don't move there. But it used to be a really cool place to visit. But now, there's problems in Seattle because of the absolute incompetent Democrat leadership and policies. Again, folks, this is one of those cities where there's no Republican in sight. For all the ails that ache the city of Seattle, you can't blame Republicans because they're not there. This is a city that's run solely and has been run solely by Democrats. And now the downtown Seattle area, or at least 6 blocks of it, have become the new nation of Chaz. Now, Chaz, like I said, is only 6 city blocks. It's only 6 city blocks, so it's a very tiny nation indeed. In fact, the land that is now the nation of Chaz used to be owned by the Seattle Police Department. So, you can't make this up. I would like to say that I'm making this up and making a good movie here, but folks, you can't make this up. You just can't. The 6 blocks of land seized by the nation of Chaz used to be the Seattle Police Department. So, you know what? Like a good conquistador, they stole it. They stole the police department and the property around it. Man, the conquistadores of years past, they might be kind of jealous of what the nation of Chaz has accomplished here. So, all right, folks, I want to give you. Well, I actually touched on this before, but I was going to have you guess what's the first thing the nation of Chaz did. The first thing, and if you're a liberal out there, I hope you've got your hand up. Because if you said the first thing that these progressives of the new nation of Chaz did was form a border, you would be 100% correct. So I know I touched on that before, so I won't harp on it again. But these so-called progressives who hate borders, who want everyone to come into the United States, they don't want that for the city of Chaz or the country of Chaz. They want to control who enters the country of Chaz. So they made these they put up these barricades, and then they put up armed guards. I mean, boy, like I said before, how dangerous is that? Let's give a bunch of snowflakes AR-15s and tell them to guard an entry point. Oh man, but once again, let me point this out. 5 seconds ago, progressives, Democrats, socialist Democrats wanted to ban all guns from all citizens. Just 5 seconds ago, guns were bad. But that was so 5 seconds ago. Now, not only they want to remove guns from police, and they want to put the guns into, well, the hands of people in the nation of Chaz. So, I mean, like I said, folks, you can't make this up. You just can't make it up. So, not only that, so apparently the nation of Chaz doesn't want illegals to overwhelm their country. What? They don't want illegals to overrun their country? Gosh, would that be because they don't want a bunch of illegals coming into the nation of Chaz and being a burden on their newfound economy, or what they're trying to find as an economy? Could it be that they don't want a bunch of illegals coming over that they can't control? That they don't want these people who aren't citizens of the nation of Chaz? They don't want them to be a drain on the resources? Huh. My goodness, that sounds awfully familiar. I mean, I have to say that maybe not all the people of Chaz are as dumb as I thought they were. So here we have the new nation of Chaz, run by a bunch of progressives who don't want just anyone flooding into their country. They don't want just anyone coming across the border. Pretty interesting. So, and also, apparently, the nation of Chaz does not have a chamber of commerce yet. So they don't have advocacy from both sides, the left and right, the establishment Republicans like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, and then of course all the Democrats. We don't have a chamber of commerce to put lots of money in their campaign coffers, so they'll continue to advocate for open borders. So apparently the nation of Chaz has not yet developed a chamber of commerce yet. So there's no career politician to give a nice sounding speech on how illegal immigration will make your country rich. I mean, look, like I said, I have to stop myself from laughing so much because this is some funny stuff. So now you might be asking, how's life going in the new nation of Chaz? Well, I mean, this quite possibly could be the first nation in the world with a populace that, like I said before, has pretty much no skills whatsoever. Like I said, just look at the little border that they've been put around the city. It wasn't exactly done by engineers. So, but I guess finding an educated and a skillful engineer in the new country of Chaz is probably kind of hard. So now I say that now, if you consider spray painting, especially obscenities on statues or on walls, on businesses, If you consider that a talent or a skill, well, then there's plenty to be had in the nation of Chaz. In fact, if you need some good graffiti and you're in the Seattle area, go to the border, go to a checkpoint of the country of Chaz, and ask them if you can import some of their spray painters just for maybe a day or two, and see if you can't work something out and have them go spray the graffiti or whatever you needed done on the terms of a graffiti. Maybe you can import that from the country of Chaz, because look, the country of Chaz, they're having problems right now because they have no economy, and they need money, and extorting the businesses there just not going to cut it. So maybe just maybe you can go and import a little bit of business, and then that spray painter, that skillful spray painter from the nation of Chaz, can come out, make a little money, and then take it back to Chaz, where they'll quickly remove said money from the skillful spray painter and spread it around equally to the rest of the residents of the nation of Chaz. Yeah, folks, like I said, let it happen. I mean, I feel terrible for the people around Seattle that did not ask for this. I feel terrible for those people. You know what? They voted for it, so they get what they're getting, the fruits of their voting. Let's put it that way. But I still feel sorry for them, because now the police that they're calling aren't coming, and these thugs that are running the nation of Chaz, let it run, because this is just hilarious. This is a great example for all you young, let's say millennials, to the young people out there who think socialism is great. You think democracy is great. Man, book your ticket to the country of Chaz, and book it now, because Chaz probably ain't going to be around long. So, but if you want to see firsthand what it looks like to have a straight-on socialist or democracy, or socialist democracy, whatever you want to call it, you're seeing it now in the nation of Chaz. So that's some of how life is going. So now, how else is the life going in the country of Chaz? So the Seattle police, they're reporting, like I said, they're reporting extortion, they're reporting rapes, they're reporting violence. They're getting phone calls from people who are desperately needing help, but they're not getting help, because the mayor of Seattle, this libtard that runs that city, is too busy sending tweets to make nice, wordy, piffy tweets to tell off President Trump. She's got time to do that, but she doesn't have time to send in police to stop the raping, the pillaging, the looting, the violence that's going on in the country of Chaz. So it's pretty sad. So we have I'm not going to say expatriates. We have United States citizens trapped within the boundaries of the country of Chaz, and the United States is not doing anything about it. And when I say United States, I'm saying the mayor of Seattle, because it's in her backyard where this is happening. But she doesn't seem to care about the trapped United States citizens. I guess she just assumes that they're going to all become Chazdonians. So, folks, I'm telling you, you just can't make this up. So, but as if it weren't bad enough, the nation of Chaz has banned all police. So I know it gets better and better. So, all right, I'm going to take the next break, and then when I get back, I'm going to jump in. I want to get to a little bit of this democracy talk. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. This is America's Web Radio.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com, and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction on America's Web Radio. Please join us at 4 p.m. on Tuesday afternoons.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, welcome back, folks. Okay, so all right, let me. I could just continue to go on about the Nation of Chaz and have lots of fun doing it. Maybe I'll come back, do a little bit of it, but and I'm not going to leave it now. I just want to get into this talk about democracy because, folks, look, I don't feel bad if you have thought that we are democracy. It's okay because that is what's being taught. You're being deluged in school and all aspects of government education, colleges, even elected officials, especially the Democrats. They are doing everything they can to convince you that we're a democracy. You've got establishment Republicans that just go along with it. Some of them go along to get along. Some of them, maybe they have, I don't know, maybe they're in bed with the Democrats. Look, let me tell you something, folks. I've told you this before. Washington, the swamp that is Washington, there's no Democrat versus Republican, Republican versus Democrat. There really isn't. It is one huge establishment swamp where they do what they can to basically screw you, the citizen, we, the people. Now, I don't mean all Republicans. We have the Freedom Caucus in the House, which is absolutely amazing. There's just not enough of them. We have some good senators, Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, sometimes Rubio. No, there's a few good ones. But the swamp, and when I say swamp, I mean establishment Republicans, establishment Democrats. I'm talking bureaucrats. I'm talking unelected bureaucrats. I'm talking the system that is Washington. They do not fight each other. They're really all in it together to put power over you, we the people. So really what we the people have to figure out, and we got to figure it out soon, is that we the people of this country are fighting the bureaucrats of Washington. And every now and then we get some good Republicans to go help us with a fight. It would be nice if we could get some Democrats to help with a fight. But right now, today's Democrat, there are no Kennedys. And when I say Kennedy, I'm talking about John F. Kennedy. I'm not talking about his brother. I'm not talking about some of those other Kennedys. I'm talking about John F. Kennedy. We don't have any of those anymore. The only good Kennedy we have right now that's in the political world that, well, I shouldn't say the only one, but really probably the best Kennedy we have in the political world right now is the senator from Louisiana, Senator Kennedy from Louisiana, who happens to be a Republican. But just understand me when I tell you that this myth right now that the Democrats, the establishment Democrats and the Republican Democrats are fighting each other, yeah, it's a bunch of hogwash. The bureaucracy that is Washington, that machine that is Washington, that Donald Trump is trying to break up, mind you. Look, folks, I've told you before, when all the Democrat establishment and all the Republican establishment, when they hate the guy that we sent there to be president, you know you got the right guy. Donald Trump really is trying to drain that swamp, and that is why the hysteria has been going on for almost 4 years now to try and get rid of him. And it's not, look, it's all the Democrats and it's a lot of the establishment Republicans. They do not like Donald Trump. And don't believe this business that they try to label him as a racist. Look, Donald Trump's not racist. And if you haven't figured that one out yet, then you're just I don't know if you can be helped. But maybe you can if you stop watching the same crap you've been watching with CNN and all that crap. But look, they're trying to brand him all kinds of things. I mean, folks, they're trying to brand him a racist. They want to brand him as a Russian agent. All of these things with the fake Russia story, the Stormy Daniels story, all the stuff that they've tried to bring down Trump. You've got to ask yourself, why? Why would Democrats and Republicans in the swamp work together to bring down the president? And it's simple, because he's an outsider. He's exposing the swamp for what it is. And I tell you what, where history is going to show what an awesome thing it was that the American people put Donald J. Trump in that office. And some of you may laugh at me, especially you Democrats out there. I can hear you. I can hear you yelling at me. But trust me when I tell you, history one day will show that Donald J. Trump was not only the man of the day or the man for the job, he was probably the only man for the job in 2016. And look, folks, I don't say that lightly. I was not on the Trump train in the beginning. I will be honest with you. When Donald Trump, in the beginning of the 2016 campaign, I was a big Ted Cruz guy. I liked Rubio, but I was really liking Cruz. But I will tell you, when Donald Trump came down, which I believe was today, 3 or 4 years ago, when he came down the escalator with Melania Trump, and he gave that speech, that was when my ears perked up, and I even told some friends of mine, I said, you know what? This guy is actually going to be a contender. I still didn't think he was going to win the nomination, but I said he would be a contender. And then the rest is history, as they say. So anyway, let me talk a little bit about democracy and why we aren't one. Look, let me give you an example here. So the new citizens of the nation of Chaz, they were all roaming around and chanting, this is what a democracy looks like. Look it up on YouTube. It's quite funny. But they're roaming around in circles chanting, this is what a democracy looks like. This is what a democracy looks like. Well, you know what? They're right. So again, another example of they're maybe not as dumb and ignorant as I think they are. It's close, but they are right. This is what a true democracy would look like. Mob rules. A true democracy is mob rules. That's the most simple way I can tell you what a democracy is. But let me tell you why the United States of America is not, has never been, nor hopefully never will be a democracy. Look. I know what they've been teaching in schools. I've already touched on that, and even the non-government schools, even some private schools, they just go with this whole democracy mess, and it's just it drives me crazy. But you constantly hear it from the media as well, with very few exceptions. But you will never hear me in this radio station, my radio show. You're never going to hear me use the word democracy to describe the country of the United States. I love freedom too much, and I love liberty too much, and I love the founding fathers too much. So, okay, but if you're asking why do politicians continue to go with the lie that we're a democracy? Well, folks, I've told you before, politicians love a misinformed and a dumbed down electorate. The dumber the voter, the more power politicians in Washington will have. I can't put it any simpler than that. The dumber or the ignorant, the more ignorant the voter is, the more dumb the voter is, all equals dependency, which equals power to the federal government and municipalities and state governments too. So, like I said, if you thought we were a democracy, it's okay. I understand, because you're bombarded with the fallacy that we're a democracy. So it's okay. So do not feel bad. Do not take my words wrong. Do not think that I'm chastising anyone out there for thinking that we're a democracy, because I had to re-educate my nephews and my niece. I even had to have discussions with other family members on why we're not a democracy. So don't feel bad. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing to have thought that. I just want to help educate you. I want to open. I want to make you think. I always on this show, through common sense and logic, I hope to make you think, especially you Democrats out there. So all right. So let me talk about more on what a democracy is and why we're not one. In fact, the only mention of democracy from the founding fathers was the warnings against it. You're not going to find the word democracy anywhere in the United States Constitution. You're not going to find it in the Declaration of Independence. The only place you're going to see the mention of democracy from the founding fathers was them warning against it. So just understand that, and you can do some research yourself to verify what I'm telling you. And I've told you before, the founders of this great nation were incredible people, and we're so lucky that those were the men that created this country. We really are, and it's a huge disservice to the founding fathers to call the United States a democracy. It really is. So, all right, let me tell you where democracy came from. The idea of a democracy rose way back in ancient Greece, Athens to be exact. It was Athens that really gave rise to the first democracy. The Parthenon. I always struggle with this word, folks, so don't laugh at me. But the Parthenon Parthenon is kind of a symbol of democracy. In Athens, if you've ever visited Athens, and I'm sure you've been to the Parthenon. I'm just not going to say it anymore. But it's a really neat place to visit. But it is kind of the symbol for democracy, which is why you see Democrat after Democrat, politician after politician, despot after despot, the democracy leaders of the world. You will see they will go there and have their picture taken in front of the Parthenon. Because there in Athens, it's the symbol of democracy. Because, like I said, democracy was basically born in ancient Greece, Athens to be exact. So, now let me tell you, way back then, probably one of the first people to come out and say, whoa, 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 this whole democracy road you're on is a bad idea. Well, folks, let me tell you about one of ancient Greece's most famous philosophers. Let me tell you what he thought about democracy. In fact, this man is the founding father of Greek philosophy. And those of you who are out there going, Socrates, 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 you're right. You're absolutely right. So Socrates, again, the founding father of the Greek philosophy, was very, very, from the beginning, suspicious of a democracy. Now look, I told you, I'm a student of history, so you can go verify everything I'm telling you if you'll just go do some research. If you go to the dialogues of Plato, go to the dialogues of Plato, Socrates was portrayed as greatly being pessimistic of democracy. Socrates, in the way only he could do back then, while speaking to these names just kill me, Adeimantus. So again, this is in Plato, the dialogues of Plato. So Socrates was speaking to Adeimantus and described the flaws of democracy by comparing a society to a ship. I mean, this is awesome, and folks, this is so long. This is ancient Greece, okay? And Socrates told him, he said, look, if you were heading out on a journey by sea, who would you ideally want deciding who was in charge of the vessel? Now, this is Socrates asking Adeimantus, and this whole thing is recounted in the dialogues of Plato. So he says, if you were on a journey, about to embark on a journey in the sea, if you were heading out, who would you ideally want to be in charge of the vessel? Just anyone, or people educated in the rules and demands of seafaring? The latter, of course, said Adeimantus. So why then, responded Socrates, why do you think just any old person should be fit to judge who should be the ruler of a country? That's very powerful, folks. Now, I'm running out of time here, so we're getting to the end of the show. So next week, I'll get into a little bit more of this on the origins of democracy and why it's such a bad thing. But hopefully, you got a foundation there. You'll go do some research. But right now, that's all I got for you now. So we're going to move on now to coming up next, Locked and Loaded with Roger B. So you guys stay tuned to America's Web Radio. We will be right back.
You can keep your doctor, you can keep your plan, and every family will save thousands of dollars a year. I'm Ellen Deal, and if you've been hurt by the Affordable Care Act, you can email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com to see if we can help. Small business owners, individuals, families, and baby boomers, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com for 3 easy questions to determine if you can get away from Obamacare. I'm a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry and here to help you for all your insurance needs.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everybody. I'm Roger B. You're listening to Locked and Loaded.
And we've got music in the background.
And you're listening to America's Web Radio.
Hey, it's live radio, folks. You never know what you're going to hear.
So, but today, oh my gosh, with all this stuff going on, can you believe? Where is that?
It's okay, folks. It's live radio. Actually, Roger's got a story coming up as soon as he figures out where his phone is.
Okay, sorry about that. Technical difficulty. There's a loose nut between the seat and the microphone.
There is a loose nut. Not this seat and the microphone, but that other seat and the microphone over
That's
there.
right.
But I know you got some awesome stories coming up today.
I do. Well, interesting. I don't know about awesome, but yeah.
Well, some stories that'll make you go,
Fascinating even. Yes. This is, it's almost horrific, some of these stories. It's insane what's going on. So we'll start with this one. Now, I know some of you don't have any love for police officers. We'd like to support them when we can, when they do the right thing. There's so many of them that put their life on the line every day to help defend and support us.
Most of them do. Let's be honest. There are millions and millions and millions of cops in this country.
I doubt there's millions.
All right,
You
there's
think?
a lot of cops in the country.
Millions of.
And most
Now,
of
if you're
them do.
including every Karen out there who reports on her neighbors and
Right.
tries to yell at people at the grocery store for not putting the carts back,
I mean,
maybe we do have millions.
There's neighborhood cops. There's
HOA cops.
There's HOA cops. Those are the worst.
Ugh.
No, but really speaking, there are lots of cops out there, and 98% of them, 99% of them are good people.
You're right. They try and do a job that most of us would not want to do. You couldn't pay me enough to get out there and deal with drunken idiots or people abusing spouses and stuff like that. I don't want to get involved with all that mess.
Well,
Oh my God.
Imagine trying to do it now, where if you're a cop and you defend yourself, you get fired.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
or
it's
you put yourself in the line of duty, and people don't respect the authority anymore.
Nope.
They think, oh, I can do whatever I want. You can't do anything to me.
You're just a cop. Yeah, that's all.
But in New York, somebody decided they disliked their police officers in New York City enough to where 3 of them were poisoned with a toxic substance after they ordered food at the local Shake Shack while they were policing a protest.
That, my friends, is attempted murder.
Yes, it
And
was.
that, my friends,
that's a terrorist activity.
Well,
yeah.
that is first degree. We have
Yes,
different
that's
degrees.
meditated, yes,
That's first degree
premeditated.
because it was premeditated.
Yep.
That's the worst of the worst. And that's what people are. These are the so-called peaceful protesters.
This was on a Shake Shack in Herald Square, right down in the middle of Manhattan. And apparently 3 police officers went to get food. They had ordered their food, waiting to get it. They started drinking and realized something tasted funny, and apparently someone had put bleach in their milkshakes.
That's ridiculous.
So they went to the Shake Shack, started questioning all the individuals, and apparently they had set the food off to the side or put it out there, and the police weren't right away there to pick it up, and they think somebody came up and did it before they got there. They apparently have cleared all the Shake Shack employees.
Okay, well,
So that's good.
that's a good thing. Yeah.
And now they're just telling them, be extra careful, wait for your food, watch it when it comes up, don't leave it unattended. Because there are people out there, are cowards out there who are willing to try and poison somebody. Poison is the most cowardly way of attacking somebody. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. But there are people willing to do it. It's crazy. So apparently all 3 officers had to go to the hospital. They're recovering with apparently no permanent damage from this. But it was, this is just, and the Shake Shack people were horrified to discover this, and they apologized. Everybody there is cooperating completely with the police department. So, but all of them are expected to recover. So, but now, of course, these guys can't even have a meal without coming under attack. That is
sad.
absolutely ridiculous. And you wonder, how is this going to affect future police officers?
Well, you look at what's happening now. You're starting to see officers take early retirement, and that's going to get worse. And you're starting to see recruitment levels for new police officers drop. And folks, this is a bad road to be on.
The crazy thing
Bad
is,
road.
you got to consider the applicants they are going to get now. The good guys who really want to serve the public and do good, they're not going to apply because the public isn't with them. You're going to get guys who get high in authority, who have sadistic tendencies. These are the guys you're going to get applying for police officer jobs, so it's only going to get worse. We're forcing the worst possible people into these positions by not allowing the best people to be supported.
Yeah, so we'll also have to double check and make sure that, because we got a message that said that they may have said that it wasn't bleach. So, but
it was something,
some kind of substance,
some toxic substance. They believe. Last I heard, that was this morning. They were just coming out with this story.
Great.
So this is what I got before I was able to get on the air here. So, but they said something. They were poisoned with something. So, and they believe it was bleach. And and it is also going to affect officers' morale. Also, imagine this. How would you feel about going to work?
What morale?
Exactly.
If you're an officer today, especially after what happened in Atlanta. Where look, every death is a tragedy.
Right. And I saw the video. I watched that. And he had a taser.
Yeah.
He fired it. It looks like he hit one of the officers. I'm not sure.
Look, let me tell you.
With the taser, though.
It doesn't matter.
I know.
If you take a weapon from a cop, or you turn and you fire a weapon of any kind at a cop, you're going to get return fire. That is how they're trained.
You're right.
Now, if you want to have a discussion on some different kind of trainings, then fine. But don't be mad then if the cops gang up and beat the hell out of somebody who fires at them. Because one of two things have got to happen. They've either got to protect themselves with their guns, or they're going to have to try and overwhelm the assailant in numbers and beat the crap out of them. So, I mean...
Well, the funny thing is, if for those of you who've seen it, you've seen the video, the guy was being cooperative the entire time until they tried to take him in the handcuffs.
Until they tried to put him in handcuffs.
Then, of course, I started digging a little deeper, and I found out a little bit about this guy's rap sheet.
Yeah, well, there's always a rap sheet.
Apparently, he had been in prison and let out because of the COVID-19 scare. So he was on early parole because of COVID-19.
Yeah, well, there you go.
He was let out 2 years early because of that. So obviously, if he had violated parole by being drunk, driving drunk, he was going right back to jail to finish his 2 years.
Well, you know what? People got to understand, Roger, to that point, not only did he have a rap sheet, let's just look at what he was doing. He was drunk driving a car.
Twice the legal limit. More than twice the legal limit.
There's crime number one. He was obstructing a business because he was drunk and asleep in the drive-thru. So apparently he got hungry, made it to the drive-thru, and then fell asleep. So luckily he didn't kill anybody on his way to the drive-thru.
Now what if he had driven out of there and killed somebody on the way home? That would have been a tragedy too.
That would have been
I would rather have somebody driving drunk get killed than have an innocent person get killed
by the drunk driver.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, if I had to, it's a hard choice to pick and choose like that, but that would be the choice I'd make every time.
Like I said, any death is a tragedy, but if you got a drunk driver who you want to leave on the road, I mean, I've heard people say, they should have just let him go. Let him go.
Well, they had his car, so he wasn't driving anywhere. They could have impounded his car, let him run around.
There were people out there that said they should have left him in his car and let him be. There are people out there saying that. And
take him out of his car, but when he ran, let him run. His car's sitting there. They had his car.
Here's the thing,
impound the car.
But here's the thing: a cop is not trained to let you run from a scene with a weapon, because
if
he what's the word I'm looking for?
Discharges the weapon?
No, if he took, let's say he went back around and took out a cop. Let's say he disabled a cop.
Oh, right.
What does that cop have in his vehicle? An assault weapon and assault shotgun.
Right.
A police officer cannot allow a criminal who is a known criminal to put not just themselves at risk, but to take the weapons from the cops and put other people at risk. You just can't do it.
I mean, this guy had a reputation that preceded him. I mean, he had been in prison for cruelty to children. Apparently, he had beat some little child so bad he put him in the hospital. You know, and a lot of people are going, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Still doesn't deserve to die, maybe, but then again, some people are going, maybe he should have.
Well, the media just doesn't do their job.
And domestic violence, he's had 3 or 4 domestic violence charges against him. I mean, he was not a stand-up citizen.
The media would have you believe that he
was a choir boy.
And other, including, I mean, look, you've heard me say what happened to George Floyd is awful, but George Floyd still wasn't a saint.
No.
Now, did he deserve to die? No.
Now I'm going to
he
throw
didn't.
this out there. Conspiracy theory. You ready? I had read this. I can't. The source was unverifiable, but let's just throw this out there for a little conjecture. There was a story that said George Floyd and what's his name, Chauvin, the cop who killed him,
Yeah.
were involved. Both of them were involved in a club where they were pushing counterfeit money.
Well, I don't know if they were both doing that.
And
but they
George
did,
supposedly was flashing a lot of it, and the people who were providing them with this money said, you need to shut him up. So this was like him just going to kill George Floyd because he needed to shut him up so the whole counterfeit money thing didn't blow up in their faces.
Well, see, what you're not being told by the media, and of course you're not being told as or Democrats, is that they had a relationship.
Yeah, they knew each other.
The officer and George Floyd knew each other, and they had a not good past.
Right.
So, look, this is not a case of white versus black. It is a case of a bad cop trying to shut up a guy because he didn't like him.
A bad cop and a criminal working together or not working together.
So, but these are facts that you're not going to hear anywhere else because it doesn't help the narrative.
Now, this comes down to what if you have to defend yourself? You have to consider how the media is going to paint you.
Yeah.
Every bullet you fire has a lawyer attached to it. When you're firing in a self-defense situation,
Yeah.
there's a lawyer strung along with that bullet, and you've got to know where it's going. I was kind of surprised the police fired on the Ray Shard because he was in a crowded parking lot with cars everywhere.
So,
I thought,
so
that's
I was
scary.
too. So I was telling somebody yesterday that I was surprised that he fired 3 shots at when he was running. But it says something to how well trained the city of Atlanta cops are, because all 3 shots hit the target.
Okay, yeah, but Rule 4 of gun safety: always be sure of your target and what's
Of course.
beyond it.
Right, but
you
just
have
saying,
to assume
you
you're going to miss.
Right, of course. You
Did
should.
he look and see what
And-
was banned? Were there cars
Now-
sitting there in the parking lot waiting to
Right.
get in?
Now they're going to give police more leeway than they would us, the citizens.
Right, absolutely.
So I
Without
would
a
not
doubt.
look, folks. You know me. I will defend myself and my family and friends, but I'm not going to shoot a guy who runs away from me. I may try. Look, I'm pretty fast. So I could probably catch him, and beat the hell out of him, but I'm not going to shoot a run. But that's, and you as a citizen,
Now,
don't do it.
That's the thing you have to know. I mean, you have your family, you have your home, you have your business, you have property.
Yeah.
What length do you go to defend these things?
Right, and think about it.
You have to know the law in every state. It's different.
And you as a citizen, you don't have the police union to protect you. You don't have all these things that they have. So yeah, in every state, Roger, you're all right, it's different.
So, I mean, a lot of states have the castle doctrine, meaning if someone breaks into your house, they're fair game, whether they're armed or not.
And Georgia and Florida both have stand your ground laws.
Right,
too.
and I believe Texas has castle doctrine as
Yeah,
well.
I'm sure they do.
And there's probably about a dozen other states at least that have that. And there are states that do not. If someone goes into your house and they don't have a weapon or they don't threaten you with deadly force, you're not allowed to shoot them. You just have to let them take what they want.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up. That's why I don't live in libtard states.
Yeah, well, yeah, that'd be one good reason not to. But that's something you need to be aware of if you have a weapon.
I believe if you break into someone's house, you should first be bit by a dog.
A big dog.
A big dog, hopefully.
Big
you should
dog.
be bit, yes. Then the owner should have their way with you.
That's right.
And I don't mean in a good way.
Yeah, see how far that shot. How long is that shotgun barrel?
Exactly right. I'm just saying. Oh,
right.
man.
But I mean, that's something everyone has to consider. And let me tell you one more quick fact before we go to a break. These last few months have seen over 2 million brand new gun owners come to ownership of their first weapons.
Wow.
So there's over 2 million people. That's what they've got registered so far.
Yep.
Private sales may change that a little bit the other way, but over
good
2
sign.
million new people have got guns that have never had them before.
That's
so.
Good.
All right,
good,
we're going to come
good
back in just a
sign.
minute and talk about that a little bit more because I think that has some interesting repercussions. You're listening to America's Web Radio. This is Locked and Loaded, and I'm Roger B. with my special guest, Victor Armendariz.
For a
This
few
is
minutes.
Dr. Susan Blank, Medical Director for the Atlanta Healing Center. Our team is able to offer a multitude of treatment options such as quantitative EEG, also known as brain mapping, hormonal and nutritional assessments, neuropsychological testing, and cognitive therapy, along with traditional 12-step facilitation. And we can even offer you, if appropriate, a gentle medically managed detox. Please contact us at 770-696-9862.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email maga45cag@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at maga45cag@gmail.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everybody. We're back. And just before we left for the break, we were talking about over 2 million new gun owners in the United States. And I'm thinking that can be a good thing or a bad thing. Let's hope that these people are responsible. If you're listening and you're a new gun owner, know your local laws. Get some training if you don't already have some. Learn the 4 rules of gun safety, which I could recite in a minute, but I have to think about it for a second. But, basically keep your finger off the trigger till you're ready to shoot. Mm-hmm. Treat every gun as if it's loaded. Be aware of your target and what's beyond it. And don't point a gun at anything you don't intend to shoot. Pretty good rules to live by, always. And if you remember those, even if you have an accident, it's less likely to be a horrific accident. And you may end up killing a couch or a TV or a, something like that, or an easy chair. But, try not to kill anything you don't intend to kill.
Yes, that would be good practice.
You don't want to go. Now, if you want to go in there and kill vegetables, I've seen it done. I saw a watermelon explosion this week. That was outstanding.
I think target shooting is a blast, and I recommend it for everyone, especially if you're if you're one of those new gun owners out there, or you're looking to get your carry permit, then definitely go make sure you get some training and go do some target shooting. Go learn how look, folks, the gun will react. First of all, depending on the type gun you have and depending on how it fits your hand is going to will make differences on how you fire it.
Right. Ideally, you want to be able to shoot a gun before you buy it.
Yeah, that would be good.
Ideal situations. Yeah. Sometimes that's not always possible, but if you go to a local range and they have rental guns, by all means, spend their $10 or $20 or $50. You're buying something that you're going to use to defend your life and your family's lives with. It's worth spending $50 to check it out and make sure you're getting what you need.
It's like buying a helmet for your head when you're riding a motorcycle. Don't buy the $20 helmet.
Right.
Buy the $100 helmet.
Unless you have a $20 head, then by all means.
Yeah, by all means, buy that $20. Yeah.
But it's not always the price of the gun necessarily, but there are different features. There are different fits of hand and things like that. Different ways a gun will react. Some guns have a little snappier recoil. Some have less.
In regards to price about guns, I will say this: if you're looking for an everyday carry, that's what you're going to use to protect yourself, then definitely go shoot some guns, do your research, because some are definitely better than others.
Right. And also, but most guns today are fairly reliable. They're pretty durable because the machining techniques, the computer design has all taken gun design to a whole new level where it wasn't 50 years ago. So most of them are going to be pretty decent. And you want to carry something that you're not going to cry if you get a scratch on it either. You don't want to spend $2,000 on some super collectible weapon that you want to carry with you, and it's and you're going to cry if it gets scratched or gets a little holster rub on it.
Again, if it's your everyday carry, then
Of course, if you want to carry one of those, go right ahead. I admire somebody who's willing to drop a couple grand on a carry gun.
But you're going to end up scratching it. You're going to do some stuff to it. So.
But it's a tool. You spend money on tools, you use them, you scratch them, it happens. I wouldn't say to abuse them, but definitely use them.
Right.
So... And you may just have to load up. You may have to lock and load a little more because there are arsonists, apparently in California, that are targeting homes that are displaying American flags.
So you people out there in California that want to wave a flag, make sure you get plenty of spitballs And slingshots.
Nerf bullets.
And Nerf bullets. Can you even buy a paintball gun in California?
Don't know. Probably with a
Or
permit,
air-
a 20-day waiting period, a
Unbelievable.
training course.
Well,
I don't know. Now, this article came from a place called Zero Hedge by a gentleman who calls himself Tyler Durden. For those of you who have seen Fight Club, you know this is not his real name.
Yeah.
But apparently, at least 4 homes were targeted in the Sun Garden neighborhood Saturday morning. Some of these left nothing more than a charred pole. Sometimes the people came out and saw the flags on fire, were able to put them out before it caught their house on fire. So be aware, these people are so, I don't know if it's anti-American or just anti-establishment, or they just trying to cause trouble, but there are people out there who are willing to set your house on fire to prove a point.
Ugh.
Be aware of this. And no, I mean, this to me would seem like a threat of life and limb if they're trying to burn your house.
It's typical for a tyrannical type government or Antifa. Some
mean
of
the fascist?
Yes.
The anti-First Amendment people?
Some of these protesters out there, and I use protesters in quotations, air quotes. This is the tactics that have been used throughout history by tyrannical governments.
And
intimidation,
and fascist
fear.
leaders, yes.
Yep.
That's what they're
So
doing. They're
don't
trying
let it
to
happen to you.
They're trying to intimidate you into taking your American flags down and to not
Yeah.
expressing
They
pride in
want
your
you to
country.
not fly.
That's right.
And there are people in California who are taking their flags down because they're afraid.
Right. It's like Trump stickers.
That's not
People
the thing to
don't
do.
want to have a Trump sticker on their
Yeah.
car because they think, someone might scratch my
Yeah.
car when I'm not there.
It's terrible.
And it's bad that you can't express your opinion without being afraid
Yeah.
for your property
By
or your
the,
life.
By the tolerant left.
Oh, they're not
mind
even
you.
close to tolerant. Come on. Look at their history.
Look, folks, I would tell you, fly your flag, and if you're in California, get bricks, get rocks, get whatever you need to defend your property.
Yes. Now you can buy a gun in California. It's not illegal.
It's a rare occasion.
You can't carry one in California hardly unless you're outside of Los Angeles County.
Or you're part of the Hollywood elite.
It's easier. Yeah, then you have security guards who pay special money to get special favors. And all the politicians out there, Dianne Feinstein has a carry permit because she's special.
Oh, very special. She's more important than you.
Yeah, but it was funny because now these people are afraid to even fly an American flag. They're intimidating these people into not being proud of their country because they're trying to set fire to their flags that are attached to their houses. They're trying to burn their house down, basically. This is ridiculous. I mean, this is the type of crime that is purely politically motivated and a purely terroristic act. You're not doing this just because you're mad at somebody. You're trying to intimidate somebody into not being proud of their country or to flying a flag. This is insane. But this is what it's coming to now. I mean, and the fact that police officers are being intimidated not to act on these terrorists and these arsonists make it even harder for people who have to defend themselves. When you have that gun, you're going to have to make split-second decisions as to whether you shoot or not. And you have to decide, are you being threatened? Is your life being threatened? Is your property being threatened? And where do you draw the line? If someone's trying to set fire to your house, I would think that would be a threat to your life and your family's life and everything, especially if they're sleeping inside or they're inside the house and someone tries to burn your house down. That would seem like a good cause for that. But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, and every state is going to vary. So be aware of your state laws. And make sure if you do shoot, make sure of your target and what's beyond it. Don't shoot at some guy in your front yard and end up killing your neighbor. That would not be good.
That would not be good.
Because that's where the lawyer attached to the bullet comes in.
Yeah. And once again, if you leave said liberal states and you go to a red state, do not take liberal voting habits with you.
That's right. If you're trying to
It's just
escape something in a liberal state, don't come here and make it the same way.
Exactly. So
Or,
this is just
or
a-
wherever you are. Don't go to a conservative state and make it the same
Right.
way.
This is just a service announcement from Locked and Loaded.
Because it seems as if most of the more conservative cities tend to have a handle on the rioters and arsonists a little bit better. You know?
Apparently, we even have a handle on COVID-19 better.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it seems like it.
Oh, man.
But this is something you got to be aware of now. Even if you're a gun owner, be aware. Someone may try and set your house on fire if you have an American flag
Just
out there.
because you have a flag.
I'm like, it's crazy what's going on, and everybody needs to be aware of this. And you 2 million new gun owners, get some training. Work with somebody. I don't want you to buy a gun, load it, throw it in a nightstand, and never look at it again. And unfortunately, that happens to so many weapons that are purchased. people think, oh, I know how to do it. It's easy. You just pull the trigger and that's it. Shooting a gun is difficult enough. Shooting a gun accurately is even harder than that. Then you add the pressure of someone breaking into your house or assaulting your home or assaulting your family, and then you try and shoot accurately with a gun that you're not familiar with. Chances are you're going to miss. I know it's funny because people say, oh, you're so close, you're never going to miss. I've seen people miss at 3 yards away. A man-sized target. It happens.
It does happen.
And that's people who don't have any training and they think something's wrong with the gun. And then I take the gun myself, fire 3 rounds, center mass, and go, nope, it's not the gun. Then you start working on their grip, their finger control, their trigger discipline. You start working on the fundamentals that help make them a better shot. And it's amazing how much you can improve with just a short range session.
Yep.
I mean, this is something you're going to use to defend your and your family's life. Take the time to learn how to use it.
Especially nowadays when we're going to lose police officers. Response time is going to be even worse.
That's right. You more than ever are going to be your own first responder.
Your first responder is going to be you. Yes,
That's
absolutely.
Right.
I mean, you're going to have cops now that are going to find reasons not to answer calls.
Right.
Because of the fear that they have for their life, for their job.
It'll be in the wrong neighborhood, or it'll be, somewhere where they go, well, I'm on a break. I'll get there when I get there.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough,
Sad.
and you're going to be responsible for more and more time between you making a call and having a police officer arrive.
Yep.
If they even bother coming.
It's crazy. I mean, we're going to get to the point where, at least in red states, where if these idiot criminals attempt to do these things in red states, where the ambulance will probably get to the house before the cop does.
Right. The ambulance in the corner will arrive first.
The corner will arrive first, yeah.
So now that there's no police officers and you have to shoot somebody, what are you supposed to do with the body? Just asking for a friend.
Yeah. I'm just asking for some.
That's right.
How often are we going to hear that pretty soon?
Yeah, or you call the police police station. Help, I'm being robbed. Oh, we're on our way. We're sending thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, we're sending out thoughts. Well, it's like I said earlier. I said earlier on my show today, what's going to start happening is phone calls are going to go into 911, and the operator is going to go, thank you for calling 911. Since you voted to defund your police department, we're going to transfer your call to the Office of Peace and Unicorns.
Right, and we'll assign a social worker to deal with your trauma as soon as it's over.
Don't worry, a taxpayer-funded psychologist and social worker will be at your house soon.
After the attack has finished and taken place. Once things are safe again, we will send somebody in.
Yeah,
if you survive, we will have plenty of counseling available for you.
I tell you, you liberals, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I think, even most liberals, I don't think want to see police departments defunded.
I would say maybe sensible, independent leaning Democrats. But your whack job,
the hardcore left
Democrat socialist out there wants to defund the police. And I'm telling you, be careful what you wish for, because a criminal isn't always as dumb as you think they are. They're not going to come to a house where they think they're going to get pushback. They're less likely to be
no guns, more peace. Yeah, the guy on that, he's going to be the first one to be attracting criminal elements, because they're going to go, no guns? Oh, good. He probably has stuff here.
Yeah. Hey, mention it before we go to break. Just like we've said before, Roger, if you're so hell-bent on no guns, then put the sign in front of your house that says this is a gun-free zone.
That's right. And see how criminals react to that, as they usually do.
Yeah.
All right, you're listening to America's Web Radio. I'm Roger B., Unlocked and Loaded, with Victor Armendariz.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
In 2009, the membership organization Docs for Patient Care was founded. People all around the country wanted to participate in the efforts of this group, and they wanted to join, but they were unable to do so unless they were physicians. It's for this reason that the Docs for Patient Care Foundation was created. Now, everyone can join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. While you're at your computer, please go to www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org and make a tax-deductible donation and join the fight along with us. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
We're back for one more segment. I am Roger B. This is Locked and Loaded, and you're listening to America's Web Radio.
Probably 2 more segments.
2 more segments. No, this is the next one.
The bottom.
We're going to do one more, and then we're going to do another one after that.
I got you.
Okay, whatever. We'll be here until they tell us to go home.
Radio talk. Oh, well, with our luck,
it'll be in 5 minutes.
It's going to be in 5.
I've almost been fired so many times it's hard to count.
Oh, man. Oops.
I'm not as good with watching my language as I should be. But anyway, okay. Now, for all you people who live in states where you think, I'm going to order my gun online and get it shipped to my FFL, I don't care where I am, I'm going to defend myself. Well, let me tell you something that's come out now.
Good luck with it.
The truck drivers' unions and truck drivers are saying they will not deliver to cities with defunded police departments.
So, I got news for the newly developed nation of Chaz. You won't be getting deliveries.
Amazon will not be coming there.
So your little precious coffee deliveries and your Starbucks deliveries
did you see
and your
their
Amazon
list of stuff they wanted?
Of course.
Oh my God!
So now they want a barter.
Some girl put a plea out there for Evian water because she's allergic to Dasani.
Well, too damn bad. You should have thought about that before you ran to the country of Chaz.
Chaz, or no, now it's called Chop.
Oh, Chop, right.
Chop, Chaz.
I heard they went
Tard.
to Chop and then they went back to Chaz.
Oh,
there was
they?
internal fighting
I'm
between
on
the
the
new
name.
warlord, who used to be a former rapper, and the rest of the people there. Now they're all,
The rest of the animals.
the
Lord
rest
of the
of the
Flies taking place in real life.
right there in front of our face.
And I hear they're going to people's homes and businesses if they're still in that area, and they're demanding stuff from them.
They're extorting.
And if they don't get it, they go in and they ransack the place
Yeah.
with armed people, and they take what they want.
Yep. That's the warlord that's
Oh, this is a much
leading the
better
thugs.
system than having cops following actual
Oh, yeah.
laws and having the occasional go in and take what you want or destroy people's lives and property.
You Democrats out there that make fun of all of us who hold up the Constitution and revere the Constitution, why don't you move
to Chaz?
Just for a week or two, go move to Chaz. And do it soon, because the country of Chaz ain't going to be there for too long.
Yeah, we need to get a travel agent involved in this. We need to have somebody having vacation packages to Chaz.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean,
take a tour bus of the whole 6-block area.
In fact, why don't we move the nation of Chaz to an island and just let the nation of Chaz have at it?
Yeah.
And hope it doesn't tip over.
There's a little dig for Mr. Johnson there.
Oh, Hank Johnson, you more. I mean, Hank Johnson.
You revered
you
congressman.
just nice congressman, you.
Jeez, I think a second grader would know better than to think an island could tip over.
You would think.
I wonder, does he think it's an iceberg?
I think
just roll
really
around in the water?
do think Hank Johnson really must have confused an iceberg.
Did he think it was tied with ropes down to the ground?
You know, it makes me wonder a lot. That's just of what goes through the head of Hank Johnson. But,
But anyway, so if you're sitting in one of these areas where you want to defund police departments, keep in mind you may not get trucks coming through there to deliver anything to you.
That's right.
And you're thinking, oh well, they'll have to do it. No, they won't.
No, they won't. Is the army of Chaz going to
force them? Yes. No, I don't think so. And truck drivers are often the targets of these violent protesters for some reason.
Yep.
I don't know why.
Why would a truck driver want to go?
Right. Why would he risk his load, his life, his possible livelihood if he owns the truck? Why would he risk it going to an area where there's lawlessness?
I don't even think I say we go to Guatemala and Honduras and Nicaragua and we start a new caravan. And let's take them straight to the nation of Chaz.
That's right.
I don't think they would come.
There's 100. Yeah, they go, oh, no. No bueno.
No bueno. No bueno. Oh, man. We're going to get emails for that. But that's okay. You send them to Victor at AmericasWebRadio.com and Roger at AmericasWebRadio.com.
I'm bilingual. I speak English and bad English. But I mean, they've the truck drivers, like I say, in '92, they beat that truck driver
Yeah, to a
beyond
pulp.
Yeah, I mean, he can't walk anymore. He can barely speak.
It's terrible. Yeah.
And yet the 3 guys who did it were caught on video.
Mm-hmm.
They know who they were. The truck driver did nothing to them, and they got off scot-free.
Yep.
They were able to basically cripple this guy for life and destroy his livelihood,
It's on
and they got
video.
off scot-free.
They took a brick, smashed it to his head, to a guy who did nothing but drive his truck.
Yeah, now they polled over almost 1,300 drivers, and 80% of them said they will refuse loads to cities with disbanded or defunded police departments. So keep that in mind as you want to defund your police departments. Can you live without your Amazon deliveries, your eBay deliveries,
Exactly.
your shopping channel deliveries,
your
whatever it is?
Starbucks deliveries, because your Starbucks store in there is going to have to close because it's not going to get.
It's not going to get any coffee, no creamer, no
Nope.
pumps of maple syrup or whatever creamer or cinnamon or whatever kind of flavoring you want to put in your coffee.
How on earth are the people of Chaz going to sit in their cry closet with some kind of frappuccino?
With no coffee, no
I
cigarettes.
mean, they're not going to be able to do it. Yeah,
They're
no
asking for cigarettes and
cigarette.
lighters too. I was like,
Yeah, no yeah.
how are cigarettes a demand you need?
Let's give them lighters so they can burn some more stuff.
Yeah, they're already proving to be pretty good arsonists with whatever they had.
Look, I wouldn't put it past that idiot mayor out there who to
Oh, it's
send
just a block
them-
party. It's a block
yeah,
party.
it's just a block party. It's a festival. It's a poetry festival. It's a commune. Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it past that idiot mayor. She's probably going to try and send them marijuana and send them whatever else.
Yeah.
Needles.
Well, you send them enough marijuana, it might work. Because they'll get all stoned and just walk in there, take it back.
Just take it back.
Hand out bags of chips and away you go.
Well, what you do is you get them. We'll let them get all stoned, and then outside their borders, we'll be dangling bags of chips and snacks and hot dogs, and they'll just come out one by one.
Entice them out.
They'll just put a chips on a string and follow right to the paddy wagon.
But keep in mind, if they do defund police departments and truck drivers won't deliver there, or 80% of them won't, the 20% that do are going to get a lot more money because you're going to have to draw from a lot less number of truck drivers, and those guys are going to want a lot more money. So suddenly, when your quarter pounder goes up to $7 or $8 because it takes a lot to deliver it there,
your Mocha Grande Chino Frappa whatever is going to be $20.
$20 with a side of nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I mean, no one's going to deliver there. Insurance is going to be higher. No one's going to be able to afford to live in those areas.
Will go up.
Yeah, defunded police departments probably going to make those cities ridiculously expensive to live in, which will cause people to move.
I tell you, it's. I really do think a backlash is coming. These people are. They may not all go vote for Republicans, but they're not going to go vote for Democrats. They may sit at home. This is going to be quite the election.
Now, I've heard that the U-Haul guys are super busy booking trucks out of Minneapolis right now.
And they'll pay nicely if you'll take one to Minneapolis.
Oh no. But just when you thought it was just the police battling these guys, there's a story out on the 13th. Patriots bikers plan a retake of Chaz in Seattle.
Uh-oh.
So they're heading off. They're going to go of course, July 4th.
I'd like to be part of that ride. I'm not going to lie. Man.
So since July 4th was Independence Day, they're going to go try and take back the part of the United States that Chaz or Chop or Chino or whatever his name is.
Whatever they're calling themselves. Well, this is going to be fun to watch, and I want a front row seat.
I don't know how. Well, if the police aren't responding to any calls in this Chaz country, I don't know if they're going to be met. Will they be met with any resistance? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. This would be something for reality TV needs to handle on this.
Hollywood needs to get out there with cameras right away, because if these bikers do show up, these morons in Chaz, including the warlord rapper that's running things over there for now, because he does have opposition. I'm sure they'll try.
There's somebody running against him.
It'll get violent. Mobs know nothing but violence, and
right. That's how they gain their
but
power.
They're going to lose, and they're going to lose badly.
Yeah, because I imagine Patriots and the bikers, there's probably a lot of veterans and former police
absolutely.
officers in that crowd.
They don't just need guns. They can beat the snot out of these people. And I don't think the citizen of Chaz is very well trained. So it would be funny. I hope it doesn't come to that. Honestly, as I said before, Roger, I'd kind of like to see this play out. I don't think it's going to last more than a month.
I mean, without cigarettes and coffee, they're going to die soon anyway.
Gonna
I say just shut off the phone towers to that area.
Yes, maybe we'll just start shutting power.
When they can't stream anything, they're just going to go home.
Oh my gosh, kill their internet and their cell phones. Holy cow. You want to end the nation of Chaz real quick? Do that.
If they can't video stuff and take pictures and stream everything on social media, what's the point? If no one knows.
If no one knows, they will go nuts.
That would seem like an easy way to take care of this.
The show South Park, there was a character, I think his name was Tweak.
Oh,
and
Tweak,
he was
yeah.
always nervous and shaking.
His parents owned the coffee shop.
They owned the coffee shop, and so he was so high on caffeine, he was constantly shaking, and he was anxiety-ridden. That is going to be the people of Chaz.
You're going to need something. But they actually posted the event on Facebook. The bikers... Okay, the Patriot Biker Group says they will not break any laws, but just remove the problems that have bound Seattle to the agenda of the communist socialist groups. Their aim is to take back that zone for America.
Oh, and this is on Facebook.
Oh, here's the actual Facebook post. On July 4th, Independence Day, a coalition of Patriot groups, all who want to join, are going to retake the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone for America. Antifa members are illegally occupying public property and terrorizing small businesses in the neighborhood. American patriots have agreed to come together again, remove the barricades, illegally obstructing traffic, and free the people in the zone. You do not need a bike to join, and all patriots with all vehicles are welcome to come to this event.
Oh, man.
There you go. You've got your invitation.
You know where I want to be on the 4th of July. Man, let me see. Gosh, it's just so... I might have to figure out a way to get to Seattle.
Oh, wait, there's more. We're not going to hurt anybody, break any laws. We are simply going to tear down the illegal barriers on public property, clean up the mess these communist kids made, and return the police station over to the Seattle Police Department control.
This is going to be interesting. This will be fun.
The staging area will be Seward Park. The parking lot can handle roughly 10,000 bikes easily.
Well... Ooh. I would like to be there, and I really want Hollywood to be there. You're not going to get better filming than this.
This would be a great reality show. Oh my gosh.
This would be the best reality show ever. It would be one that I would watch.
Oh, here's this Raz Simone. That's the quote-unquote warlord of Seattle's recently occupied Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone.
Former rapper.
Yep. Oh, maybe. No, he's a current rapper, apparently.
Okay, he may be a rapper, but now he's a warlord.
He's a rapper with big words and a nasty attitude. Sounds a bit like Somalia, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Wow.
Let's bring all the worst parts of third world countries to America.
In Seattle, downtown. Hey, look.
They don't call it the left coast for nothing.
These liberal cities deserve what they give themselves.
Oh, really? And this wasn't even where the whole thing started. It started in Minneapolis, but they, Actually,
Crazy.
this is not in Minneapolis at all.
Wow. Crazy.
So there will be fireworks on July 4th.
Yes, there will be, and this could be, like I said, it's going to be the best reality show. I just hope that there's someone there to film it.
Mm-hmm. What's the Antifa BLM will be in for some fireworks on the 4th. Will, with the well-known strength of bikers, be enough to make the insurrectionists pick up and leave? Antifa goons should watch out. Bikers are tough.
I don't know if the store insurrection will leave, but I do believe... No, bad radio host.
Yeah.
I can tell you that this is going to be fun to watch.
Hopefully this will pan out before then. They only have they got a couple of weeks to maybe let this thing fizzle out before they get there. If not, July 4th is going to be one hell of a fireworks show.
This could be better than the Independence Day movies.
That's right. We don't need aliens.
We don't have aliens, but we have the nation of Chaz.
We have local communists. The local communist chapter
rapping
Raz Simone,
warlords.
Rapping warlords. There you go. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. You're listening to America's Web Radio, and this is Locked and Loaded.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back. I'm Roger B. This is Locked and Loaded, and you're listening to America's Web Radio. The next story I have is going to be kind of weird because a lot of parents are going to be able to relate to this. I'm sure any parent who's had some child in school has realized when they let schools out and decided to do virtual learning, all parents had to learn how to use Zoom or Skype or whatever, virtual system the school was using to get kids back in a virtual classroom with teachers or with other students and be able to have a meeting or be able to talk to other students or interact with teachers directly. And this seems like the use of technology to help education always seems like a good idea. However, there are some teachers who decided to take it upon themselves to act as law enforcement officials as well as teachers. And you may wonder, how could that happen? Well, apparently a teacher was looking at one of the child's rooms that he was sitting in when he was in a Zoom classroom, and discovered she filed a report to call that she had seen a BB gun on the wall behind the student during the class video call. Oh my God, a BB gun in an 11-year-old's room. Oh my God, how weird is that? Well, apparently this is Baltimore County, Maryland, so of course the gun laws there are very strict. So she called the police, told them to go to this kid's house, a 5th grader, because he had a BB gun hanging on his wall behind him during the Zoom virtual classroom. Now, the boy's mother, Courtney Lancaster Sperry, was a Navy veteran. She's warning other parents about the invasion of privacy during virtual classes. Keep this in mind, because almost every kid in America who's been in a virtual classroom has teachers looking in on where they are. Now, most of you probably don't even think about what's in the background behind the camera when you have your child in front of a camera in a Zoom classroom. And apparently, Miss Sperry didn't either. She just figured, the kid's in his room. He's got stuff in his room that 11-year-old boys have. A BB gun was one of them, and she didn't think anything of it. But this teacher took it upon herself to call the police on him because they saw a BB gun in his room. Actually, it was a concerned parent and 2 teachers. It was apparently this gun was locked in a rack behind him, so it was properly stored, with a Red Ryder BB gun and other BB guns in the background. He was not holding them. He never pointed them at anybody. He never pointed at them. He was doing his lesson face-to-face with his teachers on this virtual system, and these were just in the background. And this teacher she called the principal, and the principal decided they were going to call the police and ask that the home be searched. So keep this in mind. If your kids are in virtual classrooms, keep in mind how much you're letting teachers into your life. And these teachers apparently think they are now law enforcement officials as well, and think they know what's best for your kids at home or the classroom. Now, granted, you cannot bring a gun to school. We know that, BB gun or otherwise. But the fact that it was in a home where apparently the kid had permission to have it, and with a Navy veteran as a mother, I'm sure he was given proper instruction in how to use it and how not to use it. And, this is crazy that this is happening. So be aware. I mean, this is something that's going to get worse too, because as the COVID scare goes on, more and more classrooms are going to be made virtual, and more people are going to be looking into your house, into your home, into your rooms, and they're going to be seeing everything that's in there. So be cautious, make preparations, hang a big white sheet up behind wherever your child is and just write on it, what's behind this is none of your business. Make sure you have taken precautions to hide anything that may be offensive to somebody. You may have an American flag that's offensive to somebody. Some teachers may not like that. You may have a communist flag, which other teachers may find offensive. I mean, this goes both ways. It doesn't have to just be about gun control or about, religious items can be there. I mean, who knows? Now, the 11-year-old in question is a Boy Scout pursuing the rank of Eagle Scout. And apparently he's an outdoors kind of, boy kind of kid. And his parents said he's allowed to own guns. In addition to the BB guns, she said her son is training his archeries and enjoys shooting his airsoft gun. So obviously this woman was shocked when the police pulled up in front of the house, and they had no idea what was going on because there had never been any legal trouble here before. So she didn't know what to think. Now, she said the police officers were very nice. They explained to me they were coming to the address to address an issue with my son's school. And then explained they were there to search for weapons in the home. She consented to let him in, and then she stood there while the police officers entered her 11-year-old son's bedroom. And the officers that responded were appalled at the call, even commented that the setup my son had for the guns showed respect for the weapons and showed they were properly stowed. So, I mean, even the police don't want to have to do this kind of thing. But unfortunately, politicians are running police departments. And that's why I think you see a lot of police officers wanting to get out of the business right now, because they're no longer serving the public good. They're being used as revenue collectors. They're being used as Gestapo to push agendas of people who are in charge of them. And a lot of them know the laws better than the politicians who are there. Politicians are supposed to be lawmakers. They're supposed to know the law. No laws were broken, and yet they called the police on some child for not breaking a single law. Now imagine how violated you would feel if police come into your house, start searching the house for something, find it, tell you why they're there, and then you realize you didn't do anything wrong. It was just some teacher's opinion that your child shouldn't have a BB gun that caused the police to come there. Yeah, should she have refused to let the cops come into her house without a search warrant? Maybe, but you know what? It's, as we've seen in the past, it's always better to comply with police officers than to irritate them and vex them and cause them to go through any additional steps. Because think about it, if you comply, usually things go a lot smoother, a lot easier. And apparently in this case, the police didn't even want to be there. And the teacher took a screenshot of the boy's bedroom, which is kind of creepy anyway. I mean, you got to realize you're letting these people into your home when you have virtual learning. So this is only going to get worse, because as of now, a lot of places are not even going to be reopening schools next year. And this includes college campuses too. So if you're a college campus and you're a hunter and you're working from home and you have guns in the background, you could have a professor call the police on you because you have guns in the background of your, in your room or wherever you happen to be, in your basement, in your trophy room. Who knows? But virtual learning is going to open up a whole new can of worms for privacy. And it's going to be difficult to determine where to draw the lines. And apparently here we've seen the lines will be drawn by the teachers, by the principals, by the people in charge of the school. And as most of us know, they tend to be anti-gun, anti-American even in some cases, as with the changing of history books. A lot of these people just want to push a communist agenda. They want to be in control of your child's education, in charge of his moral raising, and they don't want the parents to get in the way of their indoctrination. But so just be aware, that's happening now. Don't let it happen to you. Now we're going to run up to Chicago real quick. The mayor of Chicago has made a plea for her people. Mayor Keene has said, please do not protect yourself with guns. Well, what are we supposed to use, Mayor Keene? I mean, you're in charge of one of the most violent cities in the entire country. People get shot there every single weekend. In fact, you just had one of the deadliest weekends since 1961. More people shot, more people killed than there have been in any weekend since 1961. Just to let you know, that was almost 60 years ago since they've had this kind of violence. And let me tell you something. Criminals don't care. They don't obey laws. You're the one who needs to obey the laws. And they have some of the strictest gun control laws in the country, in the Chicago area, and yet still, they're one of the deadliest cities when it comes to illegal murders and illegal shootings. So just be aware of this. This is going to be something that's, these anti-gun politicians are going to push their agenda. They're going to try and get everybody else to fall in line with what they want. Now, the biggest thing is, she's telling you, don't pick up arms and try to be the police. If there's a problem, call 911. Show strength and do not take matters into your own hands. Now, I bet she has armed security guards around here 24/7. I bet she never has to call 911 because she's got somebody within shouting distance of her with a gun everywhere she goes, especially in a city like that. I mean, she didn't want people to shoot anybody, to kill anybody, to for any reason. It's like, if you're defending your family, there's nothing you won't do to do that. And I love people who will tell you, oh, you care more about your property than you do about someone's life. And I'm thinking, if someone breaks into my house, they care more about my property than they do about their own life. Because I'll tell you something, that door that was locked, that you kicked in, was not there to protect me from you. Quite the opposite. You break through that door, you're going to have a world of hurt on your hands. And I'm sure everybody who's ever taken a self-defense class or has thought about the possibility knows that there is no length they won't go to protect their lives, their families' lives, and their home and their property. Now granted, if a guy steals a chainsaw out of your garage and he's running away with it, can't really shoot that guy, or at least you shouldn't. He's stealing property, yes, but he's no longer causing a threat. He's running away. He's trying to get some space. So watch out. Now, I know there was a case of this many years ago, and a judge threw it out and said, nope, he was stealing from somebody, not guilty, and released the guy who shot the guy stealing a chainsaw. But in a lot of more liberal places, you cannot defend your property. In fact, you can't even stand your ground in your own home. You have to evacuate before you shoot somebody who's breaking into your house. Now, I hope you don't fall into this trap. I hope you don't live in a place where they don't respect your right to the castle doctrine, where your home is your castle and you defend it with whatever means necessary. But, it's just, be aware of this. Be careful. Here it comes. They're coming for the guns. They don't want anybody to get shot. They only want the criminals to do the shooting. So, also, Mayor Keene, or no, this is well, that's the governor. Oh yeah, that was Chicago's mayor. Okay, this is she was also there. She was angry. 46 residents got shot, 4 fatally. And what is she ranting about? The fact that people are having parties, that they're violating social distancing. And she's saying, we're going to follow social media. We're going to find you. We're going to catch you. We're going to arrest you. There's nothing that you can do. So, she was more concerned that people were violating social distancing and going to parties than she was that 46 people got shot in one weekend. This lady, and then when it comes to getting a haircut, she was getting a haircut. Even though no one else in the city is allowed to, she says because she's in the public eye, because she's on camera so much, she has a right to do that, while you do not. You are not as important as she is. All right, we're going to have to leave it at that. I'm Roger B. This has been Locked and Loaded, and you've been listening to America's Web Radio.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email maga45tag@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at maga45tag@gmail.com.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
What?
This is Detailing Addiction. I'm Dr. Susan Blank. You're listening to America's Web Radio. Today in studio, I have with me David Donaldson from the Atlanta Healing Center. Hey, David.
Hi, Susan.
And we have our very special guest, friend of the show, Leanne Jamison. She is the clinical director for Caron Atlanta, which is an outpatient treatment program for the disease of addiction.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
What?
Phone number. Program for the disease of addiction.
Thank you for having me.
Before we get into our topic, which I think is a very interesting one, spelled CARON.org. So that's www information, website, and phone number. So have those ready, and we'll be sure to remember. I'm warning our listeners to have pen and paper available so that if you are interested in learning more about Caron Treatment Centers, both the location here in Atlanta and other locations throughout the country, we'll give you contact information, website, and phone number. So have those ready, and we'll be sure to remember to give those to you. But if you want to get a jump on it, go to www.Caron, and Caron is not spelled the way you think. It's spelled CARON.org. So that's www.Caron.org. And if you want to know more information about the local programs here in Atlanta, please call 678-543-5718, 678-543-5718, and Leanne will be happy to help you. So thank you for coming.
Thank you
for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Before we get into our topic, which I think is a very interesting one, and I'm glad that you are willing to do this topic because I think it's very interesting. But as a tease, first I'd like you to explain a little bit about what Caron Atlanta is.
Sure.
And what kind of work and the patients that you treat there.
Sure. So, Caron Atlanta is an outpatient treatment facility for people that struggle with addiction. The primary issue that they are struggling with has to be of substance use. We treat teens from the age of 14, all the way up to adults. So we have intensive outpatient services for those teens as well as adults. We have outpatient groups. We have specialized groups such as early recovery groups for men, early recovery groups for females, and also the professionals group that we hold. We also offer evaluations. So if somebody needs to come in for a clinical evaluation or assessment to identify what the appropriate level of care is for their treatment, they would come to us. We do a thorough evaluation and at least get them connected and directed into the specific direction that they need to be. So that might be connecting them with different services as far as like residential or maybe a mental health facility or an intensive outpatient mental health. We work within the schools as well. So we have a specific team that goes into the schools that for early intervention and prevention. We also offer that at our offices. So again, if they're evaluated and identified as just an early intervention level of care, we have that service. So we are definitely collaborative within the community and connecting everybody with the appropriate services, as well as offering the services at our facility to help move through substance abuse and recovery.
Very good. Yes, it's a wonderful program, and one of the options that I think can be really helpful is the Teen Intervene program.
Yes.
This is pretty unique to Karen, so if you could just explain that real briefly for us, because I think this might be an entry level that many parents and teachers need to know about.
Yes, absolutely. So when they come in for the Teen Intervene, that is an early intervention program. We offer that as a group or as an individual session. So it is 3 sessions. It's highly focused on education and substance abuse and recovery, and being able to educate both the individual and their family. So the individual comes in for about 2 sessions, and then the family joins them. All throughout this process, they're also given different assignments to increase their awareness and knowledge of the addiction and recovery process. And at Care in Atlanta, we really believe in the parallel recovery process, so that's why we include the families in all levels of care, and that is included in the Teen Intervene as well.
What would prompt somebody to end up in the to check out the Teen Intervene program?
So a lot of times now that the schools are being more, well, I should say, yeah, they're more informed now of substance use disorders, so they are drug screening in a lot of the schools. So sometimes if they identify, if one of the teens has a positive drug screen, they'll be sent to us for an evaluation to identify what appropriate level of care that is, and sometimes it is the Teen Intervene. Or sometimes it's just the teen would go to their counselor and talk about maybe, they're unsure if they have a substance use issue. So they would be sent to us for further evaluation, so that we can get them connected to whatever services they need.
So this wouldn't be someone who clearly has been identified as having a problem with a substance. This might be a kid that gets caught smoking pot by his parents, and
Right.
they don't know, is this a problem?
Right.
Do they have addiction, or do they just need some education about the dangers and what to do and how to cope with stress in a better way?
Right, exactly.
So it's a 3-session program, like 3 weeks, or is it 3 sessions back to back?
We try to spread that out because there's a lot of homework that's associated with it. So we give them a packet when they come in, and they actually have to go through the packet. We will expect, and the parents get a packet as well.
Okay.
So they have to do their own homework so that we can come together at the end and decide, okay, so what is the next step for you guys? How are you going to move forward and support recovery, or the next step, outside of these walls?
Nice. Certainly, if it's something that's helping open up communication between parents and adolescents at a time when they aren't talking.
Right.
That can be amazing.
And it can be so overwhelming for the families and for the parents, and even for the adolescent who isn't really sure either. So they come to their parents or their guidance counselor or somebody in the school, a teacher, with some struggles, and nobody really knows. And there's so much information out there, and it could become overwhelming. So we like to try to take that process and help them through that.
So that's a very unique option that I think I did want to highlight, so thank you.
Yes.
I think that's real important for people to know that is an option at Care in Atlanta. So Leanne Jameson is a licensed professional counselor. She got her training at Georgia State University, and she comes with a wealth of experience, having worked at a number of different levels of care, everything from a PHP residential combination through a real residential level of care, and now the outpatient program at Caron. And one of the areas that you focused on, among the many that you're very good at, has to do with women and addiction.
Right.
And that's our topic for today, because women are dying of the disease of addiction. And earlier today, you were sharing with me some statistics that really, I think, highlight the impact that this disease is having on women and the change over time.
Absolutely, yes. So just alcohol-related deaths in general have increased from about want to say 36,000 back in 1999 to about 73,000 in 2017. So that's just in general. That's not just females. Now, if you look at females, the amount of alcohol-related deaths have increased from 2007 to 2017 by 85%.
85%. That's a huge increase.
Huge increase.
What was that time frame? I'm sorry.
From 2007 to 2017.
So 10 years.
In 10
10
years,
years.
it went up 85%.
85%.
That's such a huge number.
A huge number.
For alcohol specific. I mean, we've been hearing that with opiates and with other drugs, but when we're talking alcohol specific.
Right. So within that, we're seeing when they're coming into treatment, not even mentioning any kind of obstacles of getting into treatment, but when they're getting into a residential level of care, say, they're coming in sicker. So they're being placed on. Actually, another trend we're seeing is an increase in their need to be put on transplant lists.
For liver.
For liver transplants.
Yes, for liver transplants.
Now, are we on women at this point, or did I miss something? Or
No,
is this across
this
the board,
is women.
everybody?
Oh, this is women.
This is women
This is the trend
that
for
are
women.
needing to be. They're coming at a point where they're already at a place of needing transplants.
Correct.
Severe liver damage, which is, we'll talk a little bit about how that might be happening for women, but they are sicker. They're more ill. The effects of alcohol in particular have been are very devastating for women, much more so for men over a shorter period of time. And if you really look and balance the amount of alcohol and you take into consideration that relative size differential between men and women, even if it's the same amount of alcohol or less, equivalency, women are having more problems with their bone marrow, more trouble with their liver.
Right.
And you mentioned another important disease that we're seeing more of with women.
Oh, with their early onset of dementia and their cognitive dysfunctions. So it's affecting them cognitively, cardiovascular diseases. So just a range of different medical issues, and that's not even mentioning any of the mental health struggles that they come in with as well.
Right.
So are these women in their 30s and their 40s? Well, once upon a time, because I've been in this field way too long, if somebody came in and they were being referred over by a transplant list, or they were at that stage of medical illness, that was usually like their third or fourth treatment, and they're usually later 40s, early 50s, and often there's other factors involved, like maybe undiagnosed hepatitis C or something.
Right.
But I'm not sure that sounds like what y'all are addressing.
Well, yes, it is focused. I think that the majority of them are, I would say, in their 40s, maybe 50s. And so what we're seeing is it's shifted as well, as far as the binge drinking earlier on, that's happening later on now. So these women are binge drinking in their 30s and 40s, and they may not have had a problem in their earlier 20s or anything, but also even later. So in the geriatric patients, we're seeing a large increase in binge drinking and alcohol-related injuries, all of that.
Legal issues.
Yes.
STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, have gone up the highest rate in the 60 and above age group for both men and women.
Yeah.
So lots of things are happening in all of the age groups.
Right.
Around the early 2000s, we began to see a shift in who was using what and when. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about that shift and how I think that may be impacting the statistics Leanna shared. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This is David Donaldson with the Atlanta Healing Center, conveniently located in Lawrenceville, Georgia. At AHC, your success is our goal. Addiction recovery is about more than just not using. It's about becoming a whole person and addressing all aspects of your physical, psychological, and social needs. Please call us at 770-696-9862, or you can reach us on the web at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
This is Ron Camacho, host of the Business Hour, on Fridays from 10 to 11 a.m. Join me as I talk with passionate professionals on a program that profiles the best businesses, business professionals, business practices, and fascinating individuals to get an insider view of how America works. 10 to 11 a.m. on America's Web Radio.
Hello, this is Michael Daly with Atlanta Healing Center. We know that addiction is a brain disease. Addiction is a family disease. Addiction is a treatable disease. We have a caring professional staff with over 30 years experience to help you and your loved ones in your recovery. You can reach us at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back. This is Detailing Addiction. I'm Dr. Susan Blank, and you're listening to America's Web Radio. Today in studio, I have with me David Donaldson from the Atlanta Healing Center, and I have Leanne Jamison, who's the clinical director for Caron Atlanta Treatment Center. And again, if you'd like to know more about Caron and all of their facilities, everywhere from New York, Philadelphia, Warnersville, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., several in Florida, and of course our center here in Atlanta. You can go to Caron, www.caron.org, and you can learn all sorts of interesting things about the treatment centers and the different programs. Also, Erin Denicky is a PhD at Caron who is head of the research department, and she is involved in numerous research studies, and the results of those are available on that website, which are really interesting. A lot around teens, around screens, around all kinds of teen-related issues. So please check that out, Caron.org.
I also want to add in that we have a new digital learning resource. So if you go on there, it is listed and you can register for digital learning. So that's for parents, professionals, anybody that's interested. So
thank you. Thank you. So right before we were talking about this dramatic increase in deaths for women related to alcohol, and I had mentioned that there was something that was changing in the early 20s, or 2000s, woo, the early 2000s. It was certainly in the olden days, back when David and I used to first work in this field, it was pretty rare, actually, to see a woman come into treatment at any level of care, for any reason. We just really didn't see women. And even earlier than that, back in the olden days when I was in my medical school and residency training, when we looked at what are the risk factors for becoming an alcoholic, the first one was being a man.
Wow.
And being single and over 40 and divorced and that sort of thing. So women didn't even register. We didn't even talk about that. But around 2000, we began to see a difference. We used to see that men by far used more alcohol, used more tobacco, used more pot, used more opiates, cocaine, whatever the substance was, men by far used more. And then we started to see the women catching up. And we began to see that in the 18 to 25-year-old range, we would see it was almost equal. And in fact, at that point, we began to see the shift where more women were using prescription drugs, whether they were the opiates, the benzodiazepines for anxiety or sleep, or the stimulants for ADD or weight loss. So women were out performing, if you will, men with these substances. And so the equal opportunity effect has happened, where now for many, not in all age groups, but for many of the age groups and many of the substances, you're just as likely to see a woman in treatment as you are a man. And we're seeing more and more young people, again, back in the olden days, David, we never thought about having to detox a teen. It just didn't even...
we had a lot of teens in the adolescent programs back then because it was easier to get them in, but they never needed detox.
Right. And now it is not uncommon for teens, young women, young men under the age of 18 to actually be far enough along in their disease of addiction to require detox because they were physically dependent. And so we're seeing this shift with more young women beginning their careers with substances at a much earlier age group, and now we're also seeing the unfortunate telescoping effect that Kathleen Brady at the University of South Carolina Medical Center talks about, whereas women are getting ill faster from the disease. They're getting further along with end organ damage, they're further along, as you mentioned, with dementia, and in many ways there are some complications with treating them. So this is really a worrisome change, and I was really glad that you brought this up as a topic that you'd like to discuss today.
Right, and I know Karen actually has a lot of blogs is focusing on women because we are seeing those same trends. And what we are hoping to do is bring it to light, right? Educate more, let everybody know that this is not, you're not alone, and to provide them with some hope. I mean, I had somebody in the intensive outpatient, a female, who was inspired by something that they read on the Karen blog that she made her feel like she was not alone because it was another Adderall, person that was addicted to Adderall. So just being able to educate and inspire and let them know, let everybody know that there is something that you can do, and you don't have to live in fear or shame, which is a lot of times that's what keeps them from reaching out at an earlier age is, you mentioned the equal opportunity. Well, as we have grown, as females and have taken on more and more responsibilities, there's this stress that, either society or our family or we put on ourselves to perform in every arena. So, I am a full-time mom and a full-time, employee and a boss and all of these. And if I can't perform at a rate that I think others expect of me, or my family does expect of me, then there's a lot of shame and there's a lot of fear. So that's really, and then along with that, I mean, that just goes right into the cycle of addiction, where I have to, shield my family from this, and it just creates a lot more problems with mental health and with medical issues. So. All of that plays a role in, just being obstacles in women reaching out, even though we are seeing more women reach out. So I feel like there is hope. I see that there is hope because more people are educated. And
that's an interesting phrase that you use, shield my family from this, in the sense that there is such a pressure to not let this impact anyone else in the home, that I notice with a lot of our women that their drinking is a lot sneakier than you would typically see with males. Where males are kind of like
in your face.
Here, what are you going to say about it?
Right.
Women tend to have more of the very unique hiding places.
Very. It's literally hiding in the closet.
Right, literally. Keeping their boots perfectly stacked.
Exactly.
And also, they often have a unique, if we're going to stick with alcohol for a little while, a unique drinking style. Many women drink in the morning. They get up, they get the kids ready for school, they get the kids safely to school, they come home, they start drinking in the morning, then they take a nap, then they're ready to get up, go pick up the kids from school, go to soccer practice, go to Cub Scouts, come home, cook dinner, go to bed, and nobody knows that they drink because they're not drinking at night. They're not drinking in front of their families. They're drinking in the morning. And so this is a back to that idea. They figure out ways to hide it. They figure out ways to not let people know at least the extent.
Right.
And so it's very interesting to me to see the difference in the pattern of drinking and how big a role stress plays.
Right. Something else that really took me back was, and this is just listening, I run the women's early recovery group, but this is something that I heard on another podcast and information out there, is that women in their 40s are now being peer pressured when they go out. And this is a big thing where it's just like, why aren't you having a drink? Why aren't you guys coming out with us on date nights anymore? Why aren't you, it's my birthday, have a drink, and there's drinks lined up. So you see that shifting too from like the adolescents and teens to now 40-year-olds, where they're feeling pressured. And so it's just anywhere you turn,
it's a whole different thing. David has often mentioned the more unusual places now that alcohol has become part of the routine.
Right.
I mean, I think I'm amazed. You hear people that are going to go to a bridal shower, not bridal shower, a baby shower.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
And you never in the past would have expected to have to question them about how they're going to take care of their recovery while they're at a baby shower, because it would not have been an issue until these past few years, where there's going to be mimosas and there's going to be all kinds of drinking games, guessing the gender games, and they all include alcohol except for the mom.
Yep.
Most of the time, hopefully.
Right.
Hopefully. Yeah, but, Bible studies.
Bible studies, prayer meetings, things that just would never have included alcohol, at least where I grew up.
Right. Well, and you think about it too. I mean, doesn't Kroger have a bar? Like, one of the Krogers has a bar, and Starbucks. And it's crazy.
You go to the movies.
Yes,
go to
absolutely.
the movies. Go to check out at Walgreens, and there is for sale the little mommy sippy cups, the plastic glasses of wine, on sale at the checkout counter.
Right.
So people can't go to the movies. They can't go to pick up their prescription or buy their Band-Aids or whatever without it being right there, available. So it's more available in places that you would never have thought of before. I mean, I can't imagine the idea of, drinking at a movie, where now it is very common.
It's a socially acceptable thing.
But and the idea that you talked about women's peer pressure, I remember talking with this one woman about Alta, women's tennis, but this was a women's tennis group. But she was talking about how all of the afternoon tennis things are actually just drinking occasions, and that's not something I ever
with cute outfits
would have even crossed my mind.
Yes, it's inundated everywhere. Exactly.
The play dates, mommy play dates, baby play dates. So integrated into lifestyle of.
And what's also interesting is what's becoming the normal amount of drinking actually fits the definition of binge drinking.
Drinking.
And that's a shift.
That's not good. And we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about what is low-risk drinking for women. We'll be right back.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, Medical Director for the Atlanta Healing Center. Our team is able to offer a multitude of treatment options such as quantitative EEG, also known as brain mapping, hormonal and nutritional assessments, neuropsychological testing, and cognitive therapy, along with traditional 12-step facilitation. And we can even offer you, if appropriate, a gentle medically managed detox Detox. Please contact us at 770-696-9862.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back. This is Detailing Addiction. Oh, this is a day. I tell you, this is a day. This is Detailing Addiction. I'm Dr. Susan Blank, and you're listening to America's Web Radio. Today, David Donaldson and I are happy to have Leon Jameson, who's the clinical director for Caron Atlanta, an outpatient addiction treatment center that treats not only adults but treats adolescents and young adults, and they have specific programming for these different age groups, and they have some gender specific programming as well. So there's lots of different offerings that are there. If you're interested in finding out about that, please go to www.caron.org, and you'll be able to get some very good and helpful information. And Leanne and her team will be very happy to talk to you. So right before the break, we talked about low-risk drinking. And David, you had a comment.
Well, I was commenting that today's what's considered normal drinking actually would meet the criteria for binge drinking.
Correct.
But then we also often talk about what's considered low risk. Research has shown that there really is no such thing as low risk drinking.
It's a unicorn. It's a unicorn. If you see it, take a picture of it. Very rare. Very rare.
But what's defined as low risk drinking, Dr. Blank?
So, first of all, we have to talk about what's a standard drink. Because this is where things start to fall apart pretty quickly. So, for most people, a standard drink is 12 ounces of regular octane beer. This isn't high gravity beer. This isn't
It's not the craft beers,
It's not the craft beers. It's not the big old cans of beer. It's a 12-ounce can of 3 to 4% alcohol. When we talk about a standard drink regarding wine, I can guarantee that almost every restaurant pours a bit heavier than this. But if you're drinking white wine, that's 5 ounces. And if you're drinking red wine, because it has a higher alcohol percentage, that's 4 ounces. So we sometimes have, at our office, we have 8-ounce little bottles of water for people. So I'll say it's half of this tiny little bottle of water. That is a standard drink of wine. And I'll always ask people, if you're having a dinner party and you were buying bottles of wine, how many servings would you plan? People have no idea how many servings are actually in a bottle of wine, but it's closer to 6 and 7 than it is 4 to 5, as most people think. So people pour heavy. If you're using distilled spirits, it's 1.5 ounces. It's really a shot glass, 1.5 ounces. That is a standard drink. So when we get in our minds the standard drink, so for women and anybody over the age of 65, a standard drink is 1 drink per day. No more than 7 a week for low-risk drinking. This isn't no-risk drinking, but low-risk drinking. No more than 7 a week, and you can't save all 7 for Saturday night.
Can't stockpile. No.
So for men under the age of 65, it's 2 drinks, 2 standard drinks per night, and no more than 14 in a week. And again, you can't save those all for Saturday night. So when you really challenge people to look at how much they're actually drinking, they're drinking a lot more than standard drinks usually.
Yeah.
And they're nowhere near being able to keep it in their low risk range for at least a lot of our patients. Other folks, and I hope lots of people listening today will look at how you drink and at the very least keep yourself to low risk drinking if you can. If you can't, then there may be more of an issue. But most people don't do that.
Right. And you were, when we were talking earlier, you mentioned something very interesting about, going back to the medical portion of it, that women do not have a certain enzyme.
Correct.
And this is why we're seeing more sickness as well. So
one of the things that we know is that women are missing an enzyme in their stomach. So when they drink alcohol, they're missing alcohol dehydrogenase, which men have in their stomach. So when a man has a drink and the alcohol hits their stomach, they start detoxing the alcohol already. So only part of that alcohol actually gets into their bloodstream. So they don't get the full dose. Part of it's already started to be detoxified. Women are missing that enzyme. And so whatever they drink, all of that alcohol gets into the bloodstream, and it's delivered to the brain, and it's delivered to the liver, and then when it hits the liver, it starts the detoxification process that for men started back in the stomach. So that means that their liver and their brain get the full dose.
Right.
And that's why we see the toxicity for brains for women and the risk of dementia and blackouts and other kinds of problems that we know women have. And also, men can have them too, don't get me wrong, but women are more at risk. And that full dose gets to their liver, and so that's why their liver has more of a challenge, because it gets the full dose of alcohol, where for men it's already started to be detoxified a bit. And then we see the other group who are high risk, and people don't usually talk too much about, but those are folks that have had gastric bypass or a gastric sleeve. So for men or women, we're now cutting down the size of their stomach. So when they drink, it all, for men and women, it gets into the bloodstream, and we see a lot of folks in a very short period of time after these surgeries suddenly realizing, wow, a little bit of alcohol goes a long way, and many people end up with the need for treatment for alcoholism.
Right. Which ties right into that illness and right into the transplant that you were like, wait a minute, what? How many?
This early?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So
I know you wanted to talk about women in particular in terms of their barriers to treatment and some of their issues that specifically might hinder their ability to succeed with treatment. Trauma issues, shame issues, expectations of families.
Financial issues.
One issue I was actually surprised with a lot of the women that we've worked with that were members of affluent families is the expectation that they remain a really good hostess.
Absolutely.
Even if they're not going to have a drink themselves.
Right, right. And no, go ahead.
Yeah, that they throw the dinner party. They have everybody, all the employees over for, the holiday parties. They travel and host the tent at the golf tournament or whatever, and that they're going to be very actively engaged in making sure that everybody has plenty to drink and enjoys themselves.
Exactly. Well, at the same time, it's how are you taking care of yourself, especially, if you're in early recovery, and a lot of time is spent in their early recovery just trying to manage all of those, the expectations that are still there from their families, from, their husbands, from their parents, even from their kids and all of their friends, because they are hosting these parties still. So,
or their management or sales force, or they are, as part of their job, having to travel, host events, take customers and clients to dinner.
Right.
That's still part of the expectation of their work. So it may not just be being the hostess for their spouse. It's the hostess because
that's your job.
That's your job.
Absolutely.
And that's part of the requirement that you engage in.
Right.
These kinds of activities that put a whole stress and also give a lot of permission that it's okay to be drinking.
Right, and a lot of struggling with, well, why can't I, just have a drink, and getting angry at the whole process and the fact that they do have this genetic predisposition and all of the other factors that have engaged to cross them over that line into, addiction. So yeah, there are a lot of barriers, and I feel like we touched on a lot of them, just with the peer pressure and with work expectations and their own personal expectations,
You mentioned the kids' expectations.
Yes, absolutely.
Like,
that's still their mom, right? So it's, mom was always there too, and again, it's both parents, but in a lot of women that we see, they were expected to be there for, the PTA and being able to drop them off and pick them up from sports events and carpool and all of these different expectations. So in the kids, and again, it ranges, or it varies from age, right? So looking at well, Mom, why can't you just do this? How come we can't hang out over at this place anymore? Well, maybe that mom might have an issue too that's unaddressed, that hasn't been addressed yet. So the children have been impacted by this as well, and that's why we look at it as a family recovery process, because it has impacted every single person in this family, and helping the children to become educated and understanding of what this shift is. But yeah, sometimes they can't grasp it, so they're not understanding why life has to change,
why mommy has to go to a meeting,
right?
Why
and the guilt of just like, Mom, why do you have to leave again? You were gone for 30 days, 45 days. Aren't you fixed?
Now you're going to go on Saturday morning, and you're not going to be home on Sunday night, and you have to go every night or every lunchtime. So yeah,
and it comes from the husbands too. And I'm not saying that this doesn't happen with males, but if we're focused, with the focus on females, that is there, that stressor of just, well, why do you have to do all of this still?
And part of what we notice is that kids and family members are pretty good at minding their P's and Q's for the first 30, 40 days, but then they start having all of their demands coming up and their feelings coming up and their emotional issues. And if a mom isn't prepared to deal with that, suddenly they can be surprised by all the feelings that start coming at them.
And the families held it together, and then their needs need to be met, and then creates a lot of stress and triggers, and that's a high relapse period of time.
And that's the importance too. If somebody, the first step would be getting into, depending on the severity and appropriate level of care. If you go into a residential treatment facility, the importance of aftercare I cannot stress enough, because you are reintegrating into this life with all of these demands and additional, the stressors don't go away just because you're trying to heal. So being able to manage that, it's so important to have people around you that can help support you and fully understand.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about recovery and why women have an advantage in recovery. So thanks for listening. We'll be right back.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, Medical Director for the Atlanta Healing Center. Our team is able to offer a multitude of treatment options such as quantitative EEG, also known as brain mapping, hormonal and nutritional assessments, neuropsychological testing, and cognitive therapy, along with traditional 12-step facilitation. And we can even offer you, if appropriate, a gentle medically managed detox. Please contact us at 770-696-9862.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back. This is America's Web Radio. I'm Dr. Susan Blank, and you're listening to Detailing Addiction. Today, David Donaldson and I are very pleased to have with us Leanne Jamison, licensed professional counselor and clinical director for Caron Atlanta. Again, here's your chance to write down phone numbers and websites: www.caron.org, or you can call 678-543-5718, 678-543-5718, and they'll be very happy to answer your questions and help you find the place that you need to be if you need some help or if you have questions that you need answered. They're a great source of help with that and can get you where you need to be. So right before our last, the ending of our last segment, we were talking about, it's tough. Women have a hard time sometimes getting into recovery. There are barriers to their treatment. Sometimes they don't have adequate insurance. Often finances can generate or the lack of finances can generate stress in their ability to be able to get the care that they need. Women are more likely to drop out of treatment prematurely, unfortunately. Sometimes that's a child care issue, sometimes that's a financial issue, sometimes it's a housing issue, sometimes it's
and the financial issue real often is they're feeling like that money should be spent for one of the children's activities or events or special schools rather than on taking care of their own illness.
Right. So there's lots of reasons that women sometimes have barriers to treatment and barriers to being successful that many men don't have to face. Now, yes, men have to face financial problems, and yes, men are fathers and they hold down jobs and all of those kinds of things. I don't mean to minimize the impact of the disease on men, but these barriers seem to result in women sometimes leaving treatment prematurely, sometimes not doing all of the things that they might need to do to sustain their recovery. But all that negative being said, one of the beauties about women when they get recovery, when they accept it, when they are willing to do what they need to do to stay sober, they are often much more successful than their male counterparts in remaining sober. And so a lot of those barriers sometimes become ways in which they have meaning and purpose in their life and motivation for them to stay sober and to do the right thing.
Right.
So that's the flip side of it, is women are can be very successful in their recovery.
Right. Yes, just like you were saying, some of the barriers, like we were just talking about, children also challenging, like, Mom, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to keep on going to this meeting? Why can't you just spend time with us? That when they, like you said, Dr. Blank, when you get past that point of just full acceptance and understanding of what life can be like sober, those become the motivating factors. Those become, I want to stay sober because I have this amazing relationship with my children, with my husband, with my family, with myself. And they're learning to find their worth in what they're doing, while, staying motivated for their jobs and their careers and their children and their family. So it's just about pushing through that, and there is hope that, and it's a beautiful thing when they can get to that point, and the support that surrounds them when their families can get to that point as well.
And when they can see the changes in the woman in their life who has this disease, when they see that that beautiful person emerge from the depths of despair that the disease sometimes takes them, their families often see that change and can appreciate it and can be more supportive. But it is a transition, and to your point, this is what we say at the Atlanta Healing Center. I know this is what you say at Karen. Treatment centers, family has to be involved.
Yes.
They have to be educated. They have to be supported. They have to learn their new role.
Right.
And they have to be able to come to accept that there are going to be some changes in their lives too, and that it can be really good.
Absolutely, yes. That transition is, again, just like we look at the individual going through early recovery, it's the entire family going through early recovery. A lot of times there's some pushback, and it's not intentional, it's not malicious. It's just, I'm not, first of all, just like, I think trauma was mentioned, right? You mentioned the underlying issues of trauma and women. I think one article stated there's the women. Let me hold on a second. It's anybody in recovery. There was like a 90% of people that struggle with substance abuse have some sort of trauma, whether it happened early on in their lives or through their addiction. So if we look at that as far as the women specifically coming in, just knowing the majority of them have trauma. Well, I always put it on the family too. They have gone through some trauma as well. So they're in that trauma response and that early recovery, not trusting. They have that increased heart rate if they get that phone call, or, if they're concerned, are they really going to a meeting?
They look tired.
Right. Your eyes, I'm not really sure what's going on. So there's that trauma response from the family, and being able to move them or go on that journey with them of the early recovery, to learn to trust each other again and to understand the difference in roles, because for a long time they were the caretaker. It was not adult, it was parent-child. So being able to move to the adult phase with both of them in that relationship is imperative. And it's a journey.
It is a journey.
But it's a place that so often they don't want. There's a lot of power in staying in that parental role, and you don't necessarily want to give that up. And there's also a lot of power in being in that irresponsible, I just keep disappearing place.
Right.
So recognizing they've got to make those changes if they want to stay sober.
Right, absolutely. And like I said, it's, you can see it happening, and it's not this malicious thing. It's the pattern that came about because of active addiction. So, just reassuring them that it can get to that point where, it's not about power and control, it's about us together.
And a new normal, which is really not easy necessarily, but a lot easier and a lot more honest,
Right.
and a lot more connected. People are connected.
Right.
You see the families look at each other.
Right.
You see them being able to communicate and share feelings and talk about all kinds of things, from important to mundane, but to do it in a way in which they've rebuilt trust and they've learned why they love each other again, and and just figure those things out makes going through, crazy times a lot easier. That kind of recovery builds a resilience for all the family members and really helps them to be better than they were before, which is the gift of recovery.
Yeah, that's really true.
And that's what I really love about this work, and I love about seeing people, and hopefully people will, as they say in 12 Steps, don't give up before the miracle happens.
Right.
Stay engaged and keep trying. And so working in the outpatient setting like you do, seeing this as a chronic illness where people need to continue to have recovery and recovery professionals in their life. They may not need to see you every day, but they need to be able to touch base with you if they're struggling again. And that's the beauty of the outpatient model of recovery, which I really think is where people get and stay sober.
Absolutely.
So the work that you do at Care in Atlanta, I think, is wonderful. The specialty programs that you have for women, I really like that. And of course, you're doing them, so that's another reason why they're extra special. And then the family program, and the family program and aftercare is really very important. And we've just found that with our families too. Often families will sometimes stay engaged even if the patient, for whatever reason, cannot.
Absolutely.
The families do stay engaged, and that I think helps them and helps improve the chance they might get their loved one back.
Right.
With your women specific program, do you get the luxury of being able to co-lead those groups?
The women's program, I lead them.
I know, but do you get to have a co-therapist in there with you?
Unfortunately, not yet.
What an amazing experience when you get to that place.
Yes.
To have two therapists dealing with all the dynamics that happen in any group setting, but in particular in women's group settings.
Right. There's a lot that happens.
Right. And the study that was done at Yale University looking at recovery, the differences in the programming and the recovery for men versus women, and it's a way longer story than we have time for today, but the idea that they recognize for men, truly, people, places, and things are what they need to avoid, because that's what triggers them most often to want to use again. For women, it's stress and stress-related situations, often relationship situations. So learning to be able to deal with stress, recognizing it, good things, bad things, all these things cause stress, and being able to learn some new coping skills. And that's the emphasis for women in recovery. Want to thank our guests today. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you, David, for being here. And thank all of our listeners for being with us. And we look forward to seeing you next week on Detailing Addiction.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
Live closer to your food source. Learn how to grow it yourself. Please join me every Saturday morning at 10 Eastern on America's Homegrown Veggie Show for tips and advice from the country's best gardeners.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Specifically designed to address the needs of the
More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Food source. Learn how to grow it yourself. Please join me every Saturday morning at 10 Eastern on America's Homegrown Veggie Show.
You'll love it, and you'll love having one.
Thank you for listening. You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, and we do thank you for listening to. Good morning, and welcome to America's Web Radio. We're certainly glad to have you listening in today, and
It's 1 o'clock, and it's the time for...
Let's Talk Venezuelans.
Hey, David, how are you, my friend? Another week.
Another week. Another 50 cents.
Yes, yes.
But it's good news. It's good news. Jeez. I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
It's okay. We are here live, natural.
Yeah.
Getting tweets, getting news, and the good news about Georgia, right? Is the president start endorsing some winners from the primaries, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you're still waiting.
I'm still waiting for my endorsement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning. Bueno, good afternoon, Brett. How you been, my friend?
Doing good.
Doing good. Well, the results are still in hold.
Yes, we have a problem in Georgia with two counties, specifically with two counties. They don't want to release the results from the elections, which are Fulton County and DeKalb County. So, you know, that's a chronic situation. Every time, every 2 years, any kind of voting coming in, they always have problems. No matter if they have a new system or an old system, but they always. And then Abraham, what do you call that lady? Stacey Abrams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You call her lady?
I call her Stacey Abrams. She already sued the state for voting suppression. Every time she's suing for the same thing. Okay. So next week, I think the revenge is the Secretary of State Rafa Ferry. How do you say his name? Something like that, right?
Something like that.
His last name is long too, like my last name. So next week he's going to be suing the Fulton County for them to release those results, and DeKalb County, if they don't release it, it's going to be number 2.
Mm-hmm.
So let the party start. Let the circle start. There's always a crisis with these people, right?
Yeah, but there is a good news about you. A lot of people, even though you don't have to participate in the primary because you don't have any other competitor.
Yeah.
Your numbers were very, very high.
I mean, I did not have nobody to run against in the Republican Party. People went out and they voted, and when they saw my name, they voted for me.
They voted for you.
A lot of them find out about me just because they went and voted. Most of them, they are not informed, and why they are not informed is because what I find out is the Democrat in District number 4. They control so much the social media. They control the news. They control AJC. They control everything. That they are suppressing. They are suppressing my name.
Yeah, they said that you suppress votes, but they suppress information about candidates.
So they can decide who to vote for. You follow what I mean?
Yeah.
So they accuse the Republican of suppression, but bottom line, when you analyze the situation, the one who are suppressing are they, because people are finding about my name because they went to vote on the primary and they saw Josie Cruz Izamuddin, Republican, the only one, and they voted for me just because my name was there, and they didn't even have the chance to listen to my message. They up to today, they didn't have the chance to read my, what are the issues, what are the solutions that I'm trying to bring to improve District number 4. Because as you know, District number 4 in the state of Georgia is the poorest district. In the metropolitan area, is very poor. Of course, we have those big districts like number 2, those huge districts which are farmers. That's another setting, right?
Yes,
that's another setting. But I'm talking about city. Atlanta is growing, and guess where Atlanta is growing? To this district. They are growing to the east part of the district because the west part, which is us here over there, is too expensive.
And it's already taken.
And it's already, Marietta, Kennesaw, all those already. So they have to move that way.
They have to grow to that part of the geography. But the big problem that they have is that since 1996, since the Olympic Games, nobody invests a penny on infrastructure. So you have a place that is basically a farm with metropolitan things, and the infrastructure is almost collapsing because nobody cares. So that one of the biggest problems that the District number 4 have is exactly the problem on the infrastructure, and nobody in the last 24 years had do nothing about that district.
Yeah, we need to bring improvement. We need to bring the infrastructure. We need to bring it to the level where the city is growing.
But not only that, we have the opportunity zones on DeKalb, for example, and the Representative Hank Johnson blocked the initiative of opportunity zones.
Yeah. Well, he's been voting against anything to promote opportunity, prosperity, advance to the people that he represents. He doesn't want with a lot of excuses, okay?
Yes.
The excuses that he got, but you know what? How can you stop a city to grow? How can you stop that?
Not only that, you have to understand another thing that is basically when you've been sworn in into the office, they said that you have to respect the laws and the Constitution of the United States of America.
That's right.
And when you check the voting record of Mr. Hank Johnson, he has voted constitutionally only 20% of the time. So he's not with the U.S. Constitution. He has to leave. You know, anyone, it's like the scorecard at school.
Yes.
If you vote less than 70% with the Constitution, you don't pass.
That's right.
You are not voting, you are not respecting the U.S. Constitution. And for the last 14 years, in his record appears that he's voted against the U.S. Constitution 80% of the time. Okay, so he doesn't want to live in the United States. He wants to have a socialist country, and if he wants to live in a socialist country, okay, go and live over there.
You know, the closest country with socialist system is Cuba to the United States.
Yes.
It is closer. It's closer to him, Cuba, than Canada, because Canada is a socialist country.
Yeah,
too.
but it's a different kind of okay, it's a different kind of system. It's not a socialist. He wants to live in communist.
Yes,
in a communist country.
When you have a representative voting only 20% on the Constitution, that explains why so much disaster in the district.
Of course.
You know, it's like I was explaining yesterday in my other interview. When you go to that area, it's like you stepping out of the United States.
Yes.
It's like you stepping out of United States and you coming into a third world country.
Yeah, Haiti or Venezuela or Cuba or something.
You're talking about Mr. Johnson's.
Yes.
You know, maybe it's listed and fallen into the into Lake Hartwell or into Lake Lanier or something. You know, it's an island unto itself, and maybe it's
he flips on.
And it flipped over. Yeah.
You know, yesterday one of the guests in the interview, she called him that he's a dinosaur. He needs to go. And we're talking about Black Americans. I mean, yesterday I went to a Black American
rally,
meeting. You know, like only blacks are watching this program, and I am considered the Latino with a black being my grandpa was a black man from Africa, but he was born in Colombia. As you know, not only America had black slave. Latin America, Central America, and South America, we also had.
We were the first to have slaving
before America,
before United States, before the colonies.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the story of the slavery in the colonies began in 1640, and Latin America had slaves since the beginning of the 16th century. In 1520, already came the first African slaves to
Latino.
To what is now La Españolas or the Dominican Republic. Okay, that was the first place in America where the blacks
were slaves.
You know, this is something that it's like every other show: education, 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 and the people that need it the most won't take time to find out the truth. And which reminds me, and I told you just a minute ago, we're going to start a new show that'll be on Tuesdays at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m., and it's going to be called What You Weren't Taught in History. And it's going to be a history professor, and we're going to dissect some of the books that are out there that aren't history books. They claim to be history books, but they're not history books.
They are soap operas. That's what they are. They are novelas, something.
And our kids in public schools, it should be an embarrassment of what they're not learning and not being taught. And like he said, the books are worthless, and it's only up to the teachers to teach the kids history. And some of the teachers, unfortunately, don't have a grasp on history like they should. And I wish, maybe it's out there and I just don't know about it. But, you know, all of this stuff about, well, we've been mistreated, we were slaves, and we were brought, you know, I wish somebody would write a true history of slavery and start and lay the blame where it really is.
I got the answer. Who
was the first slave owner in the colonies? Do you know when? And what happened?
I don't know what your question. What's
the question?
Okay. During the colony period, you have the indenture contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Moses and his
brothers.
Brothers, okay? And that indenture, I learned this recently, means that you have a piece of paper,
a contract,
and you break it, and you put one part of the contract in the hands of one part, and the other one in the hands of the other, and the indentures of both pieces of paper demonstrate that contract was valid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the way that they demonstrate that piece of paper is valid. Well, the servitude contract means that you bring somebody from England or from Africa or from anywhere, India, okay, and it's a contract of 7 years. Where that people,
7 years of what?
7 years long.
For work?
For work.
Okay.
Okay? You work for that person as your servant. Okay? What that means, I am not paying you, but I'm giving you food, I'm giving you shelter, I'm giving you things during the first 7 years. At the end of the 7 years, the contract is over. And that person can be contract with, is a free to do whatever. Well, an African that came and in that time, his name I think is John something. I'll bring the name next week. He said that one of his servants made a contract before the contract is over. And he went into a court and says he violated the contract. Now I want him to return to me and serve the full contract plus damages. And the damages is that contract now is for the rest of his life.
Oh, so he became his slave.
Yes.
He brought him from Africa as a worker, and then he cheated on him in court, and then he making a slave for the rest of his life. An African doing it to another African?
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
That was the first slave owner in United States?
United States.
You know, a lot. In fact, I would venture to say if you did a Jesse Waters and went out on the street and stopped kids or whatever and say, how did the slaves get here? And they'd say, oh, well, we went over and grabbed them up from Africa and brought them over, which is, it was their own people putting them into slavery.
No.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
The tribe.
Go ahead.
And it's still going on.
It's still going on today.
But do you know who hunt black people in the Yoruba region, that is the lower part of Africa. Do you know who hunts the Africans in that region?
Other Africans.
Yes, they are
Yes,
African.
they are Africans, but they were Muslims.
They are Muslims.
Muslims.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
because there is something that we need to understand about Islam. Islam is not new. We are talking
No,
about
no.
how many centuries we are dealing with. 14 centuries, right? Okay, the only way that you could live in an Islamist government control, if you are not converted to Islam, they only have 3 options for you. One is, okay, you're gonna live here, but you have to pay high taxes.
Yes.
The second option is, okay, you're gonna become a slave because you refuse to convert to Islam.
Yeah.
And the third option is, you don't want to convert to Islam? I cut your head off.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only 3 options about Islam. So when these people went to the area of Yoruba, they were wars among themselves. But it was a religious war.
Yes.
Because the Yoruba people, what do they believe on?
Where we meant animalists.
Animalists. I mean,
that means that they have a god for the wind.
Yeah.
And they have a god.
They have
for
multiple gods.
Gods. Yeah.
So when the Muslim came and tried to convert them, they had the voodoo, they had all these witchcraft, whatever is natural from the region.
Yes.
They refused to convert to Islam. That's when the war started.
But we still have it today with the Muslims in the Quran, and either you convert or
die, or pay high taxes.
or pay high taxes.
And
but
only and then the only ones that pay taxes are the people of the book. That means the Jewish and the Christians. Anyone else?
Okay, so what they did is they created. Now they've been creating the slave business since the creation of the Islam as a religion and as a government domination. Okay, every time they went to one place, they killed people and they took the woman and their kids as a slave.
Remember Tripoli. What happens in the Mediterranean Sea in the 1800s, in the beginning?
the Marines.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that was the first war of United States was with the Islamists. So, anyways, wherever they go, that's their motto. They take a slave, they take the ladies, the little kids, they put them and they bring them in their houses as a slave. They kill the men.
The men. Yeah.
Okay, the men. They kill the men. They take the ladies, the kids, and they convert them. And then if the child and the man and the woman and the lady convert, they don't kill them because they just assimilate.
And if they are converted, they are not selling as slaves.
No.
Okay, the ones that are selling as slaves is the one that refuse to convert.
And those are the ones who came to to the Americas and the Europe as a slave because they sold those men who they hunt down. They hunt down free men, free people. They hunt them down and they sold it to the colonies. So this is about creating a business.
Yeah.
Right.
The Muslims sold these people to the merchants, to the slave merchants, specifically to the Portuguese and the Spaniards that bought that slave trade and bring that slaving trade to Americas.
Yes.
So when we had in America the first slave, we have about 100 years of a whole industry of slave trading from the Spaniards and the Portuguese.
Yeah,
Okay?
and we are not even touching, not even the surface of the slavery with the Ottoman Empire, with all this Muslim empire. They always go over. They always used to go and take people as slaves.
The root of the word slave is Slavic. Slavic is the people who live in the former Yugoslavia.
Okay.
Okay? So if you remember that thing about the Ottoman Empire, they brought people from Croatia and all that zone, and they bring it into their house because they were beautiful people. Okay, but more.
How do you call it, harem? Where
the harem.
The harem. You know, where the emperor of the
Has
Ottoman Empire,
multiple wives.
You know, a house full of beautiful women.
Harem.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, all those women. They were not from Arab. They were from Europe. Those ladies with green eyes, blue eyes. They were a slave for this empire.
The word slave came from Slavic, from the people who speaks those languages in the former Yugoslav region. So
are you gonna be excited for Tuesdays to listen to this teacher with the history teacher? David?
I would love to be with him. Oh my!
Okay, we're going to take a break. We're a little late, but we're going to take a break, and when we come back, I want to talk more Venezuelan and get your all's views on what's happening. We'll be back right after this.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email maga45cag@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at maga45cag@gmail.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Let's call it oops, but I have oops all the time, and multitasking is not one of my favorite chores. But anyway, with that being said, I want to bring this conversation, let's talk Venezuelan, back to Venezuela. And folks, if you don't believe me, we have 2 Venezuelans here that will back me up on everything that I say, I think. But the fact of the matter is, and I've talked to any number of friends lately and about what's been happening with the riots, just on and on and on, and then I'm totally beside myself with anyone that would even contemplate let's defund and ban the police departments. We can't get along with the police departments, and if we didn't have them, it would just be that much worse. And I'm all for the police department. We support them,
yes.
And we have to have them. We've proven as Americans, even as great as we think we are, we still can't live together peacefully. So we have to have a police department. You can't call 311 and get a social worker that's going to break up a fight. They won't know what to do, They probably can't find the address anyway, but we know that they're not going to break up the fight. So that was the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. But beyond that, and this is what really upsets me and disturbs me, is the fact that people aren't realizing what's going on with our riots and all of the stuff that's happening. And all you have to do is fly over Venezuela once and you'll see the same thing has already happened, and we're following in their footsteps one step at a time. And they had, first thing that came in was the questionable folks. And then after that came the riots and came the let's disband the police, and then we have the communists moving in. And where am I going wrong?
Nothing. In all the points, you are absolutely right. Let me explain you something. I'm not the kind of guy who believes in conspiration theories. Okay, conspirative theories. No way. But we have here a proof, an evidence that behind all these riots is the Venezuelan government through a group named two groups. The first one is the Foro of Sao Paulo Forum, and the second one is the group of Puebla. The Forum of Sao Paulo in the 1990s, in the early 90s, was a group of communists after the fall of Berlin Wall that says the socialist system in Europe crumbles, and the only place in the world that you have socialism is in China and in Cuba. And Fidel Castro, with some communists of Latin America, have a meeting in Sao Paulo, Brazil, in the house of Lula da Silva, the former president of Brazil, and they said, okay, let's create a plan with 20 years length where we can take over the power, and they did it, and they took the power in Brazil, they took the power in Paraguay, they took the power in Uruguay, they took the power in Chile, they took the power in all these countries. Later on, they create what they named the Group of Puebla, that includes people from Europe, people from China, people from all over the world, like a globalist movement. One of the guys that belongs to the Puebla group, his name is José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero. He's the former Prime Minister of Spain, from the party that today is in power in Spain. Okay? And he made a declaration. They have a virtual meeting
in Zoom.
Okay, in Zoom. But the thing is that these meetings of the Group of Puebla used to be like the Bilderberg group, you know, that it was very secretive. But now, with this Zoom meeting, somebody leaked this information. And what happens? They want the United States to realign with the policies of multilateralism. That means that they want the United States to be on the order of the United Nations, of the World Health Organization, what's the name? Monetary Fund, World Monetary Fund, okay? And this is the declaration of this guy.
In that meeting.
In that meeting. We have it here. And he says, with the Latin American left, and Latin America must make a dialogue with China to recover the multilateral institutions as the UN, with more power, more governance, to make China, hopefully, and European countries, many of all are working in that direction, to put United States in an impossible situation. So what that means, impossible situation, is losing the our government to bring it over to them. That's what they want.
So much chaos to put the United States in an impossible situation that we can control our people.
Our people.
That's what they were talking in that meeting. It was over 15 people in a Zoom meeting. okay, from Spain, Bolivia, Argentina, Mexico.
The president of Argentina was in that meeting. The subsecretary of Foreign Affairs of Mexico was there. So this is a real thing against the United States. This is a real war. About 10 days ago, some people from Venezuela and from Cuba were arrested in Miami, paying Haitians to be infiltrated into the marshes in South Florida to create looting. Okay? So you have the motive, you have the money, okay? You have the actual criminals. You capture the actual criminals, and you have the declaration of Maduro and Diosdado Cabello about the Bolivarian breeze. The Bolivarian breeze is a way to do things, because what happens today in the United States is not new. It happens last year in Chile, it happens last year in Peru, and it happens last year in Ecuador. 3 countries that are not aligned with the socialist thinking, because the people of those countries vote out the socialists. Okay, the former Secretary General of the American States Organization, Mr. Insulza, was in that meeting, and nobody says anything against that thing. So they agree to destroy the United States. They agree. The name that Mr. Zapatero said is that we have to bring governance control to
on the Americas.
On the Americas.
On the America.
Okay.
So why they had that meeting? Because remember, President Trump cut money out of
those organizations.
Cut out money out of United Nations. So President Trump has been cutting out money from them. So now they are upset because
they have no funds.
They have no funds. So now they want to come and force us. They want to come and make us their slave. Yes, I said it. They want America to
taxation
become
without representation.
You follow?
You follow.
So how they know they cannot destroy America by military way. They know they couldn't do it by economy. They knew they couldn't do it with the virus, with the China virus. We're still here, right? So
we're still generating jobs, 2.5 million last month.
With the Chinese virus.
With the Chinese
right?
virus.
Because everything come here and people are doing the business here now. They are leaving China. They are, So the only way that they could do, and they said it in the meeting, is to provoke a social reaction. So they are using the minorities in America to create chaos. But if you notice, they are creating those chaos in the cities, counties, and states who are dominated by who?
Democrats.
Bingo.
And using organizations such as Antifa, the Southern Poverty Law Center, okay, and Black Lives Matter. We have a picture of the founder of Black Lives Matter with Nicolás Maduro.
Right there. Right there. Here she is. On the other side, right here.
What the hell is she doing with this tyrant?
She was meeting with him last year. So how can we compare what's going on in United States with Venezuela? Simple. This is the way how Democrats in Venezuela, because all of them are socialists, okay? This is the way how they create the problem, they create the chaos, they create the crisis, and then they offer the solution. What is the solution? More government control. And this is what Venezuela is being experiencing. When I saw the United States, here in the United States, they were releasing people from jail because of COVID-19. That reminds me so much of Hugo Chavez releasing people from prison.
Yeah.
Give them guns Okay, he gave them guns and weapons.
Put them making the order in charge.
And put them in charge to control the hood, what we call the barrios. So he made sure that those hood or barrios who were around Caracas, who are the ones who can bring down a government or a president, they make sure those people from those barrios didn't come down,
are controlled,
to defeat or take the power from Chavez. So everything that is going on here it happens over there. Okay, the caravans. Has we been talking about caravan before? Yes, in the radio. Okay, who do you think started the caravans? The Venezuelans. The Venezuelans start walking out of Venezuela, crossing Colombia, going to the country that he said, Ecuador, Peru, and Chile, who are not aligned with the socialist mentality. The Venezuelans send people, the Venezuelan government, the Democrats, Venezuelans, send infiltrator in those caravans, and they are the one who end up destroying Chile, metro system, businesses. Chile was on fire a few months ago.
Yes.
And that is exactly what's happening here.
And Peru and Ecuador.
In Ecuador. But how do they send those people to United States? Well, some of them came into the caravan by crossing the border of, the south border. But David, you know what is the most disgusting part?
It's 9/11 again.
You know what is the most disgusting part is those people who are helping Antifa today, who are from Venezuela, who are from Cuba, those people came to United States with visa.
Legally.
They came in the airplane. They came as visitors because they got money. Remember, when somebody go to a consulate of United States asking for a visa, you just have to show them that you are not going to stay here, that you got property and you got money in your country. That's why they give you a visa, because they only want you to come here, do business. You know what? Go back to your country.
They just never go back.
But these people, they already have an agenda when they came here. So they had an agenda right here. What was the agenda? Stay from November until what's happening now. And how many do they arrest in Miami?
A lot.
A lot of Venezuelans and Cubans who were paying the Haitian tickets, airplane tickets, and not only, salary to go to Minneapolis, Ohio, all this. And they are the one who
and they are not afraid to say it. The other day we saw a video on YouTube where a lady from Dominican Republic had a backpack typically gave by the Venezuelan government to their people to identify their people in the marches. Okay, and they ask him, "Are you from Venezuela?" "No, I'm from Dominican Republic." "And what are you doing here?" "Well, I went to Venezuela and they gave me a seminar for a week about communism and socialism, and now I'm here." So,
and how to defeat the United States how do they call it? El Imperio?
And the
how do
empire.
They call it? The empire. They call United States the empire, right? Like we are a big empire and we're dominating all countries. Like we care about.
So and they are the Vandals. They are the ones who like in the Roman Empire destroyed the Roman Empire. Okay, they believe that they are the Vandals that will destroy United States. But do you know something? This is a republic. This is not an empire. Okay, this is the system of the law.
Rule of the law.
Okay, and they are dead wrong if they believe that.
What they are celebrating on the streets of Venezuela, this week you've seen those videos, right? They're celebrating and they're saying it to the people in Venezuela that America is falling apart. It's over. They're saying the United States is over, and we will be back in a few minutes.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You can keep your doctor, you can keep your plan, and every family will save thousands of dollars a year. I'm Ellen Deal, and if you've been hurt by the Affordable Care Act, you can email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com to see if we can help. Small business owners, individuals, families, and baby boomers, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com for 3 easy questions to determine if you can get away from Obamacare. I'm a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry and here to help you for all your insurance needs.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay.
Is this Cat's trademark? No.
I love horses. Yes. And you do.
Yeah, but neither one of us could be jockeys exactly.
No.
We'd break that poor horse's back.
No, but we can put a horse a hole in
carriage.
A carriage,
Yeah.
and we can be in the carriage. So and we still. I think the horse is one of the most intelligent being in the nature. You know.
With the Roman Empire, maybe we should be on chariots.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So, the modus operandi, because this is a criminal organization.
Those are thugs.
Okay, there are thugs that like
with power.
Yes, and now I do believe that we have to go back to basics. One of the basics is that in 1976-77. Jimmy Carter came with an executive order. The number of that executive order was the 12038 or 39? 38.
38.
Okay, the 12038 that forbids the intelligence community to eliminate physically some enemies of the United States abroad. Okay?
He eliminated that.
The OSS, the origin of the CIA, the special operations, is based on that, to kill Hitler. Okay? So it's valid for a country when it's in a danger to kill the heads of states that are doing something against us, and Jimmy Carter cut the wings to our intelligence community on that matter. So I think that we must to repeal those executive orders and put the
I think with the I think Trump has, because look at the Iranian that he took out.
Now, that was a military operation.
Yeah.
That was not really CIA operation, exactly.
And
that cost $2 million. That costs too much. It's cheaper a point for.
I think if you had the real, and we don't. I'm certainly not big enough to, by any means, but it's going on. I can almost guarantee you it's going on. Anyway.
Yes.
With or without Mr. Carter or
yeah, but we
back.
must. But remember, we are a republic, and we follow the law, and we need to repeal those orders.
We need to repeal Jimmy Carter's order. We need to repeal Joe Biden annulating the Commission on American Activities. We need to bring that back from Joe Biden, okay?
Yes.
Joe Biden. We need to stop putting people in jail for many years for something that it would only be like 2 or 3 years. They put in for, all that. We need to repeal all that and bring the country back to basic.
To basics, yeah, definitely.
Definitely. So
Definitely.
when I get elected, I got in my mind now, helping the district, of course, but pushing for those two Biden. He always say every law has my name on it. Remember?
Yes, remember.
Okay, I'm gonna be trying to pass that new law on the House about bringing back, like I said, the Un-American Activities Committee, and the other one is the prison reform.
The prison reform, and also the
president can do that part with the Jimmy Carter thing. He can interpret it again, and he can annulate that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but he has to follow the law, because while he do not repeal an executive order, the executive order is still in place and it's like a law.
So he has to do it.
Yes.
So he has to do it, and then by he declaring Antifa
a terrorist group.
Terrorist group. And you gotta see you gotta go on Twitter sometimes, Carlos, and they even go on Twitter and entertain yourself with videos. How many videos people are putting up, seeing military people from the not the CIA, not the police department, no, the men in black, men with a big rifles and big things, taking Antifa down, shoving them in a van and taking off.
And
nobody
making
knows.
a citizen arrest.
Yeah, making a citizen arrest and all that, and take them in a van, and nobody knows where that person went.
And it's people that do believe in these cases. That's why the Second Amendment exists, to guarantee a free state where the people have to get our guns exactly in situations such as this. And the people outside, the people they are right now conspiring against the United States, they do not understand the nature of the American mentality.
They don't even grasp it.
No.
They don't.
They want the governance, but they don't know that we are free people.
These young people are being set up by this in the Zoom. These young people who are here doing the burning and the stealing on the businesses, they are being set up by those people, because those youngsters, 20, 25, when they get into the American government hands, they don't even have an idea where they're going to end up. They could end up in Guantanamo, because remember, Guantanamo was designated for terrorists, right?
Yes, and the president already activate two laws: the sedition law of 1807. That is the same law that Abraham Lincoln activated when the war began, and he put on jail representatives and senators. Okay, so nobody was immune. Okay, and the second is the Patriot Act, that is designed against internal terrorism. So what does that mean? That means that many people will end with a room of a view on the Caribbean Sea, on the Trump Guantanamo resort.
A lot of folks say, oh, well, President, we obviously know that governors call out the state guard, and then the president can federalize it. However, the whatever it is thing about calling out the military, however, the one thing that they forget about the military is that we all take the same oath.
Yes.
To protect and defend the Constitution against all foreign and domestic.
Bingo.
Yes.
And when it comes to domestic, then the game's off, and he can call out anybody he wants to.
That's right.
And,
That's right. And it's so beautiful to see people, citizens, like, let's say there is a street with houses, houses, and then it's a circle. How you saw circles are? Houses.
Cul-de-sac.
Okay, and then you see in the entrance a guy with a rifle waiting, okay, we are here. You say you're going to come and take the stuff that belongs to us? We are here. And then you see the citizens, the owner of each house coming out with their guns too, waiting outside. That's the beauty about the Second Amendment in the United States. So we are seeing that now. Today, the millennials are learning how important is the Second Amendment, how important is the First Amendment.
But it's very curious that the same people that wants the Second Amendment out of the equation is the same people that are asking to defund the police departments or get rid of the police departments in the United States. Oh, okay. Citizens.
So they're gonna replace that. They're gonna replace that with what? What do you think? What do you think, David? They wanted to replace.
Well, the communists want to replace it with a national police force, like they have or like they have in Russia or anything else, or in Mexico, they have a national police department, and see how effective that is. But what they want is a national police department that they can control, and they can tell the national police department what to do and what not to do.
Go ahead.
No, and this is what. That's what all of this defunding is about.
Yeah,
we can't have a republic or any other government without law.
Exactly.
And you've got to have some way to enforce that law.
The police officers are officers of the court, so they have to have that kind of power. But as you told me the other day, the problem is not racism.
No.
The problem is
the corruption, procedures, policies, and procedures. If you notice, this police department in the democratic government, when I say government, local government, state government, or whatever, county government, the problem is with the policies and procedures. If they are Democrat, it's going to be chaotic. Why we don't see that in the Republican local governor or county governor or state governor? Okay,
that is
but you know what? I'm going to share with you an experience that I had 3 months ago when I was I was sharing with the sheriff candidates of DeKalb County. It was 8 or 9 of them. They were doing campaign together, so people could know who was each one, so they could elect one sheriff in DeKalb. So I'm following them everywhere, and then one of the meeting, a lady who's a journalist, but her face, her structure is not like a regular American, like white or Latino. Her structure was more like a Islamist, because I left for 20 years with Islamists. I know even how they sit. You can distinguish how Islamists sit down and regular person sits. It's something that I gather, I can observe, and I say, okay, that person is Islamic. So, but the question that she asked is when I say, oh no, definitely she is Islamic. Because the question that she asked to the sheriff was, what is your opinion about civil patrol? Civil patrol. And then I had my manager next to me with his big mouth, and he shouted, and he said, what do you mean, big civil patrol? You want Sharia law?
That's what I said.
That's what he said.
Because in Brooklyn, New York, you have a Sharia law police.
So what they're doing in Minnesota, remember Minnesota is Somalis area. Somalis, and the Somalis are saying that the Sharia laws is super
Superiors. The Constitution of the United States.
And they want Sharia law in their cities. They want Sharia law in their county. So why they're trying to defund the police department is because they want to implement Sharia law civil patrol. They want to make the money. They want to disfranchise the department. They want to take control of the population. They want to, they create the problem because Black Lives Matter is in control of the Islamic neighborhood. How you call the Brotherhood?
The Brotherhood.
Okay, he's in control of that group. They create the problem, and now the solution is civil
patrol.
Patrol. Okay. And that is exactly what they want to implement here in DeKalb.
Exactly the same solution.
The same solution they want implemented in DeKalb. So here we have it.
And I think that I learned during those conversations of the sheriffs is the sheriff department control the police. So the problem is a matter of procedures and management. But not only that, it's also a matter of legal thinking. All this came from a problem that happens in 1967 with the qualified immunity. But that's a thing that we have to discuss on in the next program because our time is gone. Bye. Thank you very much.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member.
Sports that we know and love. 2 weeks ago, we talked about the need for sports to adapt. Even though coronavirus is coming to an end, it does not mean that everything will be continuing on the same. Just as you're going to have changes in your local businesses and restaurants, you're also going to have changes on a national level with all of the sports that you consume. So you may still be required to social distance or wear a mask in your local grocery store. And it may be the same thing at sporting events. We're going to examine today whether or not leagues will be having fans when they come back, how many fans they'll have, certain precautions that they'll take. And as always, we're going to focus on the business aspects and the economic impact that this could potentially have. So speaking of fans, we've seen some interesting workarounds to leagues that haven't had fans in the stadiums. Korean baseball, which they've been airing on ESPN lately, they've been doing several different things. They had cardboard cutouts of fans, which I found particularly amusing. They also had CGI'd electronically put fans in the stadiums, which again was pretty interesting. Pretty unique way to try to make the stadiums feel full. We've also seen unique uses of technology with the English Premier League, the soccer league in England, and La Liga, that's the soccer league in Spain. Both of those teams have been using FIFA Crowd Noise. That's the popular soccer video game. They've been using crowd noise from that game and pumping it into the stadiums to try to simulate the feel for the players of having fans there. Again, another really interesting solution to a problem that sports are having as they come back without fans in the stadium. And there's been some discussion of that translating to sports here in the States, too. One of the big things with the NBA finally announcing that they'll be coming back at the end of July, they've been talking about different ways to get the feel of fans in a stadium. because they obviously won't have any fans in their stadium. And the one thing that they have been talking about, and I've seen proposed, and some have said have even said that it's likely, is taking the NBA 2K video game and taking crowd noise from that and pumping it into the stadium. Again, I think it'd be interesting. It'd be a way to make it feel not so different. But I do have some skepticism when it comes to how they're going to implement that. One of the things, the main thing being, I don't really, to this point, understand how they would allow the crowd noise to fluctuate with the big plays. So obviously, if you're watching a normal NBA game, a guy goes down and throws down a crazy dunk or hits a long, deep three, the crowd's going to go crazy. But I don't know how you simulate with that with the video games. So it'll be a challenge. We're definitely going to see leagues and teams figuring it out as they go along, trying out different tactics. But it's going to be something interesting to follow. And from on my end, on the business end, I also think it'll be interesting to track as they get better at it. I would wonder if the ratings would grow, and that's something that only time will tell. But again, lots of interesting things happening right now as sports are coming back. We talked a few weeks ago about how sports being able to adapt is always key. It's always key to expanding your target market, getting more viewership, but it's especially key now in a time when sports may never be the same as a result of the coronavirus. So perhaps one of the best examples that I've been able to find of a sport being able to adapt through all of this has been the UFC. We've talked about the UFC probably more than the average person would expect on this show. That's because it was the first sport to come back. It's been extremely, extremely effective. They've put on a number of cards now, 5 or 6 cards they've put on now, and every single one has been a smash hit. They've been setting records for ratings, setting records for gambling, setting records for pay-per-view buys. Just every single show has been getting better and better. And it's really been a testament to their ability to adapt. It's been pretty incredible. And as I've said, with their ability to adapt, they're continuing on that path even further. So starting in July, they're opening what they're calling Fight Island. Pretty wild concept. So the UFC, they didn't buy it, which has been reported. They didn't buy this island, but they did secure an island for the foreseeable future. Announcements recently came out with President Dana White saying that exactly 1 week from today, the UFC will be able to accommodate many of its international fights on this Fight Island in Abu Dhabi, which will feature an octagon on the beach, surrounded by several miles of a quarantined area that is going to include everything from hotels to dining establishments to training facilities for all of the UFC fighters and staff. Now, on surface value, why get an island? What's the point of that? I'm sure it's a huge business expense. But one of the things that makes the UFC such a major sport now on this level, kind of trying to reach the top tier of your NFL, MLB, NBA, is the fact that it's so international. They have fighters of all races, all ethnic backgrounds from a whole host of different countries, which is great, but obviously it has presented problems as we've had these travel restrictions because of the coronavirus. So this Fight Island, because it's in Abu Dhabi and because of their relaxed travel rules, it will be able to accommodate many of these international fights, which is outstanding. And I'm sure the first card, which is going to be on July 11th, it has 4 title fights, so I'm sure that will continue to set records. I'm sure it's going to be great for the sport. And again, just another example of how when sports are able to adapt, they can really capitalize on any situation and make a whole lot of money. Continuing on the theme of sports adapting, I know I've mentioned the PLL, the Premier Lacrosse League, on this show before. We recently had some updates about this Premier Lacrosse League when it comes to their planned new season schedule. So one of the lesser-known sports I know, but still interesting, as lacrosse is currently, in terms of economic impact, the largest, the quickest growing sport in the United States. It's between that and esports, and lacrosse has the crown for now. So definitely something worth talking about. In lieu of their annual season this year, the PLL announced that it will be hosting a tournament style, a 2-week, fully fanless tournament starting in late July instead of their previously scheduled season. It's definitely going to be interesting. They're hosting the whole thing in Utah. The league estimates that fewer than 300 people will be quarantined in their campus environment. They have a total of 7 teams. Those teams are going to train at the facilities fields and the campus, which has plenty of locker rooms and meeting rooms. So it definitely should be interesting. Paul Rabel, a spokesperson for the league, he says that the state of Utah is an emerging market, and he thinks it will continue to underscore a larger mission of their league and for their sport to show expansion into new markets and embrace emerging markets. So definitely excited to watch some of that tournament. I can't say I'm the biggest lacrosse fan, but I do love when sports continue to grow and make a larger impact, and that's exactly what the PLL and lacrosse as a whole is trying to do right now. They're kind of trying to, as I said, cut into that market a little bit, and as hockey continues to decline, as baseball continues to decline, it would appear that there's room for some of these quote-unquote fringe sports such as the UFC and the PLL, Ultimate Fighting and lacrosse to really step up and fill the void. So here's to hoping that the PLL has success in that tournament, and hopefully they get a lot of viewership, can attract some new sponsors, and continue to grow. So with that, I'll discuss a little bit about what our plan is today. We've got a packed show, lot of huge announcements coming out of various sports leagues. So we may have some speedy, packed segments, but stick with me because it's going to be a fun one. So the first thing that we're going to discuss today is NBA announcements and changes as we eagerly await the return of the season. Again, this is now a season return that has been agreed upon by the players and executives alike. It is happening. It's going to be incredible. Unique scheduling changes, unique format changes, which we'll get into and discuss. It's going to be different, but I fully believe they're going to deliver a great product. So I'm excited to discuss that and discuss how this modified return to the league could end up impacting the league for much longer than you may think. We're also going to discuss some recent news and announcements regarding the NFL season, as the league intends to move forward with its return to action in September. They still plan to have fans in stadiums. They're still having an ongoing conversation right now of the issues of racial inequalities in this country. And this isn't a political show by any means, but I do want to give a little brief warning for when we get to that segment. It is going to get somewhat political in that segment because the NFL really is in the midst of this whole racial inequality, this whole discussion about figuring out how we can solve these problems in our country. And if many of you will remember when the whole Colin Kaepernick scenario was happening in the NFL, when we had players kneeling during the anthem, things like that, all these protests. The NFL's changed its tune lately, and like it or not, it's going to have an effect on the ratings. So we are going to get into that discussion. I'll try to keep it somewhat brief, but it's something of importance, and it is going to affect the business of the league. So I think it's important to talk about that in regards to the NFL. We'll also be talking about the upcoming MLB season. I know I've expressed in the past some doubt as to whether they'll actually have an MLB season this year. The discussions among the Players Association and the league, they have been quite tense. It is the one sport that doesn't necessarily need to have a season this year, so it's going to be really interesting. But in good news, we did just have the MLB draft. It did go off without a hitch. My hometown Tigers, they had the #1 pick. That worked out pretty well for them. Seems like they got a stud outfielder this year. So I'm certainly excited about that. So everything that they're doing right now is acting as if the season will go on. But again, there's still been no agreement on a deal between the Players Association and the league. So we're just going to have to wait and see. I will add a quick note that it is expected that the league will counter the players' most recent counteroffer to the initial proposal. It can get a little complicated in this scenario. We don't want to get stuck in the weeds too much, so I'll try to keep it as simplified as possible. But it's a very complex situation that really is not that close to being resolved yet. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Also, on the note of the MLB, we did talk a little bit 2 weeks ago about the impact that everything that was happening with the coronavirus is having on the minor league sports. For those who did listen to that segment, we now know, as I've discussed, that the minor leagues are being hit in some ways even harder than the major leagues. We're having players' salaries cut who already weren't great. We're having seasons canceled, and a lot of people are hurting out there. But the MLB has been doing a good job in working with its players' union to hopefully alleviate some of the problems for the minor leagues, and they've really been able to attempt to prop that up. So we'll discuss that a little bit as well. Right before I get into the NBA and to all the great news about the NBA's hopefully triumphant return, it's time for a quick short break.
You got it, and we'll take that short break right now. And I want to mention to everybody the number of great shows that we have on America's Web Radio. Very different shows, just like Billion Dollar Ballers with Jack. It's a totally different sports show than anybody else runs, talking about the behind the scenes and money and management and so forth. We also have the Doctor's Lounge, and we try to do shows that you just won't hear anyplace else. The Doctor's Lounge is what doctors are talking about in the hospital lounges when they get together. And after the experience I went through for 3 weeks with a family member, we need Docs for Patient Care, and they're the ones that sponsor the Doctor's Lounge. And go to the website, Doctors for Patient Care, and donate whatever you can. It is a wonderful cause, and we really need them. I am proof positive of how important that group of doctors and civilians are in taking care of us and taking care and letting us know what to do when we or a member of our family or friend are in the hospitals. Now, with that being said, we've got a couple of new shows starting up. One is going to be strictly for veterans. All we will talk about is veterans and veteran issues and so forth. And the other one is, and this has been brought about by the fact that we've been talking about veterans and Vietnam and World War II, et cetera, and the realization of how poorly taught our kids are today, particularly in history. So we're starting our own history show that will be it'll be on at 9 o'clock on Tuesdays, and then our veterans show will be at 10 o'clock on Wednesdays, or 9 o'clock on Wednesdays, I'm sorry. And we just got more and more new shows and the great old shows that we've got. So stay tuned as we grow on America's Web Radio, bringing you shows like no other station in the country, a show like Jack's show, a show like the Surveyor's Hour. No other radio station in the country honors and respects land surveyors like we do, and we do an hour show every Monday. We also have a new elderly abuse show that'll be starting shortly. So we try to advocate for those that can't advocate for themselves, or don't, or we feel are a good cause. And right now, I want to thank Jack for being a part of the America's Web Radio family and doing another great show. So we'll be back right after this with Jack.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to Billion Dollar Ballers. Welcome back to America's Web Radio, and welcome back to another great segment. In this segment, we're going to talk about NBA announcements and changes, as we are all eagerly awaiting this now confirmed return to America's, I'll say it, America's most beloved sport at this point. The NFL might have some great ratings, but the NBA definitely, by and large, seems to have the largest impact on culture. So diving right in, NBA basketball will be back on July 30th. After 22 of the league's 30 teams return to their home markets, they're going to quarantine there for a few weeks. They'll hold training camps, and then they're going to travel to Orlando, Florida, and quarantine yet again for a few weeks before the season actually restarts. So what that's going to look like, there's going to be some seeding games to approximate the rest of the regular season, with a total of 8 games being played. We'll get into why that number is important from a business standpoint in a moment. But there will also be play-in games and a traditional playoff format, although this year all 16 teams are going to be seeded in a different way. The traditional seeding of the individual East and West Conference being thrown out in favor of just simply seeding the top 16 teams. So that'll be an interesting change. Again, another adaptation that we're seeing, and something that's quite unique. And who's to say? Maybe it'll help ratings, maybe it'll hurt ratings, but it'll definitely be interesting. So we'll follow that closely. It is interesting to note that this plan does not include bringing back all of the players from every team, although it does alleviate problems which would have come with regional sports networks that have local deals with different teams. As we talked a couple weeks ago, those regional sports networks will be losing a lot more inventory, especially when you consider how many of them there are. They wouldn't have much of a chance to make it up. So regional sports networks, they do get some early round NBA and NBA playoff games, but they usually don't get to keep showing those games deep into the playoffs. They usually are paying the league just to broadcast their local regular season. And perhaps most crucially, when they do make that deal, the regular season, although it's an 82-game regular season, the minimum number of games written into those regional sport network contracts with teams, it's usually 70 games. That's the number. So that's the minimum number of games that need to happen, that need to be broadcasted in order for those contracts to be considered fulfilled. Now, that's why they're doing that 8-game mini regular season when they come back. Sure, there's some aspect of warming up the players and all that, and competitiveness and being fair and everything. But don't let anyone fool you. It doesn't matter what the league says. They're doing 8 games because that's how they make sure they get paid. And it makes sense. I would do the same thing. But again, just another little bit of information that you may not have considered when looking at when they trotted out this new schedule. So that's going to avoid, again, those teams not hitting the minimums. And had those minimums not been hit, what you could have seen was contracts rolling over, and networks essentially getting all of next season for free. That definitely would have hurt the league in a major way. That represents a pretty large loss in revenue. It would have had a cascading effect on the salary cap for years to come and caused a lot of problems. But thankfully, we've been able to avoid all that. So kudos to the NBA for figuring that out, fulfilling their obligations, and putting together a plan that seems extremely fun and should be great to follow. It is also important on the business side to understand the level of impact that this shutdown has had on the league. As Commissioner Adam Silver has said in the past, their revenue, in essence, has dropped to zero over this time. And that's having a huge impact on not only the team business, also the arena business. So game night income from the fans, it accounts for roughly 40% of the league's annual revenue. And that draws focus to concerns about financial consequences of the canceled season, or the delayed season, pardon me. So in returning and fulfilling their lucrative television contracts, they are netting roughly $2.7 billion annually from those contracts, and that's 30% of the total annual revenue. So that's a lot of money that they will be getting back. Again, they're still going to be losing a lot of that in stadium revenue because they aren't going to have the fans in the stadiums. And it'll be interesting to see if they can find a way to make that up. On top of the lost revenue, you also have to recognize that there are thousands of jobs impacted by the NBA. It's not just the players and the staff. When you include the day-of-game arena workers, the NBA is responsible for roughly 55,000 jobs. So not all those people are going to be coming back as the league comes back. They're all going to be in a quarantine bubble in Orlando. There's no need for concession sales. There's no need for all the different people across the different arenas because they're all localized in one spot. So while the league is getting some money back because of their television contracts, they're still going to lose money, and there are still going to be people out of jobs. So let's not forget that this isn't everything hunky-dory. It's not solving all the problems, but it's definitely a good start. And from a fan's perspective, it will be very fun and a good distraction, if you will, to be able to watch the NBA again. Interestingly, the return to action, even though it is great, as I was saying, for us fans, it could have potentially negative ongoing effects as the league moves forward. So while it may seem like we'll have a one-off, unique season, and it won't be a huge deal and everything will come back and be normal again next year, that's just not going to be the case. For some context here, last year, the NBA Finals, they started on June 4th. And there's a whole number of reasons that I won't get into because we don't have the time, but there's a whole number of reasons why the NBA does that. They have many people that research when the best time of year for viewership is historically, when can they get the most money, and then that's how they get their TV contracts set up and all their bonuses for the playoffs, all that structure built in. It's already past June 4th, and not only have we not had an NBA Finals start, we aren't even close to the playoffs yet. So I'm going to break down some important dates and then explain how this is going to affect the NBA for years to come. So June 21st, that's when all the players are going to report. Training camps are going to begin June 30th. All the teams head to Orlando July 7th. They're going to restart the season July 30th. And then Game 7 of the NBA Finals, if it's necessary, isn't going to happen until October 12th. And that's going to end up pushing back the start of the next NBA season until what they're targeting right now of December 1st. Definitely an interesting start date for them. I'm not sure they'll be able to get it done. If you think about that, that would mean that teams that make the NBA Finals could potentially have less than a month to recover before starting training camp for the following season. Again, that seems like an interestingly quick timeline for me, but maybe they'll be able to pull it off. I'm not sure of the competitive balance that would provide if they did start that early. But it would be extremely interesting, as we've talked in some past segments before, to see how this pushed-up timeline would affect the league. The NBA would now be competing with several sports that it really hasn't been in the past. Starting on December 1st, you're going to be starting right in the middle of football season. It's going to be interesting. So we'll see what happens. But it's definitely something that's going to have a large effect for years to come, and it may permanently shift the NBA schedule to a later start date. Something that they've also been discussing is moving that date back a little bit further or condensing the next season to try to kind of reset that NBA calendar. And if I was the league, that's what I would do. They have a formula. NBA generates a lot of revenue, and there's no need to change that formula. But again, the start date for next year it's not going to be able to be the same if they're not doing the NBA Finals until October. So huge business implications with all of that. It'll be again another case study provided by this whole coronavirus pandemic, and just another chance for a league to adapt. Hopefully, the NBA is able to give us a better product and to make some more money. So we shall see. Next, we're going to get into the NFL, recent announcements, proposed changes, and again, continued tensions as all the Black Lives Matter protests continue, and the NFL is certainly wrapped up in all of that. So we'll go to another short break, and then we'll get right into that.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
Quick Stakes, that's QUIK Stakes, are not just for surveyors. They are great for family and community gardens. Go online to www.quickstake.com or contact your local land surveying supply dealer and get you a box of Quick Stakes. You'll love them every year when you plant your garden. Again, that's Quick Stakes, QUIK Stakes, the truly preferred way to stake and identify what's in your garden now. This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
The $1 billion ballers. In this segment, we're going to focus on recent announcements in the NFL, proposed changes to the new season, and as mentioned before, some racial tension in the midst of the Black Lives Matter riot and protests. So, amid the chaos of this coronavirus outbreak, the NFL has been pretty lucky, one of the few, with COVID-19 hitting the United States so aggressively. In really the lull of the NFL's offseason, the league's calendar to this point has been able to remain fairly normal. Online meetings kept free agency on schedule. The virtual draft was a smash hit, and the 2020 season is still slated to begin on time. This is in juxtaposition to what's happened with the NHL, the NBA. Both of those leagues halted months before their respective postseason tournaments. MLS, PGA, NASCAR, only a handful of weeks into their season. MLB hadn't even concluded their preseason activities before everything was put on pause. So for now, the NFL stands as the only major sports league in the U.S. to have their entire 2020 game schedule unaffected by the pandemic. And that's pretty crazy if you ask me. There's no telling if it'll still be the case in September, given the chance of a second wave of COVID. But at this point, all expectations are that football will be played as planned. And that's even including full capacity of fans in the stadium. I've made some comments on this show in the past, talking about how I thought it would be unlikely that they'd get full capacity of fans in the stadiums. I still stand by that statement in regards to the league as a whole. I don't think that they'll be able to necessarily get full capacity in all the stadiums. But looking at what we're seeing now, and barring a second outbreak, there are some states that I think are going to allow full fans in stadiums. And personally, I would go to an NFL game, even if there was a full stadium at this point. I guess you could say I'm more dedicated to the sport than a lot of people are. But for all these people that I've seen going out to bars, going out to nightclubs, going out to their favorite restaurants, it's the same thing. So if people have been able to convince themselves that they can go out to that nightclub or that bar and do all that, then I see the NFL being able to fill up their stadiums as well. So it'll be interesting to track for sure. Last week we also did talk about how football may continue at its usual pace, but how there could be a lot going on around it. So when the NFL usually takes over, it's September. The NHL and NBA would be at the peak of their off season. This year, those off seasons are going to extend into the NFL season, and they could cause a little battle for viewer attention there. So again, it'll be interesting to see if the NFL can stay atop that U.S. sports pyramid, or if they're going to lose some of that revenue due to a loss in viewership as other sports kind of converge on their market. Notably, the NBA, as we talked about, their season is now has potential to be delayed every year, and if that's the case, it could really change the landscape for the NFL. And financially, they might have to take a look at what their salary cap projections are and what they're able to pay their players. So big changes potentially on the way for the NFL. More on the note of having full stadiums, the NFL Executive Vice President of Football Operations, Troy Vincent, he said, quote, "We are planning to have full stadiums until the medical community tells us we cannot." He said, now, remember when we're talking about September, so there's a lot that can happen there, so we are still planning on full stadium. Again, I only include that quote just to instill on all the people listening that it's not just rumors out there, that from the league's mouth itself, they're planning on having full stadiums. So it'll be interesting. Some key dates to keep in mind there. The NFL's Hall of Fame game is August 6th, and the regular season kicks off September 10th. So that's when we'll know for sure if they can make good on that promise to have full capacity stadiums. You may be asking why when it's so risky are these NFL teams so intent on packing their stadiums full of people? As usual with sports, it comes down to the money. If NFL teams play games without fans in the stands in 2020, the league stands to lose $5.5 billion, and that's according to Forbes. The figure is based on stadium revenue from the 2018 season. So what that is to get that $5.5 billion number, that's the sum of tickets, concessions, sponsors, parking, and team stores. That accounts for 38% of the league's total revenue. And it's certainly a very large figure. But important to note that the impact on individual teams could vary greatly. So, for example, the Dallas Cowboys and the New England Patriots, two teams that have very devoted fan bases and rake in a lot of money from their in-stadium revenue. They'd lose over half of total revenue, which would be wild. In contrast to that, the Buffalo Bills and Tennessee Titans, some smaller town teams, they they would only lose less than 1/3 of their total revenue. So it's not all things equal here. There's a reason you see owners like Jerry Jones and the Mara family with the New York Giants really pushing to have fans in their stadiums, and other teams in smaller markets have been quiet. So it'll be really interesting to see, as different teams have more or less motivation to get this done, what ends up happening. But again, if I did have to take a stab at or guess or project what will be happening, I'd say that some fans will be in stadiums. Some stadiums won't have their fans, and as time goes on, depending on, as I said, what happens with a potential second outbreak, things are always likely to change. That being said, it is time to move on and discuss some of the racial issues that are plaguing the NFL right now. The NFL did just come out, and they announced to commit $250 million over 10 years to a fund to, quote, combat systemic racism and support the battle against injustices faced by African Americans, end quote. So that's a great gesture by the NFL. They have been making a concerted effort to join the conversation as it relates to racial inequality following the murder of George Floyd late last month. In a statement issued last week, Commissioner Goodell acknowledged that the NFL should have listened to the players earlier with regard to social injustices. He also encouraged peaceful protest while condemning racism and systemic oppression of black people. And I'll echo all those sentiments. I think it's outstanding that they're committing $250 million to that cause. Not an overly large number for the NFL, but nothing to ignore. That's for sure. We all in this country, we want racial equality. We're striving to stop systemic oppression of black people. There are certainly some bad cops out there. There are certainly many great cops out there as well. But one thing that's been extremely prevalent in the NFL, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, is these anthem protests. They were started by Colin Kaepernick, and this is where you have players kneeling during the national anthem. Now, coming from a military family myself, I've never really been a huge supporter of that whole kneeling during the anthem protest. Personally, in my family, we stand during the anthem, even when there's a game on TV at our home. So kind of a different perspective for me on that. But there is one thing that I haven't seen discussed a lot that I would like to discuss, and that's that the playing of a national anthem before a sporting event is not a uniquely American thing. And for anybody who watches the Olympics, anyone who watches international soccer, you'll know that the national anthem of whatever country it is being played before the games is standard practice. And there have been discussions in the NFL of completely eliminating the national anthem being played. I personally think that would be a mistake. I personally believe that we should have pride in our country, even when we know that there are aspects of it that need help and need to be fixed. But all feelings and all opinions aside, it really doesn't matter what I think about it. It doesn't really matter what you think about the protests and all. From the money-making standpoint of the NFL, this is going to impact ratings. The last time that we saw these en masse anthem protests, the ratings dipped hugely. It's part of the reason that the league really frowned upon these for the time being. Now, understandably, with the current climate on regarding racial tensions in this country, it makes sense that the NFL is going to try to support the cause in any way that they can. But I don't, at least from a strictly financial standpoint, the anthem protests or the elimination of the anthem before the games, it's likely to hurt the ratings yet again. And it's an interesting conundrum for the league where they set their moral principles and where they recognize that they need to make the money that they have been. the NFL and NBA have afforded many, not just African-American individuals, many minorities, an opportunity to set themselves and their families up for success for a long time. And that opportunity can be stifled if the ratings do go down a little bit. So just something to consider when discussing the anthem and discussing whether protests during it or whether it occurring at all should be a thing. Again, I don't aim to tell you how you should feel about it or what's right or what's wrong. Just pointing out the facts that it could hurt the ratings. The last point I do want to touch on when it comes to the NFL is that during a pandemic, obviously there are always hypotheticals that bring flexibility. Consider this option, say, for a backup plan. If the league is not able to start when they plan in September, they actually have the easiest path, in my mind, to adapting their season. So they could either take weeks 1 through 4 and essentially turn them into weeks 18 through 21 of the season, and just back it up 4 weeks. If it were pushed back even 2 months, then the first half of the schedule could simply become the second half of the schedule, and they wouldn't have to do many changes, assuming the Super Bowl could be pushed back for a corresponding period, which they've said it could. So expect your NFL season to be back. Expect it to look a little different. Expect controversy over the anthem. And who knows, expect there to be fans in stadiums for now. But we'll see what ends up happening. With that, we're going to go to our last short break before coming back and discussing all of the litigation going on in the MLB right now.
Hi, this is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio. Just talking to you about antique car insurance. I think that if you're looking for the best coverage for your classic car, consider J.C. Taylor Insurance. They've been my insurer for years in this hobby and have the top rating of all of the insurance companies in the hobby. When you get ready for insurance, call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com on the internet.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to Billion Dollar Ballers, and welcome back to our final segment of the day. This segment is going to be discussing the MLB season, how it's going to look, if it's going to happen, changes that will be made, and will the players in the league be able to come to an agreement? Again, their new collective bargaining agreement is set to be put in place only a year from now. So this is currently still uncertain of exactly what the MLB season will look like, if it'll happen. The league did submit an initial 80-page document that outlined potential health and safety protocols several months ago now. It did address testing, guidelines for travel, how the league would react if anyone tested positive, and that proposal included teams playing approximately 80 games, culminating in an expanded playoff. The plan was also to include housing teams in quote-unquote hub cities so as to limit interstate travel, which makes sense. And it was initially the season supposed to start on March 26th, but obviously that hasn't happened. One thing that has been and will be a major sticking point, and especially as the teams, the players, and the leagues keep going back and forth, is player compensation. As we've talked about before, I'll just give a brief background of why this is so difficult for the MLB as compared to other leagues, and that is because the contracts in the MLB, they are fully guaranteed. There's also a unique scenario where there is no salary cap in the MLB. So whereas other leagues would have to just adjust the cap for each team and probably pay people proportionately, that's not that simple for Major League Baseball. So owners have been seeking less than their originally suggested prorated pay for players. They're actually pretty adamant that they'll not pay a prorated salary. They're saying the losses would be too steep. So their new possible proposal has included somewhere around 80% of prorated pay. The players haven't been happy about that. They wanted to go forward with their own proposal of full prorated salaries. However, without the in-stadium revenue, at least at first, it's likely that there will need to be a serious pay cut for the players. So, newest updates had the owners proposing a new pay structure. It was a marginal salary structure in which the lowest paid players would receive close to a full share of their prorated salary, and the game stars would receive far less than expected. So it would have included bonuses if postseason game had been played, but the formula that they had offered, for example, would take a player scheduled to make the league minimum of around $600,000 and give them a prorated number of around $300,000 based on 82 games, which is about half of a normal MLB season. So that would be a 10% cut from that prorated salary. But as it went up and up and up, players would receive less of of what their prorated salary would have been. So one of the biggest things to take note of in the midst of all of this is the statement made by baseball's commissioner that team owners do stand to lose $4 billion if the season has to be canceled. It's important because the 2020 season payroll for the MLB was expected to be over $4 billion, which means the owners are at a place where if they do end up getting to a sticking point with the players, to the point that they can't agree on prorated salaries, and the players won't play for anything less than their whole payroll, it actually saves them money to cancel the season. At this point, I think that's kind of a small chance. I don't see that being likely. I think there's a way that they can figure out how to get some money out of this thing, and if they can get some money, they're going to play. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what they do come to. But since that proposal by the league that I spoke about just a few seconds ago, the players have since countered. They've countered with a different offer. They're adamant they'll receive full prorated salaries, and they've offered to cut the regular season to 89 games instead of the suggested 82, which is also interesting. The proposal by the Players Association was given to Major League Baseball electronically on Tuesday, and that was given to the league without even one negotiating session. It was detailed to the Associated Press by a pair of people that are familiar with the negotiations. They spoke on the condition of anonymity because none of these announcements were authorized. So the MLB didn't appear to be very receptive to this proposal. They didn't think it was very productive, but they didn't make a comment. But it has been reported that one ownership source reacted to the proposal saying, quote, "We're nowhere." So again, these negotiations haven't been going very well. They haven't really been done in good faith. There's no end in sight. We really can't tell what's going to happen with the MLB, and that's pretty unique because with most of these other sports, they've been able to figure it out. Players also, they did submit this proposal one day after management cut its proposal from 82 games to 76, which is interesting again because the players asked in their proposal for 89 games. But what the players don't seem to be grasping is that as this discussion continues to go on with the MLB, the less likely it gets that they're able to have a season of substantial length, especially 89 games. The deputy commissioner told the players' union that a 76-game schedule wouldn't even be possible unless players agreed to a deal by next Wednesday. So again, the more time that passes, the shorter the season has to get. But ironically, the players keep asking for a longer season, which doesn't make much sense. So the more time that takes off this clock, the more money that people are losing in the MLB, the worse it is for the sport as a whole. And the sport already has a downward trajectory in terms of revenue. Again, it's really not going to affect how much they're able to pay the players that much. They can still pay the players whatever they want to. There's no salary cap. But owners are going to become slightly less willing to dish out these big contracts if they're not making as much money. So it does all have an effect. In terms of fans and stadiums, MLB says that because the season likely would be played in empty ballparks without fans, the absence of gate-related revenue would lead to a loss of $640,000 for each game played. This is a figure that the players' union, has been questioning. MLB's proposal would have guaranteed players 50% of prorated salaries and another 20% once the postseason was completed. And teams would fund a $50 million pool for players' postseason shares, even if they didn't sell any tickets. So in my mind, that's a pretty fair offer by the MLB. But the players didn't like it, so we'll just have to see. They have to agree on something. It's not like they can move forward without any sort of agreement. But what they can do is cancel the season without any agreement. So they should definitely try to get something done soon. Also, moving on to our final quick talking point of the day. I had mentioned in the initial segment everything that's been going on with the minor leagues, how important that cause is, and how MLB has been doing a good job to try to alleviate that. So something the players proposed is $5 million from joint management union funds be marked towards supporting these minor leaguers and their social causes. Players also agreed to participate in events such as an off-season all-star game and or a home run derby in the off-season, to broadcast enhancements such as wearing microphones during games and bring those to the major leagues and hopefully increase viewership there. So, again, all great things. That may not sound like that much money when it comes to MLB, but when it comes to these minor leagues, that's a good amount of money. So I'm happy to see players coming together, being willing to do that. Last few announcements. Players Union did not accept management's offer to suspend free agent compensation this offseason. It would have eliminated qualifying offers, but the players didn't agree to that, so that's not happening at this juncture. They did accept MLB's proposal that high-risk players could opt out of the season and receive salary and service time, but other players who opt out would not receive salary or service time. So this is just basically saying that you can't opt out of the season and get your pay if you're not a high-risk person, which to me makes total sense. I mean, if we're not talking about sports, if we're talking about your average office desk job or anything, or really any job aside from professional sports, you definitely can't go to your boss and say, hey, I'm scared of, like we're talking a couple months from now. You can't go to your boss and say, hey, I'm scared of COVID-19. I'm not going to come to work. I still want my full salary. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. That's just not how this thing works. But athletes do get afforded a slight luxury, and for them, they can go and say, hey, man, I have asthma. I'm really scared of COVID, and they will get their full salary. So, interesting to note. With that, coming to a close, I'll give a very brief preview of next week's show. With next week's show, we're going to, again, focus on what's going on in the MLB, and hopefully there's an agreement come to by the players, and hopefully it's not another week of no progress, but we shall see. Again, focusing on the NBA and the NFL, Maybe there will be changes to that new Premier Lacrosse League. We shall see. And I will go into deeper detail on the UFC, talking about Fight Island and really breaking down fighter pay, which has become a big issue. And I'll explain to you why some of your favorite fighters aren't making as much money as you might think they would. Anyway, with that, this has been Billion Dollar Ballers. I'm Jack Christides. Thank you for tuning in today to America's Web Radio, and hopefully we'll see you next week.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on AmericasWebRadio.com.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you.
My co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everybody. And it's another day. We're going to do some meditation. And I just talked to David about meditation, who really do meditation, I'm going to explain more about some of the best minds in the world doing meditation, doing Eastern thoughts meditation, with different forms. And a lot of scientists in the United States, I know, they'll do some sort of meditation to open their mind, to open the inner consciousness, to be open and to unveil the inner wisdom, the innate ability, the innate intelligence, so that they can really shine their beautiful minds, that so to speak. Okay, let's do some inner observation and do some breathing, okay? Do we start with breathing? I'm not going to teach you how to do meditation. Rather, I'm leading you to do the beginning part of calmness, in beginning part of serenity, beginning part of simple breathing, beginning part of how to channel your energy, and the rest is yours. Okay? and you can explore your mind, explore your inner consciousness, explore your own intelligence as deep as you can into the deep state of mind. Thank you. Let's take a deeper breath. I'll stick my tongue, the tip of the tongue, to the upper hard palate so that I can calm down.
3 easy questions to help you determine if you...
I can stimulate. I can breach. Magnetic field and calm down my mind. When I breathe, I observe my cortex, my shoulder blades, my chest, and the spinal cord. I observe them to be slowly in a status of relaxation. And I see my mind begin to calm down. As my mind and my heart connected in calmness, along with that deep and slow breath, when I see the network of neurons and the beautiful connection and a sense and a see with the extra sense beyond the 5. Synapses of neurons, networks. The calmer I am, connection they are to be communication. More internal power. I'm in charge. Bodily energy and psychic energy is charged. The less I feel as character self, the deeper state of mind I'm in, the more I feel and see and sense. Deep I go, the more I see. Tap into the innermost consciousness of my soul. That soul is permanent. That soul is eternal, in connection with everybody else. Breathe deeply. breathe out. Okay, good. During the whole process, the mind slowly become calmer and calmer. Your conscious, your outer conscious, slowly diminish, and you begin to tune in into the inner conscious. From the outer conscious, what I mean is you observe your brain cells, your neurons, your synapses, your cells communication. You feel the body, you feel that transmission, you feel that body begin to open, and you feel that transmission of the energy. You know, those are the part of the bodily energy transmission. You feel that body begin to charge. You know, your energy, you feel calmer, and because you have more energy. And you're anxious because you lose your energy, that's why you're anxious. You know, and the more anxious, more people have been into that disease status, they become more anxious. They're not settled down. They're less calm because they just feel insecure, and because of lack of energy. The more energy you have, and more calm you can become, and more, deeper you can become, and you feel more confident, and because you have the more ability to handle things, you don't feel the anxious. You don't feel that the body, dissipating that energy. You get the energy together. You connect yourself, not only yourself, but also the nature and also the universe. You become part of that universe, and that universe give you energy at all times, and you just feel that incredible energy power to empower yourself. And that's what meditation is about, because when you're empowered, your body channels are open, but your mind is open. You feel a lot of people begin to see a lot of intuition, and then there's something, suddenly they never thought they could get it. They suddenly get some intuition, like artists, scientists, and then the problems, actually a lot of problems, and it's solved that way because this vision is already in the universe. This information is already in the universe, as we have seen for past 100 years. And from a quantum world, from Max Planck, who is very devoted Christian, and he stepped into this bomb and of quantum physics, and people call him the father of quantum physics. And then you have then follow up, that will be, and his star, he introduced to the world, that's Albert Einstein, And after Albert Einstein, you have a couple other people like Niels Bohr, and Heisenberg, Edwin Heisenberg, and and then you have Robert Oppenheimer, and who was regarded as the father of atomic bomb. He's the one leading the United States. He was the chairman to build that bomb. And of course he called himself the death, of humanity, and he feel bad, about build this bomb, and really killed so many people, and he feel bad, and he got that quote from this from the Eastern philosophy also. So all these people involved, and with the Eastern thoughts, they call Eastern thoughts. Niels Bohr, yin and yang, as I mentioned the last time, the I Ching, and Heisenberg, and studied and had a conversation with Indian and poetry writers, and also went to India, went to China, and Albert Einstein, and got into the philosophy, and Paul and Oppenheimer, and also got into the philosophy of the East. So they're all parallel, the Eastern thoughts and the quantum physics that suddenly become parallel with each other. Of course, Eastern philosophy has been there for 2,600 and over 3,000 years. Think about it. 3,000 years ago, they already see what quantum physics see today. For the last 100 years, and there's such a parallel. That's why David Bohm becomes friends with Krishnamurti, and who is also a philosopher from India, and become a friend with Dalai Lama, who is also the Buddhist philosopher, Buddhist spiritual leader, who promote integrated and religion, and also promote harmony between all religions, because all religions have something in common. That is love, that is compassion, that is the inner spirit, that is the soul of humanity, and instead of a separate part. Because what I promote here is humanity. I told everybody, and I'm not a Chinese, I'm not Asian, I'm not American, I'm a humanity. I'm a universe. Why? We're all part of the universe. So we sometimes doesn't matter we recognize or not, but we are. We are. And so instead of separate, because I can say I'm a Presbyterian because I was born in Presbyterian church. I taught in Catholic church for so many years. I taught in a synagogue. I taught in a Buddhist temple. So I can claim anything. But what I see that ultimately I'm that humanity. I'm that universe. So and when we see that, and we see we're beyond that framework, we're beyond that cage, beyond that definition, beyond that doctrine, beyond that small frame of conformity, a certain group of people, but rather it's a large group of people that is 70 billion, humanity, and beyond the 70 billion, you have other aliens, you have other people from other, we may not call people, call some other things from other planets. We already have discovered there are a lot of things beyond us. If we think we're the only one in town, we got to be kidding, The galaxies, there are billions of galaxies. The galaxy, the Earth is tiny thing in the galaxy. So, we are really small. But sometimes we really, very, very egocentric. And when we see the universe, and we definitely, we see much more over there. So, as most scientists probably agree with me today, we only see 4% of all things in the universe. The other 96% we don't see. It doesn't matter what kind of equipment you use, because they're either dark or they're invisible. It cannot be detected with any machine, anything. The only thing we can see, and it can sense, you have to go beyond that 5 senses, beyond that sensory. What do we have? The 5 sensories. And that means you have to meditate from the internal being and from the internal consciousness and into our soul. And I call soul, and it's the innermost consciousness of that soul. Because, I'm working with AI groups today, as I told you, and based on quantum physics, based on what Einstein did, special relativity and general relativity, and the magnetic field, the photons, and then based on the gravitational waves, and how review the world, and then based on Niels Bohr and information, and that is the quantum entanglement, and based on the uncertainty principle of Heisenberg, and based on the Schrodinger's cat, based on all these things, at the atomic and the level and nuclei level, and we see our world, review the world from the scientific point of view, and then see from the Eastern philosophy, and then there's so many parallel things. The world is not what we see, and what we see is interface. Just like me, you see me, it's an interface. You don't see my inside, you don't see my cells, you don't see my atoms, you don't see my molecules, you don't see even my bones inside the bones. You don't even see my bone marrows, you don't see even my blood cells. But beyond that, you don't see anything. What I have experienced, what I have done, you have nothing. No information. Only see it's me over here. That is total interface. That is total interface. We presented the best of our interface. And what kind of color? Every girl we presented the interface. That's what it is. You don't know what the girl is about. You don't know the guy is about. You don't know, you see pretty, It's a pretty interface. That's what it is. So everything we see is interface. It's a simulated interface. And according to, in today's neuroscience, according to cognitive science, according to quantum physics, everything comes to that holographic world, that interface. And this interface was described by ancient philosophy of the East 1,000 years ago. And then the quantum physics begin to catch up, and neuroscience begin to catch up, and cognitive science begin to catch up, and begin to see, wow, yeah, they say that illusion, they say that interface, they say that simulation, they say the holographic world, and they present it, and scientifically, and begin to present it. Mathematically is presented. Mathematical philosophy is the only philosophy that it's not by people think about it or produced, has been there all the time. Because the math is in the world. The world is a matter of math. That's 100% certainty. That math is the only way. Doesn't matter you discover is not to discover, it's there. It's only times we see. Okay, we match a formula. Okay, this formula match. E equals mc square. Okay, but it is always there. But only Einstein saw it, and then and then from the Einstein we develop more and develop more and develop more. Okay, this formula has always been there. This math has always been there. But only thing is the human beings begin to see more and more. The universe will begin to see more and more. The universe is always there. The past is always there. The future is always there. It's just, that's why quantum physics, you can see billions of light years past. That's incredible. But that's what it is. You can travel with the time and space, because time and space is a construct by us, the human beings' convenience. So that's what I said, in the Tao, in the I Ching. 1, 2, 3. That's everything is there. It's lay over there, hidden over there, let you discover. Sometimes we see the interface. Of course, the interface is much more convenient, because when you see the deeper things, even your lifetime, you just don't have the lifetime to discover all that. All the hundreds of thousands of people discover that, put together, to see. But for one human being, you can only see a tiny piece of things. So what we see is over here, how can we connect together to see more about the universe, to see our intelligence, to see the universal intelligence, to see the universal intelligence without our intelligence? How can we live more harmoniously? How can we live with better communication? How can we live with better cooperation? And that way, and the life is going to be not just will live 200 years or 300 years. My friends told me he's doing this genetics, try to see next 10, 20 years, human beings can live at least 300 years, according to today's genetics discovery. I said, that's not what I see. What I see is the quality. What I see is beyond that. Because this body, it is just a body. It's not really you. Because it's a body you use. You use it temporarily. To express yourself. Use that body to express yourself. It's not really you. Your really you is inside you. It's that soul that is the you. That soul is connected with everybody. Okay, and whatever color, whatever kind of size, whatever kind of faces you guys present, but that's only the character. What I say character, the outside character. But the inner you, that soul, is that intelligence. The soul is the connected. The soul is the eternal. That's what we see. And when you see that, it becomes more powerful. Why? Because you are engaged. You are in resonance with the universe consciousness, with the supreme power. That's important. But a lot of times we build different things. We think, oh, this is our thing. This we think you make money. This thing is the best, because if you don't say the best, people don't come to you. So you say you're best. You say you're the best. You say you're the best. There's a lot of conflicts. Everybody conflicts with each other. However, the inside, the internally is the same. The meditation is the thing. Meditation can be in many forms. Just like my friend Robert from Duke University, and he did quantum research also, and quantum physics. He said every time he has something problems he cannot resolve, he got to go to his dark room. Just sit there for 2 days. Meditate. I mean, something always come out, no exception. I said, beautiful. He said, before I met you, I don't call meditation. I just daydreaming. I just breathing. I just shut my eyes and see nothing. And that's precisely. And so people begin to get more and more into that inner being, inner consciousness, and to see that intelligence. So what I see is that from these people, they have developed a lot of things. And then they also inspired subconsciously or consciously, just like Heisenberg said, I develop everything. When I see the Eastern philosophy, it's the same. I just subconsciously, I read things, and it's to lead me, help me to see things differently from an ordinary being, because not just a physical being anymore. I came from the conscious being. I came from the inner being. I came from that thoughts beyond that mind, beyond that brain, and the universal consciousness. And because universal consciousness gave me the downloading, because it's already there. Everything is there. That's why they're downloading. And the same thing as Nicholas Tesla. You heard of Nicholas Tesla, right? What is his name? The guy does SpaceX, and he used this word Tesla. His Tesla company, and SpaceX, and he got different companies he was building. And Tesla invented over 1,000 inventions. That's a lot for a lifetime. He invented more things than anybody. Of course, in the beginning he worked for Edison, and Edison, and he wanted to do the electricity that is without connection, multiple connection, the electricity that uses the nature, and for free electricity for everybody. And Edison got upset because you got a free electricity. You can get a free electricity, you get a free power, free all these things free. What's wrong with you? So Edison kicked him out, and he began to build his own. And he didn't make a lot money, but because a lot of people in Morgan did give him $2 million those days. That's a lot of money, to build this tower. And he didn't want to do what Morgan did. Morgan wanted to make money, He just wanted to make this ideal, for the universe. It's so free. So he didn't connect with the commercial things. But just what like he said, everything he did is from that meditation. He constructed with that meditation. He shut himself from everybody else. That's why he could not get along with the girls. He cannot get along with the parties. A lot of people want to get in touch with him because the high society in New York City just look at him like an idol, But he cannot get along with the people because he just feel all this material world. He's just not too much into it, because he's blocked his mind, because he wants to be as clean as possible, because he can meditate, so see less of this chaos, less of the signals, because he has come into his pure mind, pure consciousness. That's how everything he construct from that meditation every time. How many people do that? Because a lot of people cannot do that. Why? Because they're so busy with the daily things. They're so busy with the girls. They're so busy with the neighborhood. They're so busy with the bosses. Just with everybody else. So there's so much signal that block them from from the go to internal being. So that's the same thing as we have all these people. I have seen the experience, since I was a kid and didn't have parents and, living in the world. And a lot of times I live with myself, and just for 60 years, that's a long time. For 60 years of myself. I lived with one person for half a year. So very, very short. So, and then, I just, I feel prefer myself, and that's why I see things a little bit differently. And today, nobody recognized me until recently. People begin to ask me for help. The AI companies ask me for help, and the different companies, they say, well, let's build something. A lot of people from China say, well, the future, it's right in you. You can see, because the future is not right in me; it's right in everybody's being at the moment. If you being at the moment, you transform that energy. You turn into the inner consciousness. You see your own wisdom. And when everybody's connected, that's beautiful. Just like 2 years ago, I gathered a lot of scientists together in the United States. John Hacklin, Robert, and Hoffman, and Hammond, and then the different people from United States, neuroscientists, the epigenetics, and the quantum physicists, and the thinkers, and the futurists. I put them together. We had in Atlanta, actually, we had a meeting, as I probably mentioned last time. But in that meeting, a lot of people told me they have a transformation. And, one of my students, Josh, and I think I probably mentioned to you guys before, and, one of the he's working with different hackers in the United States, basically. Hackers, he want to help big companies to hack some hackers. Some people from outside the country try to hack the computer. He used a counter hacker, to review, to decode the hacker and go into them, see how do they do it, and then he hack everybody and try to help big companies. And he's a very, very smart guy. But sometimes he said, well, I use my mind too much. I use my brain too much, because that's why I cannot, it takes me too long. And he came to the conference. Within 2 hours, he solved a 6-month problem. He just went to everybody. Why? Because you have so many great minds together. You understand? This mind they all turn internal, they all use the universe, they all come into the universal consciousness, they all turn into inner intelligence, and then when they vibrate, just like the quantum physicists, the epigenetics, the people with the different areas. I never met them even. I invited, because I got my students to invite them, and then everybody come in. There are probably 20, 30 of them. And we met like brothers. We never met, just like John Hacklin. He's quantum physicist in a unified field. He worked for Stanford, worked with Harvard, worked with the CERN, European, and the most famous European quantum lab. And we never met, but when we work together, and then we would talk together, we just connected. So what happened is when you have the similar frequency, you help each other, you spark each other, and you understand each other. You're in the same channel. That's what it is. And life is like that. And like, when I met a lot of people, and I met a group of people, it's 500 people. They're all billionaires. I had a conversation with this group of people, and I'm not teaching, just kind of have conversation with them. I was there at 8 o'clock. I said, I'm going to speak for 1 hour. They refused to leave. It's 11 o'clock. I said, I only give you 1 hour, but no one wanted to leave. I stayed from 8 o'clock until 11. I said, I've got to go. So because people like to hear what you said, because they feel they have something in common with you. They get something, because they're ready to listen to you. Because for some people, you tell them a story, they think, you're crazy. They have no idea what they're talking about, you understand? Even though these people may not understand me fully, but they want to listen. They say, wow, something, I have some kind of glimpse of thinking, some kind of intuition, some kind of thing, connect with you, but I'm not fully understanding. I just want to understand more. So many people ask so many questions. I just finally, I just, I've been here so very long. I need to go home. So I didn't leave until 11:30. I went home at like 1 o'clock, my hotel in Shanghai, and the people from all over the country came over. So what I see is that people are really into that business model. They want to see the future. They want to see, because the business model today and the future business is totally different. It's totally changing. They want to see, how they can catch up. So this sort of thing, everybody is like that. I just had an appointment with a group of people from New York, and we talk next week. They want to see what I see. It's not what I see. It's not what I see. It's already there. I just want to share with everybody. I'm not a, discover something. It's already there. I just because internally, if you want to turn into your inner being, if you turn on that channel, you can see it. Everybody can see it. That's what I see. But it's just why people don't see it, because they're so busy with appearance. Appearance is easy, see right over here, because you're blocked, and that's what it is, and that's what I do, that's what meditation is about, and it's beautiful, when you get into the deeper state of meditation, outside is totally gone, because you just like read a book. The book is so interesting, you forgot everything else. You just totally into it. It's the same thing. You're aware of it, but you're not aware of it. Just like I was a student at University of Mobile, Alabama. It's a Baptist college. And I was working in the lab, in a photo lab, because I was the photographer, the person did all the photography jobs, and I was hired to do that. I was in the lab, and then I sit outside the lab and do meditation. And then I remember the cop, the campus cop came over and called my name. I didn't say anything because I was in a deep mind meditation. I don't want to, I heard something, but I didn't want to get out, And he was worried. He came over again, he called me. I didn't do anything. I think he called the ambulance, and then the firefighters, the ambulance, they all came trying to save me. Oh, it's crazy. So when you are in a deeper state of mind, because you enjoy so much, and it's not just because it's so pure, it's so it's beautiful, just like Dirac said. Dirac liked the beauty of that of the inner consciousness, that potential of the physics. You know, you don't see the physical and nothing physical, but it's all formulas. It's all formulas. It's all math. It's all pure. I don't see math sometimes. Beyond the math, I don't see anything. But when I get out of that, and the formula comes out, that's why he got his Nobel Prize. It's the uncertainty principle. All that came from that beauty of that mind. The beauty of the mind is not external, that brain connection. It's not that synapses, but it is the mind transmission. It is the inner mind. It is that inner soul, that connection. And when you get deep into that consciousness, you don't see anything else anymore. Why? Just like everybody else see outside so much. You don't see inside. But when you see inside so much, you don't see outside anymore. And that's when people don't understand what you're talking about is the uncertainty principle. You know, they have no idea. Even quantum physicists didn't understand what he's talking about. Only a few people, you know, try to understand. It's just like Albert Einstein said, I don't understand what he's talking about. He either a genius or just out there. He's out there. He's out there or he's genius. He's one way or another. You know. So you think about it. Even Einstein, of course, he's a junior of Einstein. You know, he really respect Einstein. But Einstein sometimes didn't understand me because he got deeper into his mind. But no outsiders understand him. Just like Einstein got deep into his mind, no outsiders understand him either. So it's the same thing. They all get into that deep consciousness. You know, Robert Oppenheimer, you know, as I told you, that committee chairman of the nuclear bomb, and he, you know, when he got into that philosophy of the East, and he totally lost anything but physical. And the same thing with everybody. And David Bohm, you know, and once talked to me about his idea about fragmentation, what I talk about. And we have a lot of similar ideas. And unfortunately, he passed away. And David and his people thought he was crazy. Yeah, people in 30s, and he was a student, and the people thought he was into communism. No, he just have the ideology, had nothing with the communism. He just then they kicked him out, and Einstein found him a job in Brazil, and later on got a job in England, and of course he also won the Nobel Prize. And because sometimes people didn't understand him because he's totally into his deep consciousness of mind and try to figure out how the universe work. And so all the greatest minds are the same way. And for people like me, an ordinary person, and like you, we can all get into their mind, get into our own deeper mind to see that beauty of that consciousness, the beauty of the inner world. So, David, what are you thinking? What are you thinking, David? I think a lot of Davids.
Just be trying to stay one step ahead, and listening to you, and then also have to program for afterwards. And so I'm looking at what I'm going to pull in. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I get to listening to you very deeply and forget what I need to be doing sometimes. It's hard to multitask sometimes.
Yes. It's true, you know. And when we multitask, your brain is so split, you know, so fragmented. Do this. But and a human being is a holistic. What I see is from Einstein, he's already tried to see the holistic mind of the world, the holistic mind of the universe, and then up to his student, that is David Bohm, and he sees that way, and then we talked about that kind of concept, and Krishnamurti And also you see that concept of not just concept, and then the vision you see, everything is connected, interconnected. When you see that interconnection, and there's no fear anymore. Why? Because we are all the same. You know that a character perish, you can change another character, can transform into different character. It's not a problem. But that inner consciousness is revolution. The inner consciousness is connected. It's always there. And it's always transformed, always changing. And then that change is not changing. It's always changing. So that is the concept of the I Ching. However, and it is a reality, the inner reality, and we see. So as far as this, station is concerned, probably this is, I see this first time I have ever seen, any ever heard such a station, and this is the first station I have ever talk about quantum physics, talk about inner consciousness, talk about the meditation, Zen meditation, and the different meditation, and any stations. Of course, I talked about the Kung Fu in other stations before, but for that deeper into the conscious mind, probably this is the first one we have ever got into that deep consciousness.
Well, I think, like the saying is, just scratch the surface, and I think that's what we're doing with the audience. People that tune in, they have no idea what they're tuning into, and I invite everybody to come and meditate with you, and as we go down the road, we'll pick up more and more people that will begin to understand and look for Fridays at 11. And I think this is one good thing about the station. It's unique, and we offer so many other things. We're going to start a history show very shortly.
Wonderful.
And because our schools aren't teaching history, and one of the statements that I hate the most is rewriting history. You can't rewrite history. History is what just happened,
Yes.
You just smile. I can't change that smile, And there is no such thing as rewriting history. That might be in somebody's mind that they can, but they can't. And the other show that we're starting will be strictly about Vietnam and our veterans that served in Vietnam. And again, it'll be a different twist. Whenever I have a veteran on, or somebody that works with veterans, I always say, have you ever met a veteran that only has one story? They have multiple stories.
Yes.
And that's a veteran, and I'm sure that's true. Let me ask, you left your homeland, China.
Yes.
How would you describe their political system, the communist political system? And it's I guess it's pure from the standpoint that the government does everything, and
China, this is what I see. Okay, I'm not going to interpret a good or bad, because that's not my position. What I see is the emperor system, still the emperor system, with a communist and label on it, and with the communist and capitalist label on it, because China is the communist capitalist. It's total capitalist. It's a monopoly of the capitalist. That's what it is. It's the emperor system, because it's 1,000 years. They always operated that way. Today they still operate the same way. They have no idea what is communist about. They have no idea. They have no idea what Marx is doing, and then they think they do, But the average Chinese, they have no idea what they talk about. Even average leaders, average these supervisors, average these maybe city mayors, for example. They have no idea what a communist is about. All they do is a capitalist. That's what it is. It's a mixed things to me. Good or bad, I don't know, because it's not my position to comment, because what I see is it just exists over there, and I'm here because I enjoy myself. Because I'm not used to it anymore. Why? Because I'm here. I enjoy here much more than because I have the freedom to talk. I have a lot of things I can do. I teach everywhere. I taught probably at least 200 cities in the United States alone. And nobody stopped me. I met so many people. I wrote to President Obama, and he returned me letters. And then I wrote to George Bush, the older George Bush, and he returned my letters. And he wrote to the younger Bush, he returned my letters. I wrote to Clinton, he returned my letters. And I had a little bit of relationship with sort of a kind of relationship, but not really deep. We wanted to do some business together with Donald Trump before, even though we didn't realize that the relationship continue to work with China at that time and falling apart. But we had some interaction. So in China, it's almost impossible. It's not possible, for me, because I was born as counter-revolutionary in China at the time. Because when I was in China, it was very strict. You're either good or bad. If you're proletarian, if you're peasants or workers, you're good people. If you're a landlord's family, you're elite family, old government, you'll be bad family. I came from the old elite family because my father was a graduate from Beijing University, sort of like Harvard of China. He was a superintendent. I think assistant is superintendent of the nation for the education system. So it's different, and then but China embraced me. I appreciate a lot of people in China embraced me because they broadcast 10 different documentaries on me. This is by the #1 television of China. I never thought I could be on the national TV like 10 times, 15 minutes an episode, 10 episodes. And I appreciate it. When I left China, I was like running, I was afraid to be caught. I thought I was, an enemy of the country. That's just the way you feel. But when I went to return to China, and people thought I was a hero. It's just different times. Today's mind in China is different. I don't know, certain leaders, certain people, they think maybe very, very one-sided story, but the general population in China, much more open than the time when I was there. Oh yeah, it's just cannot reverse. It just cannot reverse. Yeah, it's to me probably sometimes too capitalism, but that's just the way it is. But you cannot say that China is just a pure communist or pure capitalist or pure the emperorship. Pure, it's just not pure anything. You understand? It's money talks in China. That's the problem.
I think
too materialism.
Trump figured that out.
It's a true materialism that's in China. Everything is materialism. They don't even care communists. I think I have to tell you. They use the name. They don't care about the name of capitalism. They do capitalism. They do. They don't care about emperorship, even though they do some emperorship. It's a combination of things. That's the way they operate, and everybody operate that way. And then sort of like Singapore, it's the same thing. Singapore, China, they're similar, and to many, many ways. But China is more tightened up, and I don't know. I have not been in China for a while, and I'm a citizen of the United States, and I enjoy here. And of course, I cannot even go over there because I'm a foreigner to them. I'm a foreigner because I'm American. You know, everybody have, you know, give you a different label. You know.
You know, speaking of being a part of the universe, and I think this, I think about this frequently, just because I find it very interesting. And someday, if I ever really become a world traveler or whatever, but you know, you think about the history of China, you know, and how long it's been in existence and so forth, and you start looking at, you look at Chinese food, and I haven't really eaten real Chinese food, but you go to a Chinese restaurant or whatever.
I'll get some for you.
Okay. But it's amazing, like, you know, Chinese food, egg roll. You go to a Mexican food burrito or what, you know, and all I can ever think about is the Chinese ships, the trade ships back before, I mean, you know, when they were on the seas and they were bringing spices or buying spices or doing this or doing that, and the way globally, you know, everybody started mixing in their different foods, and to me, the foods, and you know, France has theirs, but they also have something that's similar to some Mexican food or Mexican food or Chinese food, and you know, we look at the world like that it's huge, but in reality there are a lot of very close relationships, and food is one of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, because actually the world is really close together. Even, you know, for the 100 years ago, people begin to learn from the East, and the East begin from the West. A lot of, you know, ideas like the thoughts, you know, a lot of things from the, you know, especially quantum physics. The physicists from the quantum physics field, they learn a lot of them from the philosophy of the East, the thoughts of the East. But the East begin to learn a lot of things also from the West, from the you know, from the three-dimensional world, the physics, and the technology. So, you know, people become more integrated, you know, today. You know, in the future, it's more and more integrated because of the AI come in, and human beings definitely need to get more consciousness, more invention, more into that intelligence.
And we've come to the end of the road today. So we'll be back next week, Lord willing, and the creeks don't rise, as they say in America, with Daru.
Thank you. Next time we're going to talk a little bit about education, future education, and really, United States definitely need to change something, and all over the world. You know, I'm actually doing new education, and for creation, for imagination, and not only into the quantum field, but beyond the AI. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
OK， 今后我们会讲很多的这个禅定、冥思，不同的冥思，宗教的冥思，这个天主教的冥思，这个长老会的冥思，这个基金会的冥思，不管什么人类的冥思，对我们的大脑，对我们的内在打开智慧。
You're listening to America's Web Radio Online. Thanks for tuning in.
Fun shows that we do, but in very informative shows, is Agent in Charge. And we have our favorite, we wanted to talk about how a year-old that calls himself the mayor of Minneapolis, he wants to do it. And the year-old that calls himself the mayor of Minneapolis, he wants to do it. And, well, now I think he's come out against it, actually. And but their city council wants to do it, particularly their chairman of the city council, who has had police protection in Minneapolis since April of this year. So she's going to find herself in a fix. She won't know who to call. She won't be protected anymore. But with that said, welcome to America's Web Radio, and how you doing, Sandy?
Good morning, David. I'm doing real well. I've had to shake my head when I hear this defunding the police issue. And, so much of what we've already discussed, about the reason this country has been so successful and people want to invest money in the United States is because it's a safe place to invest because we don't have chaos. And so, like you said, I mean, who you got to call? Ghostbusters?
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, I just said, hey, just real quick, there was before we get into this issue of defunding, but I did have a question on, we were talking last time about what to do if you got caught up in one of these riot situations, unwitting and not knowing, and all of a sudden you look up and you're surrounded by people with signs trying to pull you out of your car and fighting your way out of there. So you successfully fight your way out of there, and the question is, okay, once I escape, then what do I do? What's my first move? And what should I do? And should I go hide? Should I call the police? And let's just go back to what we talked about in a previous show. When we talked about the things that I learned as an agent that help me out, that will help you out in life, that has helped me out in life, is that the first thing you do, especially if you've injured someone or caused any damage to some property other than your own, call a lawyer, call an attorney first. That's the very first thing you should do, is call an attorney, because like I say, people have a tendency to talk themselves right into jail. And once you say it, you can't get it back. I used to always tell my agents that there were three things in life you can't get back. The bullets out of your gun, the words out of your mouth, and the emails and texts that you send. So once you say it, it's out there from now on. And so the police, and they understand the police are not out there to frame you, to put you, to get a stat out of you. They gather evidence. Their first thought is if you are a danger, a possible danger to the society, to the community, that they want to get you in a position or get you off the street so that the people are safe from anything else you might do. And number two is they gather evidence, whether it be for or against you. It's just evidence to them. So don't go out and get an attorney that's a tax attorney. Don't get a Social Security attorney. Get you a good defense attorney. Do it immediately. Get their advice and have them contact the police for you and set up for you to come in and have you guide you do it. That's your constitutional right to have counsel. So most people would call the police first, or they'd go into hiding. My advice to you is first thing is get an attorney. But any questions on that?
No, I think you made that pretty clear. And but I would say that most people don't have a handy-dandy defense attorney right at their disposal. They may have a corporate or a personal or whatever attorney, but a big difference with defense attorneys compared to other attorneys, corporate attorneys.
And get you a good one, like we talked about. In this country, I mean, you get what you pay for when it comes to attorneys. So the thing is, you should always have that. That should be part of your plan. We talked about always having a plan for things that can turn about in life that don't go your way, and that should be part of your plan. I know lots of good defense attorneys in the area, but I was in that business for a long time. I know that I've been in courtrooms with those guys, and so I know who I would call. And but like I say, that's something that you can just a few questions. You can or just go online and see who the highest rated defense attorney is in your area. Have them always have their phone number handy, and you don't even have to go in and meet with them and get a consultation previously before the event, but just have them on speed dial so that something bad does happen to you. You can call them immediately and get their advice on what to do. So with that said, we're talking about the police here, and this falls in the same line, of course, and this great issue of defunding police departments across the United States. And so when we talk about defunding police, there's all types of course, it's hysteria, like you and I talked about earlier, Dave. It's so media-driven right now that you don't know what's true and what's not true, and what's really going on. And what I'm seeing these people that are protesting and wanting to defund the police, to watch the news now, it doesn't matter which channel you're watching, whether it be conservative news or the liberal news, the fake news, but they're all reporting that what they're showing is that these riots are huge and everybody is out to defund the police. All I'm seeing when I watch the actual footage is 20 to 30 people and these groups, and then also these little towns around here, I'm seeing a few protesters, and it's like 2 or 3 people. And so, like we talked about, fear and fear is one of the main reasons people watch the news. And so the media is really pushing this. But let's talk about defunding the police and what that would mean. And so I just kind of give you a scope on give you some numbers. The truth always lies in the numbers. And what I want to talk about, I don't know much about Minneapolis. I've only been to the airport there a few times. It's a big airport. And we were opening up a new internal affairs office up in Minnesota when I retired. And I don't know if they actually finished getting it open or not. But anyway, that's all I know about Minnesota. But like I say, let's talk about San Antonio. It's a town that I do know well and have worked in and know a lot of people in the law enforcement business there. San Antonio I believe the population now is a little over 2 million, and I believe that I know that their city budget every year, or this last year, is $2.9 billion. In other words, it costs to run their city with all the services $2.9 billion. Sounds like a lot of money. It is. Out of that $2.9 billion, now I couldn't find the statistics that broke it down between firefighters and police. They just had them lumped up in one sum here. It costs $490 million a year to operate the police force and to operate their firefighting force. Their police force consists of 196 officers that are off probation, fully functional police officers right now. So you can say 200. So out of that $2.9 billion, 16% of the total budget is spent on public safety, which would be police and firefighters. Just put it in perspective there. Any question on that? You have your mind wrapped around that, Dave?
Yeah, we were talking yesterday, another show, about the fact, too, that in many cases, and I can't address San Antonio, even though I know San Antonio fairly well, but I can't address anything money-wise or budget-wise or anything like that. But with that being said, that many cities use the police department as a revenue source and to help pay their own salaries, and this is
right.
The more tickets you write, the better off we are.
Yeah, criminal fines. So, so we'll break this down even further. We'll talk about what a police officer makes. We were talking about defunding police today, and right out of the academy, a San Antonio police officer, fully trained, is making just a hair over $40,000 a year. That's when I've actually been to their academy several times and did some training there back when I was a game warden. And also I went to a couple classes there as a special agent. They have a phenomenal academy and headquarters, and they do a really good job there. San Antonio Police Department, I really can't praise them enough. Most time, and we can discuss one particular occasion that I didn't really approve when I was still working. But other than that, for 99% of my dealings with San Antonio Police Department, it was always really good. And so, on the average, now a police officer, the salary range goes from $40,000 a year out of the academy up to $72,000 a year. That's what a patrol officer will make. That's pretty much capped out. Okay, and I believe it probably takes them 4 to 5 years to get to that point, as most agencies do. Just to put that in comparison, a Texas State Trooper, and I was a game where we were paid the same thing. Now, I didn't make this much money because I left Parks and Wildlife a long time ago, but they make the same. And Texas State Trooper makes $73,200 $8 per year, and then in 4 years out of the academy, they make $89,264. So they make a little bit more than the San Antonio Police Department does. Now, to put that in perspective, your average special agent, which is what I was, and when I finished my career, was 50, the average rate, they started about $52,000 a year, and your street agent makes up to $140,000 a year. And what I was making as a supervisor, as an ASAC, assistant special agent in charge, was about a little over $170,000 a year. So we do get paid better, no two ways about it. And so, to put that in perspective, and then you have all three there. Of course, you have the SAPD, San Antonio Police Department. You have the Bexar County Sheriff's Department, which encompasses the San Antonio area. You have the state police, and you have the federal agents. And so, San Antonio, under the protection of these different agencies, okay, it's a safe place to invest money and to work and live. Generation, this is conservative. I think it makes more than this, but this is what they're reporting: $32 billion a year. In other words, the city generates $32 billion of revenue a year. So you think about that $490 million that they spend for public safety. I didn't do the percentage on the $32 billion, but it's just a drop in the bucket. It's not that much. And so, put it in perspective, what's going to happen if you go in there and let's say they cut that police force down from 200 officers, which I was surprised. I thought they'd have more officers than that. That's a big town. And so if you went in there and cut their budget and you cut the response time down and the number of officers who could respond, I think what you would see really quick is as a business person, you're going to see business leave that town faster than you can shake a stick at it. And in that, that $32 billion, I guarantee you, if you were to cut the police force in half within 5 years, you'd probably have about half that revenue. What do you think? Do you think that's a possibility?
Oh, I think definitely is. And we had a funny scenario yesterday that in Minneapolis, you couldn't get a U-Haul trailer if your life depended on it. That people are getting the hell out of Minneapolis as fast as they can, and that you all may pay people to take trailers back to Minneapolis, St. Paul's area. So, it's already, just the word of it is already driving people out of Minneapolis.
Yeah, so, it just amazes me, and we've had this discussion before, too, about where this mindset comes from, that they think they're going to solve. There are people who truly believe that they're going to solve society's or issues in this country by having less police and having open borders. And I just can't see how the common sense factor can't just jump up in your face and say, hey, you're going to have chaos like you've never seen before.
Let's let everybody think about that, Sandy, and we'll take our first break and hold that thought. And when we come back, we'll talk about chaos. The only one I liked was the one that the telephone was in the shoe. Be back right after this.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You can keep your doctor, you can keep your plan, and every family will save thousands of dollars a year. I'm Ellen Deal, and if you've been hurt by the Affordable Care Act, you can email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com to see if we can help. Small business owners, individuals, families, and baby boomers, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com for 3 easy questions to determine if you can get away from Obamacare. I'm a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry and here to help you for all your insurance needs.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back on agent in charge on America's Web Radio, and they may call you back in from retirement, but they couldn't afford you.
You know, I would not mind coming back from retirement if I don't. Of course, I don't. I think my street days are over, and you know, the days of action are pretty much done for me. But I would, you know, if I ever did have a request to come in and help a department or an agency to iron out some issues, you know, I would love to do it. And I haven't had any calls. Maybe I'm not as important as I would like to think I used to be. So, but anyway, so you know, we're talking about defunding police departments, and the in my opinion, it's a ludicrous idea, and especially when you look at what the police departments, even if you don't agree with them and don't like them because they write you tickets, they make you behave. You have to look at it financially as to what they provide us as a nation. And we just broke it down with San Antonio and talked about the numbers there. And it's very obvious that in a city that can generate the type of revenue San Antonio does, you wouldn't be able to do that if you didn't have safe streets. And believe me, San Antonio is not the safest city in the United States, but it's relatively safe, you know, the city, and they have their crime problems there like everybody else. But generally speaking, it's a safe place to do business and an affordable place to live. And so it wouldn't be so if you reduce, which like I said, I was surprised that the police department only has 200 officers. If you were to say cut that in half, I mean, you would have half the protection, and I think you'd lose half the revenue of the city that it produces every year. So talking about law enforcement and talking about police officers, if you don't think it's a dangerous job, an increasingly dangerous job, I need to run some recent stats on you as far as officers killed in the line of duty. In 2018, there were 56 officers killed in the line of duty. Felonious acts, executing arrest, or, you know, they were active arrest or involved in which they were killed. And in 2019, there were 48 officers died as a result of felonious acts. Now, in 2020, this year, and we're not even close to the end of the year, we're already up to 100 dead officers right now. And so we've, you know, pretty much doubled what we did the last 2 years in the first 6 months of this year. The average age of a police officer killed in the line of duty is 45, and the average tour is 15 years and 8 months. So they're not killing the young guys. It's just these guys that have been around for a while that really have the knowledge, you know. And believe it or not, the state that leads this year in police officer deaths is Texas with 20. And so you know, and so like you know, I talked about what I always, you know, sometimes I kind of hate to admit it, but it is what it is, and I have a degree in journalism, but I put a lot of this, you know, what's going on, the chaos in the streets, the rage that's going on with the media, with the journalists who are out there fueling the, you know, fueling the flames, you know, to keep this thing going, because, you know, it makes ratings go up, and it's kind of like they don't really care what it does to this country. And I know that's something we weren't taught that when I went to journalism school back in Angelo State University. It started in 1979. It was they didn't teach you that. You were taught objectivity and how to you know, report what really went on and let the reader make up their mind as to what, you know, whether it was right or wrong. So anyway, any comments or questions on how dangerous the job of becoming a police officer is nowadays?
No. The one thing I would say is that, and we've been talking about this for, well, I've always done it, and certainly suggest everybody else does it too. I did it back when I lived in Lubbock, and I had a couple of good friends that were cops, and every now and then I'd ride with them at night. And I think every citizen in the United States should ride, and most city police departments, if you sign a waiver, you can ride with a cop at night or ride with them whenever you want to, actually. And I think it would be, just like I've said about our House of Representatives, or our Congress, is
I don't think a member of Congress should be serving that hadn't served in the military. In the same way with the police department, I think every citizen should ride with a cop and see exactly what they do. You know, and there's a two-sided sword there, too. It's very, you know, everybody kids about the cop. You know, where can you find a cop? At Dunkin' Donuts.